32 teams, 7 rounds, 224 young men who today are about to become players in the National Football League. A day where lives are changed, fates are decided, dynasties are born, and the clock is always ticking.
Draft day in Detroit. A time of hope, a time of wonder, and a time for Detroit Lions fans to act like it's the friggin' Super Bowl. Join Woodward Sports and hundreds of other diehard Lions fans for our NFL draft party and live stream from the Brass Rail Detroit. All your favorite and not so favorite Woodward Sports people will be there. Adam, Terry, Neal, D-Mac, Braylon, Ryan, the heavyweights, NFL scout Scott Bischoff, Maz, Stick, Jeff Maddie, Joey, and more. Come join us at the Brass Rail Thursday, April 28th from 7 p.m. until pick number 32. See you downtown for Draft Day with Woodward Sports. Brought to you by Cintron, Gypsy Vodka, and Planet Fitness.
And we are live for the 2022 NFL Draft Watch Party.
Did it, baby.
We're finally here, April 28th, 2022, live at the Brass Rail. I have been waiting so goddamn long for this. I am joined by the fabulous, sexy-looking dude to my left, Neal Ruhl.
What is going on?
With draft expert, of course, Scott Bischoff. We've got a jam-packed show for all of you. We're going to be here all night. Pick one.
One
pick
way or the
32.
other.
We're here. We're camping out. The Lions picking at number 2 overall and at 32 overall, unless that changes. Neal.
We're here.
We're here.
I have to put Alex and Stick on the spot one time. Since we're here, since we made it to this day, can I get the draft sounder? One time. No.
Oh, there we go. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
It's beautiful. Baby. Just beautiful.
Oh, my God. It's a beautiful sound. All right, chill out. I might have an orgasm live on the show. Let's chill out here.
We got a lot to unpack here tonight. The NFL draft getting ready to go. Reports are running rampant. Kayvon Thibodeaux has the buffs on at the red carpet in Las Vegas. Everybody calm down. Hey, we got a long haul here today,
We've got
Adam.
a lot of money going on.
This man
circling around this
man has shown his account. The wagers that are out there are incredible.
You don't look like this, betting like a little bitch, all right? We're all in. We're not putting $1 bets here.
Yeah.
Well, over $1,500 tonight on Kayvon Thibodeaux to the Detroit Lions. I'm feeling good about it.
I can confirm that. But before we get things rolling, I think, Adam, we have to do this in some kind of – and a big thank you to everybody, too. Cintron.
Absolutely.
Gypsy Vodka. Planet Fitness, everybody here at the Brass Rail as well. The Gypsy, right there with the couple limes.
Absolutely.
Now, before we all lose our mind, Scott Bischoff, our resident draft expert.
Hi, guys.
Give us the latest. Give us the update. Let's dig in.
What's going around the league right now? What's going on around the league? What are you hearing?
So rumors, Pittsburgh looking at linebackers, particularly Devin Lloyd at pick 20. The Dallas Cowboys looking to make a move up around 10 spots. I've been told that's for a linebacker as well. We'll see how these trades shake out. I do think with multiple teams, a lot of teams having multiple first-round picks, starting with Detroit, 2 and 32. Houston has 3 and 13. The Jets have 4 and 10. The Giants have 5 and 7. Packers have 2 picks. Chiefs have 2 picks. Lots of trades tonight. There's potential for a lot of trades.
Is there a reality? Let's move off the lines just for a quick second and go to a divisional rival. The Green Bay Packers have 2 first-round picks, 22-28. Scott, is there a reality where they actually don't take a wide receiver in the first round, or they don't at least try and move up to get maybe one of the top 3, top 4 wide receivers?
That's kind of where I think it goes. I don't know that the price to move up is going to be as significant today as it has been in other drafts. If the price is reasonable, I could see the Packers coming up for a player. It's not great for us.
Speaking
Lions
of price,
guys.
though, Neal, with the market and for the wide receiver position going up to where it is, I'd imagine the price on trading up to go get a wide receiver, especially when teams know what you're looking for, it has to make sense, at least, that they're going to command at least a first and maybe a second, a third?
Well, here's the deal, is the draft, like the rest of the world, is all supply and demand based. And as we've seen this price point for wide receivers go up, that's a very good call by you, Adam, in that the price to acquire receivers on rookie contracts will also go up in tow. And this is something Scott Bischoff and I and D-Mac just pace yourself, please. Just please pace yourself,
We're good.
friend. Just
We're
pace
good.
yourself.
Everything's
but anyway,
okay.
Hey, as Spencer's shirt says, draft the cocaine, right? But with all that being said, yes, the price to play poker for receivers. And it's interesting, Scott, that you talked about the whole linebacker situation to me, because I thought it was going to be with the receivers. I still think that run is going to come. When you get to around 5, 6, 7, these guys are going to go flying off the board, and once they do, look out.
Here's where things get interesting for the Detroit Lions. They're sitting at 2 and 32. Two opposite ends of the spectrum in the NFL draft. At 32, I would say trade value is if a team is looking up to move up for a quarterback, maybe even a wide receiver in today's market. And at 2, you're getting the second player on the board. Now, whether or not it's your first player, second, who knows? Right. We don't know who the Lions have on their draft board. But what is the strategy tonight, you believe, just for round 1 for the Detroit Lions? Outside of just number 2, obviously we're all going to talk about the edge rushers, right? Maybe Sauce Gardner, Malik Willis. I can't believe that's actually a conversation. But what is the game? What is the strategy? What are you looking to take away tonight, Neal, from the first round if you're the Detroit Lions? Is it
if I'm
edge rusher
first
and more capital? Is it edge and wide receiver? What is the haul?
You want my checklist?
What are you looking to check off tonight?
I'm team draft capital. I invented this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I invented the draft capital as a value. I'm not switching now. We've been doing this since the season kicked off back in September. I'm about acquiring as many rookie contracts as I can, because this Lions team, not next season, but into the following season, they're in a position, if things fall right, they could have $90 million in cap space, $95 million in cap space. I mean, they can be locked and loaded. I want as many guys on rookie contracts as I can have, because where I'm deficient, I can be like Ted DiBiase. I can buy anyone. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a price.
To Neal's point, Scott, acquire as much draft capital, rookie contracts. You, on the other hand, brought up something super interesting today on Big D Energy, which was the Lions possibly moving 32 and 34 to move up middle of the first round to go after maybe a Malik Willis.
Yeah, or Debo. They're in on that still, and it's a separate conversation. And do you give up all that draft capital to then be forced to pay a guy top of the market money? And that's that's a conversation, maybe for tomorrow.
For tomorrow. That's a Friday conversation.
Yeah.
That's not a draft conversation.
But the Jets are in on that too, and I'm not sure they're going to get outbid there.
Fair enough. Scott, like I said, you mentioned the idea, the possibility of 32, 34 moving up for a quarterback. Neal, is that one? Obviously, it goes against your philosophy, but it also
plays
aligns
into another philosophy.
Yes, which is the rookie contract on a quarterback.
The biggest discount to market in sports.
So if the Lions move 32 and 34 up to, let's say, 16, 18, 20, and it is a Malik Willis, Matt Corral, what's the takeaway tonight?
Well, I think the takeaway is because Brad Holmes built up equity with me in that first draft, because people said, what was the deal? Why is he here? Because of the draft scenarios, the college scouting, all of that. And he bought a lot of equity with me. I'd like to think he bought a lot of equity with you guys, because 3 starters in your first draft, that's a foreign concept to us Lions fans, Scott. I mean,
yes.
Am I being unreasonable here?
No,
I don't think I am.
Not at all.
So yeah, I mean, it's a situation where if that's the move he makes, I still buy into what he does. I still buy into it.
The reality is that the Lions are going to have to get aggressive at some point. They have not been aggressive in either. Holmes has not been aggressive in free agency. He hasn't done anything to hamstring the franchise financially. Historically, he has been aggressive with picks. He has moved multiple first-round picks for Ramsey.
When the situation called for it.
Sure. So in a scenario where Malik Willis is available at, say, pick 14, 15 range, you're
moving up.
Ideally,
if it's your guy.
Yes, absolutely. I would. I would not wait. There is no guarantee that next year you're able to acquire a quarterback. You're going to be able to get a quarterback. It's just right now, a year out, there are no guarantees that they're able to force their way to, say, pick 1 overall to get the quarterback that they really desire.
And here's the thing with it too, Adam, real quick, is I had this conversation with, I talk about my buddy Dennis on, during the show. He's my Lions fan friend who's terminal. There's no cure for what he has. He's always going to show up. That's the way it is. Very anti-Malik Willis. Very anti. And it's exactly in line with what I told him, where I trust the man that's doing the evaluating.
Yes.
And that's it. And that's a powerful thing, because I haven't felt that way since
This is the first legitimate GM in Detroit Lions history. Fact.
I mean, well, it's the first legitimate drafters since the late 80s and the early 90s.
Schmidt was nice. I still think they botched a lot of things. As a GM,
no doubt they did. But Benny Blades and Jerry Ball and Lomas Brown and Barry Sand, you know what I'm saying? Like the core of that
the first one in
was
20, 30 years. Fair?
Bingo, that's fair. That's exactly where we're at. I trust the guy. I'll ride with him, man.
I think the trust around the city with Brad Holmes, I have never seen anybody walk into the city outside of Steve Eiserman and pull that much leverage and that much pull with really the fan base.
In
because
1
he
year.
performed.
Of course.
Yeah.
And Penei Sewell, look, the two interior linemen, was I a fan of it? No. Fine. You still got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got two studs, and really I could argue 4 players on the team. Look, everybody, you looked at the box score, his rookies were on the field and they were contributing.
Yeah, and this is the last time I'll say it, and I've said it all the time. Scott knows where I'm going to go with this. You probably know where I'm going to go with it. Let's bottom line this, too. The Amon-Ra St. Brown pick, St. Brown will make less on his entire Lions contract, his entire rookie Lions contract, that Kenny Golladay will make in September of this year. Think about that.
There you go.
That's how you win.
And you need people to think like that. That is
Bingo.
such an important quality. How do the Rams afford all these players? I'll tell you how. They get rid of those first-round picks. They load up on proven talent. And they manage the salary cap. Again, it's not a foreign concept. Teams have been doing this for years. It's just finally to the point where the Lions.
Have they?
So they have to build up their core to where they can do those kind of things. And I, to me, that's still what they are, is in roster development mode through the draft. They have a ton of capital this year and next year.
I'll say this. Previewing ahead to tonight, I want to know your thoughts on the idea that Brad Holmes has either A, built up the equity, or B, it's part of the game that he can miss tonight on the number 2 overall pick. Since the year 2000, of the 21 players selected, 52% have hit. That means 48%, Neal, have missed. Of those players, of the 21, 7 have been defensive players. Every single one of them have hit. So if you take a player tonight, and it's on the defensive side of the ball like we expect with Kayvon Thibodeaux, is there leeway to miss, Neal, given the history of the draft? Or given that, hey, 2016, 17, and 18, the Raiders missed on every single draft pick, but they followed up 2019, missing at number 4, but Jonathan Abrams, Josh Jacobs, Hunter Renfrow.
And that's where the story gets told. It's not all in a vacuum.
It's not just tonight.
Yeah, and it's not just tonight. As a matter of fact, I would contend that 30, 32, 34 are even more important just based on the value that you get if you hit with those, Scott. So I'm curious to get Scott's take on it.
They're more intriguing, too. We know that, it's edge rusher, we think it, too, and I think it's fair to say that at this point. But, if you're adding edge rusher and safety at 32 and another building block type player on defense with what they've done in free agency, I know it's not sexy what they've done, but you have really
Me and Neal appreciate the offseason the Lions have had.
Yeah, 100%.
We think it's sexy.
Yeah, I love it.
Addressing the books, addressing the salary cap. Yes, DJ Chark, do I expect him to go out and get me 1,400 yards? No, I don't want him to.
And then you know what I say?
Goodbye. Bye, because I'm not going to pay you.
Right.
Go
get your money,
These are
man.
one-year committals, building the roster, giving Dan Campbell enough to work with. That way he can. You don't want to put out your second-year head coach and he wins another 3 games.
No,
it's a disaster. So 6 to 9 wins this year is the building block. What are you going to do with the draft capital you have? And if whether you trade up, you trade back. At the end of the day, my mindset is go get the pass rusher at 2. And at 32, if you're looking at wide receiver, safety, hell, I could even accept corner or linebacker. We can have a conversation. I'm willing to accept it. But don't talk to me about a secondary player at number 2. Anybody in this building that thinks a secondary player at number 2 is a good idea, I have brass knuckles in my pocket.
And you know what?
And I will fuck you up tonight.
And when your arm gets tired, tap me in.
I'll pass him over to you.
Tap me in, and I'll come in dropping the haymakers too, because it goes back to the bottom line for me. I'm not paying a safety that I don't know if it's good or not, a $12 million fifth-year option, when the biggest fish on the free agent market, who's a safety, that's a Pro Bowl guy, got 15. I'm not doing it.
I don't believe I've ever asked Scott this question. And I've asked you,
curious, yes.
and I know your answer. Scott, if I told you could trade the number 2 overall pick tonight for a top 6 pass rusher in the NFL, would you do it?
Yes.
At the rookie rate?
Yes.
Would you do it for the number 1 safety in the NFL? Hell, even top 3?
No.
Thank you.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
It's just there isn't enough impact there.
You hear that, Cal Hamilton people? Here. From freshly delivered from Scott Bischoff and myself, and now Neal Ruhl.
Hi. Here's the deal. Here's what people want to talk about on our YouTube chat thread. Remember, you guys can tap in. We'll get to those as the night goes on. The biggest question I'm getting: what does Adam smell like? Does he smell like Drakkar?
I smell
Do you
great.
have Drakkar
Here you go.
right now?
Here you go.
Oh, it's like the NFL draft sounder.
We got Sauvage on tonight.
Sauvage.
We got Sauvage on tonight. I'm feeling good. Obviously, the extremely expensive gold chain on tonight.
Yeah, well, people want to talk about your collar. Dennis says Adam's suit is legit. You know, he's dressed for the occasion.
Must be nice.
But we are here live at the Brass Rail. It is the Woodward Sports 2022 NFL Draft Party.
Absolutely.
Brought to you by Syntron. Brought to you by the Brass Rail, obviously. Brought to you by Planet Fitness as well, and Gypsy Vodka. But we're here getting it in. Scott Bischoff. Adam is well-stocked.
Absolutely. So let me walk you guys through tonight.
Roll, baby.
We've got a few grades of cocaine here, okay? This, on Neal's side, we got some high-graded stuff. Now, this is your edge rusher, your Aidan Hutchinson, your Kayvon Thibodeaux, right? You've got, in the middle, here we go, we can accept quarterback, right? Because quarterback is the most important position in football, even though we don't want it, but we can accept it. And then over here to the right on Scott's side, this cocaine is reserved for every individual in the building that is on board with an edge rusher at number 2. I will be passing out tens of thousands of dollars worth of cocaine tonight.
It's amazing.
And I'm very excited for everybody. I'm telling you, man, it's a great night. I'm feeling myself.
Hey, off the board here, I got a question for you. And Galloping Lake 6 on our YouTube chat thread asked this.
Let's hear it.
Says Lions are, and I meant to ask Scott this during Big D Energy today, and I forgot. Lions are already paying Aquara $13 million a year to be a pass rusher, and Harris $8 million a year to be a pass rusher. Those are your corners, right? Those are your edges as it stands right now.
Yeah.
So you're going to throw another $7, $8, $9, $10 million log on that fire?
Yeah. Because is Okwara here long term?
What does he produce? What does he produce?
Charles Harris here long term?
2 years, yeah.
Okay. So there's a need long term. Right? We're not talking about plugging in Kayvon Thibodeaux as a rookie and letting him play as a rookie and being ready to roll even though he is the second pick.
What are your expectations for a rookie? Let's just talk about the Lions.
Yeah,
a rookie pass rusher. I don't care who. What is the immediate year 1 expectation? For me, I like to think I'm a pretty fair guy. I would say the ceiling, if he plays a full season, 7.5 sacks, and I'd like to see 9, 10, 11. I think that would be extremely impressive.
That would be an impressive number. To me, it's more, I want to see pressures.
Pressures, there you go. That's the key word.
It's more that I want to see growth as a player, buy-in as a player. I want to see improvement from, say, the first quarter of the season to the back quarter of the season. And I want to see just pure pressures. The sacks will come if the pressures are there. Pressures are a big deal. We want to see that.
And there's no college player coming into this draft with more pressures than Aidan Hutchinson, which kind of leaves us in a tricky
and I understand
spot.
that. Well, pressures are the incomplete passes. In this league of quarterbacks with 65% completion percentages north of that, pressures what leads to incomplete passes. It's not necessarily sacks.
Yeah,
it's just
getting
for sure.
pressure. We just want to disrupt the offense.
Thank you.
Right? That's it.
The sack is the sexy number. Right, T.J. Watt, 22.5 sacks.
Yeah.
Granted, I mean, he was getting pressure to the quarterback every game. Phenomenal player.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, if you are getting in the face of the quarterback, you are doing your job. You could get 2.5 sacks a year, but be top 10 in quarterback pressures, I will pay you.
Yes,
and
you should.
And the key thing to remember with Aidan Hutchinson tonight, which is why I think he's actually going to fall, is 30% of the pressures he had this year came against Ohio State. One game.
It was a great game to have that many pressures.
Well, yeah, but you heard Braylon on the bottom line, and this is a Michigan man. Braylon Edwards, Michigan man. said what people haven't spoken to is the fact that the protection was slanted towards Ajabo the whole game. And it was. And that's not Neal Ruhl, the Michigan hater, talking. That's Braylon Edwards, man who knows a thing or two about football. So I think it's valid. I mean, I guess it's time to, and people kind of want the panel here, and we'll be rotating the host as the night goes on. We'll be with you through pick number 5 here tonight.
We're covering picks 1 through 5 tonight.
1 through 5 tonight. That's where we're at. So, they have it right now, and Scott wants to know, right now, who are you 3 taking as a second pick? So I know we did this a little bit earlier.
I'm sorry, Scott. I wish I could answer honestly, but I am $1,500 into Kayvon Thibodeaux. So if the Lions do not select Kayvon Thibodeaux tonight, I will be throwing a shit fit.
Okay.
But to be honest, it was either Aidan or Thibodeaux. I would have been happy either way. If Walker's off the board, even if Walker's available, I don't think I'm going Travon Walker. That ceiling is so tempting, like you always speak of, but I'm looking for the guy that's just going to come in and give me production. I'd like to see it in college. It's not a must, but me personally, I'm looking for production. Aidan and Thibodeaux, those are the 2 I'm going with.
Yeah, I would say that I'm there too. To me, I've been a Thibodeaux over Hutchinson guy the entire time. I just view him as more, at the NFL level,
more ceiling.
There's more ceiling, but the skill set translates. I do think that there are elements of Oregon asking him to do so many things that when you bring him in and you tell him you're an edge guy and we want you getting after we want you setting the edge, defending the run, but we want you rushing the passer and not necessarily dropping back into coverage or playing him as a 3 technique, as almost as a defensive tackle. It's just letting him go. And I think there's some ceiling beyond what he is as a player now, which is I think he's the best pass rusher in this draft currently, with the ability to expand upon his game. Where with Hutchinson, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that Hutchinson's really going to grow a significant amount as an NFL guy. He's very polished. He's ready to go now.
Sure.
It's just how much better is he going to get with his hands? He's really good with his hands already. You know what I mean? So that's where I am with Thibodeaux. I think Thibodeaux offers you more in an NFL skill set, plus a ceiling to me that he could become a really a threat on the edge. It's been a long time since the Lions had a guy who's a total threat. Think Ziggy Ansah, but a little more and a little more juice.
Yeah. And on the field, so that would be a little bit different too.
Yeah. The idea that Ezekiel Ansah wasn't a success in Detroit, by the way, is baffling to me. 50 and a half career sacks. His first 5 seasons, he was healthy. He was a problem. Yes. He got injured after the 5th year, struggled to ever come back onto the field. Obviously, career cut short. Those are the guys you want, disruptors. Can you make an impact on the game? The Cincinnati Bengals are winning the Super Bowl if Aaron Donald doesn't get to Joe Burrow.
That's how fine the line is, man, in the NFL. And that's on a weekly basis. Every one of these games are decided by a play or 2 plays. That's how fine. I don't think people wrap their head around that. That when a decision like Hutchinson over Thibodeaux or vice versa, that can win you a football game, which in turn can get you into the playoffs, which in turn can win you a playoff. You see what I'm saying? But that's how fine the line is. I don't think people realize that. Would you be offended if I went and got another drink?
No, please go. Please do.
Absolutely.
We are
Ryan Ermanni,
approaching 5 minutes away.
5 minutes away.
From the first initial draft.
Hey,
Adam, how much stock are you putting into what Penei Sewell thinks about Kayvon Thibodeaux?
A lot, actually. I'm putting a lot. This is a guy that saw him on the field, practiced with him.
Yep.
This is a guy that understands who he is as a human.
Yep.
And when I'd like to look at the story beyond what's available. When the reports initially came out, Kayvon Thibodeaux, not a Dan Campbell guy.
Yeah.
I've known Dan Campbell as a head coach of this football team for just over a year. Just over a year. Yeah. He's never spoken about a player publicly that's not his player.
It was a bizarre.
I'm getting loose tonight.
However
man.
you want to identify it, it didn't fit right. Kayvon Thibodeaux goes on TV. It was a barbecue setting. It was like talking to your uncle.
Yep.
That reminds me more of what the Lions are establishing. And when that message was sent home, Scott, that's when I truly felt it was Kayvon Thibodeaux. Obviously, the reports coming out from you breaking it yesterday that Kayvon Thibodeaux is the guy for Detroit, and Derek Stingley, possibly the guy, a lock-in for number 3 with Houston, but I think that's the situation we have tonight. We are now, 3.5 minutes away from the first overall pick officially being on the clock, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's talk about them first. All right?
Let's.
Jacksonville, tricky situation. Trent Baalke is a GM who loves the flash, the rawness of a player, the potential.
Traits.
He always falls in love with those traits and potential attributes. What are you doing at number 1 overall? You believe that's the best for the franchise? What do you believe Trent Baalke's going to end up doing?
For me, I mean, I'm not a Travon Walker guy. At some point, I need production. With the number 1 overall pick, I need production. And look, I know stats aren't the whole thing. We discussed the whole Thibodeaux sacks versus Hutchinson sacks thing earlier today, and Thibodeaux, you were just talking about it. Thibodeaux had to drop back in coverage at times. I mean, just crazy stuff. But at some point, I need something. I need something where I can point to and say, yeah, that's it right there. I'm not a huge Travon Walker guy. I'm Hutchinson or Thibodeaux. I lean towards Thibodeaux. Hutchinson, fine. If I'm Jacksonville, I don't know why they got to make this so complicated, right? Go get the best tackle. And how does a tackle change the foundation?
I brought up earlier that if it was any team outside of Jacksonville picking at 1, Kayvon Thibodeaux's off the board.
Or an offensive tackle. I mean, I know they just signed Cam Robinson, but it's 3 years, and they didn't pay him a lot of money. You have a right tackle. You have Jawan Taylor, who is a below average starting right tackle, and then behind them is Walker Little.
Stop right there.
I know.
Why are we making this so complicated if you're Jacksonville?
And you've got
easy.
2 premier tackles coming out who maybe 2-3 years ago are going in the top 3 minimum.
Yeah, I mean, it's so it's interesting.
No, don't mind me, guys. I'm just getting a drink.
You're good.
I see Aquanu from North Carolina State as fitting in there perfectly. Potentially even playing right tackle for them. I could see what's happening. I could see
chugging beers.
Yeah, I could see Evan Neal being an option there, and I know that's not a sexy pick, but man, you just took Trevor Lawrence last year. You need to keep him upright. You need him to work. Ignoring that position is, I think it's bold. I think it's dangerous. But when you look at upside and what the upside of what Travon Walker might eventually become, I can understand why. I just think it's super risky.
And you are essentially pushing all in with a pair of 9s pre-flop. To me, anyway. When you have, if it works, good, you're going to bust the opponent.
Yeah.
If it works. But if it doesn't, then you got issues. And for me, again, it seems too easy almost. Too easy to just take the best offensive tackle in the game. You roll out with him for 5 years, and you never ask the question again. I mean, look, I go back to Lions fans. Did Sewell change everything? I think so.
I think it's a big part of the change that will come.
They are a very different franchise 1 year later than they were a year ago.
They are a top 10 running game.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Like that, and it doesn't matter who the running back is.
Yeah.
That's why for me, it seems easy if I'm Jacksonville, but I'm not Jacksonville.
All right, we're under a minute now before the draft officially kicks off. This is a big deal. What do you want? This guy, unbelievable. People just yelling around here. No respect. Anyways, we got the draft kicking off. Here we go. Again, the moment we've all been waiting for, all of you at home. The beautiful noise. Here you go. You good? Yep. Yeah. All you, man.
You never know.
Nice. I got more.
It's a long drive, man. You know. No.
Oh man.
But we are doing it here. The Woodward Sports 2022 NFL Draft Party. Adham Beydoun, the very esteemed Adham Beydoun. We have Scott Bischoff as well. He's working the phones as we speak.
Scott's going to know the picks before everybody at home does. So we're going to try not. We're going to try not to spoil them and wait for the TV and audience reaction. I'll do my best to behave, but look, I'm just telling you from now. If it's Kayvon Thibodeaux at number 2 and you find out early, just pinch me on my side. Okay. Because I want to remain calm.
I'll pinch the shit out of you.
Scott, we're making just over $3,500 tonight.
He won't be able to contain himself.
I'm not. I'm going to mother F everybody tonight. I can't wait. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's a great night too, right? I mean, let's not be selfish here just about the Lions and really the draft, the players. This is a life-changing experience for all of them.
And remember this too in the back of your mind. In 2 years, it's here.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. This is here in 2 years. That's pretty sweet.
Adam, that's a great point that you brought up, and it's something that to me, it stuck. I was with the Michael Brockers contingent years ago, and I remember a few hours before the first round starts in his hotel room, and he's on his knees, and he's so nervous, and he was talking out loud, like, I don't even know where I'm going to live next year. This is where I'm probably going to meet my wife. Yeah. And we're talking about a life-changing thing that happens to these guys that they have no control over. And I think, in some ways we need to consider that this is a big deal for these human beings who are going through, it's the exhilaration, I'm sure, of being drafted and knowing that, there's security financially and all these things. But this is a big deal for these guys. It really is.
No question. And yes, we are just moments away from everything getting kicked off in Las Vegas. And we're taking your comments, too, on the YouTube chat thread. Adham Beydoun's suit has really stolen the show. Everybody's fired up about
Guys,
that.
ask questions. Don't be shy. Ask away. We are here all night. It's going to be great. They have officially kicked off. Roger Goodell will be up on the podium soon to put the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. Guys, here we are. We're finally here. The Lions are finally here. Year 2 of Brad Holmes in the offseason. We've seen him operate, in my opinion, in a way that we've never seen any GM in the history of this franchise operate. Tonight, I have an interesting, I would say, dynamic unfolding in front of me. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think we may see tonight who the ultimate decision maker is. Reports are Kayvon Thibodeaux is a Brad Holmes guy.
The football choice.
Yeah.
Aidan Hutchinson is the coach guy. Now, again, Dan Campbell's been very quiet. You haven't really gotten much out of him. These are just the reports. If it's Aidan Hutchinson, I would be very surprised, given Brad Holmes, who, by the way, came here with a philosophy and said, I have a script, I have a formula that we fill out, do diligently, every single time for every player, and that's how we make our decisions. I would be very surprised if they went against that model. Scott, what are you thinking?
I mean, I agree. I think that it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. This idea that one guy fits the culture and one guy doesn't, to me, is like...
That's laughable to me.
It's garbage.
It's laughable.
It is, and to be honest, I mean...
What's culture in the NFL? Winning. Not, you make me feel good. Oh, my God. Nobody cares.
The Lions didn't win much last year, but it feels like they developed something. You mentioned it. They had a bunch of young guys who were playing super hard in weeks 15, 16, 17.
But if you win 4 games again, nobody gives a shit.
Absolutely.
All that hard work goes to waste.
But it's the most difficult thing to do is get the culture right. It's what the previous group could never do from day one.
Yeah,
right?
well, when you walk in and you tell
there.
everybody they suck and that they're pieces of shit, I mean, that's what happens.
And look, too, I've talked about it on the show in the past, and Scott, you probably have stories that could corroborate all these types of things. There were good people in that organization that have been there for a very long time, that were not part of the problem, that immediately were just launched into the sun from the Detroit. I mean, I'm talking critical components of keeping players healthy and all that kind of stuff that were just brushed out of there as soon as they came in.
And any players that had any sort of opposing viewpoints, Darius Slay, see ya. Quandre Diggs, see ya. I mean, like Kyle Van Noy, bye. Those are critical glue pieces.
Right.
They just jettisoned. I have not bought the Thibodeaux character stuff. I think that's a game, long conversation. But there's a group of older decision makers and older scouts.
Call it what it is.
Who are not. I know exactly where you're going to go with it, and you're right.
Let's just call it what it is. All right.
Please.
If I'm a GM in the NFL, and let's say I'm selecting in 5, and Kayvon Thibodeaux is projected to be on the board at 2 or 3, right? Selected. I am coming out with reports that his mother's a whore, that he ran train on multiple men in college, that he did drugs, that he was caught doing drugs and selling them.
That you bought this from him?
That Kayvon Thibodeaux sold me this. I am doing everything in my power to leak as much BS information about the player because I want him to fall to me.
Yeah.
That is what's happening in the NFL, and whoever tells you it isn't is full of shit, in my opinion.
So that's
the reality.
That and other stuff, like the idea of he has answers for a lot of questions. That's threatening. If you're insecure and you're like the dinosaurs in the NFL, the older generation who doesn't understand the younger generation.
Feel like you're losing control.
For example,
feel like you do. Yeah.
Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan embrace a guy like Kayvon Thibodeaux.
They do.
Maybe
Brad
somebody
Holmes.
like a Tom Coughlin back in the day. Even Bill Belichick.
Yes.
You know, outside of Tom Brady, who was the guy that could ever, have a conversation in that level? I don't think that's the case. And yes, you have Dan Campbell here. Do I believe he's one of these innovative minds? To be determined. Who knows?
Sure.
I hope so. I do. I really do.
I do too. I mean,
But
he
at
did a
the end
really
of the
good job
day-
with the offense, didn't he? The back half of the season?
At the end of the day, I don't believe there's a single player in this draft that this team could select that wouldn't, quote-unquote, fit. That's a bunch of baloney to me.
And you may be able to hear over the speakers right now, Roger Goodell is taking the stage.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. He is officially putting the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. Interesting.
And the draft is going to be open for business here in just a couple of seconds. But we are live at the Brass Rail in downtown Detroit. Woodward Sports. Maddie's here in the building, as you can tell, kind of sauntering all by. And,
She's always drunk. This is what, you guys, you want an insight into what I deal with every morning? She comes to work. She could barely say my name this morning. This is why.
But it's okay. She's getting right now, so it's okay. It's all right.
It's all good. Tonight's about the people. Everybody here, they can get as drunk as they want. I don't care. Tonight is about the people. It's about me winning money on Kayvon Thibodeaux.
Celebrating, obviously.
It's
with
about celebrating. It's about being
varieties of-
together. And again, like you said, man, 2 years. This is going to be here.
2 years.
It's going to be a big deal for this city. And
I mean,
here we go.
To be fair, there's a good chance you'll be in prison. I mean, it's 50-50. Is that fair?
I don't know
You know
about
what?
prison.
Honestly, what are the odds I could honestly walk out of here and just walk up to a random person and sell this? Not that they would have like 10K on them, but I'm just saying I can sell it at a discount.
I'm just saying.
I had an uncle that used to deal. Let me just tell you.
Yeah.
And he used to do the fake stuff.
Okay.
He got shot because of it. True story. I'll tell you later, though. Not here.
What about
Inappropriate.
You just told everybody.
There's way more details into it. Anyways.
I want to hit Scott with this because I want to see his reaction to it. As you get a look at the crowd here.
Look at that beautiful quarterback on the screen.
It is
that
full
beautiful quarterback on the screen, Derek Carr.
Handsome fella.
So underappreciated. My guy.
What
He's a
about
W.
this, though, Scott? Kayvon Thibodeaux's got the buffs on. He's got the sunglasses on. He's got the
buffs. He's got the buffs.
Are you getting excited, Scott?
Dude, I'm old. I have no idea what the hell that means.
That was the reaction I was looking for. To be honest.
Is it a Detroit thing? I should know this, right?
It is.
Remember when Kate Cunningham put the sunglasses on at the draft?
It's like,
Yes,
buff up
I remember.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing.
Okay, so has he been wearing them just recently?
He wore them
Recently.
to the red carpet today.
Okay.
So people are hyped.
Yeah.
Twitter's ablaze.
Okay. I'm going to be very happy. Honestly, I have been, it's not about me, so nobody really cares. But in the first show that we did back in, I want to say it was January, we talked Hutchinson or Thibodeaux. And at that point, I want to say we talked about the stylistic differences in the two and how, in the end, if the Lions found themselves into Kayvon Thibodeaux, Lions fans should be really, really happy. And I am still there. I am, I have been a Thibodeaux guy the entire time. I just think he's a difference-making player in a draft where there's not a lot of difference-making type players at the top of the draft with where the Lions have needs. If you needed an offensive tackle, it's a good place to be. The Lions are in a different situation, structurally than they were a year ago. It's amazing what they've done in 1 year. Penny Sewell is a gift.
Yeah,
He would be the first pick today.
Yes, as much as you can say, though, that it's quote-unquote amazing, is it? Because I've seen dozens of teams pull it off in the last decade or two. This is the NFL. It's a parity league. You are supposed to be good every 3-4 years, even if you suck.
When have the Lions ever stumbled into
That's the problem.
anything?
That's the problem.
Barry Sanders was the
That's
last
the
time.
problem.
Okay.
And you know what?
Barry
Jacksonville
Sanders.
is officially on the clock. Here
Yes,
we
Scott.
go. Let's go, baby. Cocaine for everybody. The Lions should be selecting in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Neal, I am so excited, man. Again, we've been waiting. We've been waiting for a long time. It's been months now. We've done the mock drafts. We've done the simulations. We've done the analysis. We've had the conversations. Hutchinson, Thibodeaux, Walker, Quay Walker later on for a linebacker, Leo Chenal. But I need to hear it from now because, You know what, damn it? It needs to be said. Who is a player that nobody is mentioning in the first round that will be selected tonight? Who's a player that we should be keeping our eye on, Scott, today, who isn't really being talked about as a first-round talent?
USC linebacker Drake Jackson.
Wow. See, I personally think that's a first-round talent.
I do too.
Drake Jackson, interesting. I love that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Could we see the Lions consider a linebacker at 32, or do you believe that's just a second, third round play no matter what?
So in today's NFL, I think that's you kind of push down the road for linebackers, and they don't have huge need. They do long term. But if a player like Devin Lloyd happens to be there at 32, it's almost a no-brainer. He's a guy that you don't have to take off the field, and that's kind of the issue with some, like you mentioned, Leo Chenal. Would love him. I would love that pick because he's a throwback and he's super physical and he does some really interesting things, but he's not going to help you in coverage. So there will be situations where he's got to come off the field. A player like Devin Lloyd doesn't need to come off the field, so I think there are a few guys who you would say at 32 linebackers okay, but generally, to me, it's more it's terrible. I hope they look at the safety position, and there are some surprise, I think, interior defensive tackles and needs still. I know they went there twice last year, but they're moving to more defensive linemen front, so you need a rotation. Cornerback's not out of the equation.
Corners
Safety's
are valuable, just not at number 2. I think that's the thing. And this place is filling up. Lions fans everywhere. They're getting hyped. There's a few Chargers fans. I don't know what the hell they're doing here.
You haven't seen it, like the viewership numbers, the interactions.
Oh, this is a big deal, man.
Oh, dude, this is completely off the charts. And I'll tell you what, I'll chime in with this too. For my 32, if he's there, I sprint up to the podium. No. I'm Treylon Burks.
Wow.
All the way.
Oh, I mean, the value of that pick.
Give me the size.
Absolutely.
Give me the size because, look, we talk about this on the show today. This is a matchups-driven business. This is a playmaking-driven business. I believe that as far as, and look, I'm talking about this specific skill set. Throw the ball up and make a play. We can tell the cornerback that's on you. We're throwing the ball up here.
Well, it's like a planet theory. There are only so many dudes on the planet who are as big as Burks, who run like Burks does. Now, I know he's not a super quick guy, and he's not right now there's really not a lot in his route running where you would say, yeah, he's an efficient, good route runner. He's not. But he is a very fast player build-up speed-wise. Think of a hybrid between DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown, a mold of those two guys.
All I think of is throw the fucking football up and come down.
Is Jacksonville going to do this again? Last year, everybody and their mother. My mother doesn't watch football. She knew they were taking Trevor Lawrence. We're 5 minutes in. Are they going to really wait the whole 10 minutes again? Probably. You've had months to decide of everybody on the board who you want. You haven't made a decision yet?
I always would.
Oh, here we go. They're cutting to Travon Walker. I don't know. Again, if they pull off Travon Walker, honestly, all you Jacksonville Jaguar fans out there,
all three of them.
I will send you my condolences. Not because I don't think, again, he doesn't have a high ceiling, but damn it, good luck. Enjoy Trent Baalke, the same guy, by the way, that Byron Leftwich refused to work with.
And I know they're going to do it. Trevor Lawrence got sacked, I think, 2,200 times last year. You're not going to do anything about that?
You just re-signed one of the tackles who allowed that to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah. And as we get, it's one of those things that you know is happening. It's inevitable. And I know, and we're 4 minutes and 59 seconds away from it.
It feels a little bit like when Bob Quinn took a tight end and thought that was going to elevate the offense in year one to save his job.
Put him over the top.
Or when he took Okudah at 3, thinking, okay, he's going to step in and play at an elite level. This is what this feels like.
You have to be a special human, in my opinion, to be that stupid. The pick is in for Jacksonville. Here we go. It's almost time. The Lions are almost on the clock.
Wow.
God damn it.
Look at this place,
I have a boner, and I'm not hiding it from any of you. I swear to God, I am so goddamn excited right now. The pick is officially in. I swear to God, if it isn't Travon Walker or Aidan Hutchinson, I may lose my mind. Here we go. We're going to wait for Roger Goodell. We're going to wait. We're going to be patient. I know he's old. It takes some time to get up to the podium. But the pick is in for the Jacksonville.
They're not really going to do. Their quarterback got sacked 2,000 times last year.
They're going to go Travon Walker. I'm telling you, and they're going to regret not taking Ickey or Evan Neal, and it's such a disappointment because, again, what is the core concept of football?
Bro.
What is the core concept of football?
Keep your quarterback upright.
Get the quarterback, protect the quarterback, get him weapons, get after the opposing team's quarterback.
And you know, this is an upside type of move. It is not for right now. They believe if they're drafting Travon Walker,
Trevor Lawrence may be dead by the time they're ready to compete.
It is possible.
He might be dead.
Yeah.
Vegas is as packed as the brass rail is tonight.
Here we go, baby. Come on.
You feeling it? You guys feeling it? It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Scott, do we have any info here?
Yeah, we have info.
Who's the player?
I thought you told me I couldn't tip the picks there.
I want to know.
It's Walker.
All right, so it is Travon Walker.
Right.
I love this guy. Feel free, by the way, to spoil the picks except Detroit's.
Yeah.
We'll find out their pick live.
You told me to pinch you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just don't say anything. Okay. Yeah, let's change up the strategy.
Change up the rules midstream.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, whenever Roger Goodell decides to get a slow ass up there, they will be selecting Travon Walker. Look, I mean, again, high ceiling, sexy player. I get it. I truly get it. And I love the mentality as a GM that I'm trying to go big, right? But sometimes you just got to dumb it down, though.
Yeah.
Congratulations, I guess, to Jacksonville on Travon Walker. But again, if it was me in that room, I'm going for the lineman.
Yeah, I would too.
It's another. All right.
Here we go. Oh, God.
Roger Goodell is taking the stage right now.
Roger Goodell is going to tell us what we already know. Here we go.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Travon Walker.
Wow.
So there it is. Congratulations. Your quarterback is sacked another 2,000 times next year.
Hey, congratulations to every Jacksonville Jaguars fan. You got a player. Kayvon!
We got a little party going on.
Brad Holmes, if you don't select Kayvon Thibodeaux, I am going to say some mean things I don't want to say about you because I really like you. Travon Walker to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Lions are on the clock. We have been waiting months and months. I have saved up money for the goddamn cocaine to be here. You have no idea how expensive this was. I had to spend $40 at Meijer to get this shit.
And right now we're getting the package right there. And props to Alex, dude, doing a great job having these packages.
Look at the player, though. I mean, versatile, lines up anywhere. He can line up on the edge, on the outside as a linebacker. He can drop into coverage. I mean, that is a complete prospect.
And it does flash with him. He shows all that athleticism at 270-plus pounds, 35-inch arms. He is a freak. It's just he's very, very raw.
The pick is in. The pick is in. Brad Holmes is not wasting any motherfucking time.
All right.
The pick is in. Who are the Lions going to take? I have no idea. I'm waiting for him to tell me, holy shit, Brad Holmes ran to the podium. He's got the cocaine. Everybody get ready for who the Detroit Lions are going to take. I am ready, baby. I am ready for this pick. Holy hell, my heart is racing. Let's go, baby. The pick is in for the Detroit Lions. Oh, my God.
I am shocked by that.
It's got to be Kayvon. They ran to the podium. I am shocked the podium. I've never seen them jump up.
They did it with They did it with Sewell last year.
I mean, holy
hell. They got their dude circle.
They ran up. Here we go. This is insane. This is, again, a monumental moment for the Detroit Lions. I'm going to start stacking my bricks because I know it's going to be an edge rusher. I trust you, Brad Holmes. I really do. I know he's going to make the right decision. I absolutely know it. Who is it?
Are we surprised?
Yes.
Do we know?
Are we shocked?
All right. Tell me off camera.
I'm not shocked.
Tell me off camera. Take off your headset.
Oh, wait.
What? Really? Wow. All right, guys. We're going to wait for it to happen live. Should we break it?
If you want.
Fuck. Wow. They're taking... All right, the Detroit Lions, ladies and gentlemen, will be selecting Aidan Hutchinson, number 2 overall. Holy shit, the cocaine is real, baby. We're getting an edge rusher. Show me it, baby. Look, I'm mad about the $1,000. $1,500 I lost. It's okay. We'll supplement it. It's all good. It is all good. I'm getting phone calls right now. I don't have time for you people. Stop calling me. The Detroit Lions are drafting cocaine. Here you go. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Right.
Congratulations to everybody.
I am very surprised.
I am very surprised too. But really I'm not, and I'm so happy because Aidan Hutchinson to me, Neal.
All right.
Here we go. Here we go. Aidan Hutchinson. Announce it, you white piece of shit. Let's go, Roger. Here we go.
No.
Say it. Yes! Let's go, baby! Let's go! Let's go!
Well, hey.
Yes! The Detroit Lions have selected edge rusher Aidan Hutchinson, number 2 overall. Oh my God! Hey, who wants? Stick! Congratulations, buddy! Congratulations, Joey! Congratulations, everybody gets cocaine today. Here you go, Nick. Here you go, buddy.
Nick needs it.
Here you go.
Nick's crushed.
Here you go. Here you go.
He's
Congratulations. Here you go. Everybody gets cocaine. Everybody gets the coke. Oh God!
And you
Wow.
see the highlight package right now.
Wow!
on Aidan
Let's talk about the
Hutchinson.
player. Let's talk about the player. I think the player of all of them. This is the guy. This is the guy I've wanted deeply. And I would have accepted Kayvon.
Yeah.
But to me, Aidan Hutchinson provides a whole different dynamic. Forget culture. I think this is a guy that you can compare him to, whether it's Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby, hell, you want to go to TJ Watt. This is a guy I think is going to be very
easy.
No, hear me out.
Easy.
This is a guy I believe can contribute at minimum. His floor is an 80 career sack guy. But you know what? I want to turn it over to Braylon Edwards and get his reaction to the Detroit Lions
speak his piece.
selecting Aidan Hutchinson. All you guys.
I would have went Kayvon, but that's just me.
I mean, it's going to be a good situation. He believes in what Dan Campbell is doing. He's a Dan Campbell type guy. He's a hustle hard guy. You can tell him anything. You can get on him in front of the players. He's a leader. It's a good pick for the Detroit Lions.
So I know you've been preaching Thibodeaux all this season. So what are your thoughts on this pick?
It's still a really good pick, man. Like, Aidan Hutchinson was going to be a good NFL pro regardless of what team he went on. I thought Kayvon Thibodeaux had a little bit more upside. Thought he was a little faster, a little quicker off the ball. But you know what? He's a damn good player. He's now with Charles Harris, who just got paid this year, right next to Romeo or Julian Okwara. Aidan Hutchinson, Julian Okwara, and Charles Harris could be dangerous.
Could be dangerous for sure, but as a Michigan guy, what does this mean for the program? What does this mean for Michigan?
Well, this means everything. This is how it stacks up. You want to have first-round draft picks. That's how you get the recruits. That's how you stay being good. That's how you win another Big Ten championship. So to be number 2, it's been a long time since we've been this high. Man, it feels good. I think the last time we were this high was Jake Long, who went number 1 overall. Feels really good. Congratulations to Aidan Hutchinson and his family.
Awesome. Well, is there anything else that you want to tell us about, going number 2 overall in the draft, being from Michigan, staying in Michigan? What are your thoughts on that?
Trust your family, at the end of the day, though, but remember what you're here for. You're here to play football. You're here to take care of yourself, whether it's your body, whether it's your mental, whether it's the team, be around the team. You're a leader. This team needs a leader. Perfect setup for Aidan Hutchinson to come in and be that guy. Year 1, let's not wait. Ndamukong Suh, year 1, what was he? Rookie of the year, and also he was AP number 1 defensive all-team.
All right, well, Aidan Hutchinson, we are ready for you on the Detroit Lions. Back to you guys at the desk. I hope you're enjoying that $1,000 loss, Adam.
That's tough.
I truly don't care. I really don't about the 7. I don't care about the 1,500. I'm a betting man. I'll take my losses just like I took my wins, all right? I'm a pimp, baby.
And Braylon Edwards will be part of the draft coverage coming up a little bit later on. Okay, so here's the deal. Now, I got to address the people here that are saying, Neal's about to cry and stuff like that. All right, here's the deal.
Here.
Okay, so we're here now, okay? We're here, he's here. He's a $10 million a year guy now. And annual value of the contract.
Worth it.
$10 million a year guy. go perform.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Go
that's the
perform
expectation.
like a $10 million a year guy.
And I don't want to hear
more.
that.
He's making more than Charles Harris. No, but this is what it is, though,
But
brother.
that would have been
this is what
but
it
you
is.
would have said the same thing if it was Kayvon Thibodeaux.
100%.
See what I mean?
This is what it is.
This isn't about the player. This is the reality of picking at number 2 overall. I'm good. All right, I'm good. I got enough Coke in my nose right now. I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling great. Aidan Hutchinson, you know what? Again, look, you never know what they're going to do. I would have accepted Kayvon, but always internally.
And look, let's not get it twisted, too.
Let's not forget this is a good player.
Yeah, I accept Aidan Hutchinson. I do. I was the reverse. I was Kayvon Thibodeaux. If you get Hutch, I would have rather had Kayvon. But all right, because there is a floor. There is a floor there. It's just for me, Scott, you're a $10 million a year guy in the NFL now. Mm-hmm. You're making more than Charles Harris is now, who everybody was about. Everybody saw it play well for stretches last year. It's business now. Yeah. Right now, it's business.
Yeah, he needs to perform to this level. Yeah, I'm surprised. It certainly fits for where they are. This is going to be an intriguing pick here.
Wow, they ran to the podium, too. Derek Stingley Jr., so that was on brand.
Yeah.
That we knew Scott broke that yesterday. So.
Yeah, but I also broke Thibodeaux yesterday, too.
Shit happens. Shit happens, man. Hey, take the W's. Look, we still have a lot of cocaine. Hey, there you go. Sketch. Stick.
I have to address this one. Neal Ruhl, Second Furnace, on our YouTube chat thread says, "Hey, Neal, we got the cocaine and the win against Green Bay."
Congratulations. Michigan men, number 2 overall. The second Michigan player to go in the top 4 since Charles Woodson, correct?
Yes, Charles Woodson.
My man.
Jake Long.
Yep. I love it.
Yeah, all right.
I love it.
And remember, Braylon Edwards will join us coming up in just a couple of minutes here on the show, so he'll get it in. He'll take over from me.
Can I leave? I want to go do some coke, man. I'm done. I'm ready. I'm all good.
We got 2 more picks.
What do you mean go do some? You've been doing coke.
Let's go. I am so happy with this pick. Hey, wait, what am I doing? How could I not? I got to stand up. Give me 2 minutes.
Go.
Give me 2 minutes. To all you Kyle Hamilton supporters, to all you Sauce Gardner supporters, suck my dick. There was never a possibility that the Detroit Lions and Brad Holmes would let me down. They would never, ever, ever, ever select a goddamn secondary player number 2 overall. The people on the internet are so stupid, and you know who you are. Some of you work for this network. Suck my dick.
AC wants to know, Adam, will the strippers make an appearance tomorrow on the morning Woodward
I don't know
show?
about strippers.
What about the
strippers? Strippers are hard to get up in the morning. You have to understand they work all night.
Give them some of this.
And look, here it is, one funky Lions fan. Now we get to put $8 million, $10 million, even $15 million minimum on the bench. Woohoo!
Yeah, look,
let's go.
You can say that's the reality. Do you plan on keeping Charles Harris or Aquara for the next 2 to 3 years? No.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that yet.
You don't know the answer. Do you know
I will tell you this. This draft pick better not influence that decision.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Why doesn't it, though? And hear me out. If Aidan Hutchinson, Thibodeaux, whoever it would have been, now it's Aidan. Is Aidan Hutchinson?
Tom's going to kill me.
Fuck Tom. Tom, fuck you. Get out of here. Here, take some cocaine. Get the hell out of here. Go.
Parting gift.
Yeah.
Nice hands.
Get out of here. Unbelievable.
He is. He's making it rain out here.
Unbelievable. Giving
oh my
bricks out to everybody. Look, at the end of the day, you want to talk about the money? I can respect that. Is Charles Harris or Aquara going to give you the pressures or the production that Aidan can?
See, understand where I'm coming from here, though, with it. I just want the scope out there to everybody of what this is now. You are a $10 million a year player in the NFL. You're not the hometown guy anymore.
Whoever was picked was going to be that.
No one gives a shit anymore. No one does. And you need to get to the quarterback.
No one should care. No one should care. It should be about what are you doing on the field. And at the end of the day, I don't believe Charles Harris or Aquara are the 3, 5, 7 year long-term plan. Eventually, they're going to have to look into that market.
Let's look up. I'm going to look up Harris's deal, and we'll have a.
Yeah, but I believe it's a 2-year deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if it's only
$6 million, 2 years, $6
what
million.
are the outs?
Yep.
And even if it's $6 million, it's almost I know it sounds crazy to say it doesn't matter. $6 million doesn't matter, but in a situation where you're drafting clearly a guy that they like enough to take him at 2, the $6 million doesn't mean all that much if you can get away from it in a reasonable way.
And Neal, even if the money does matter, all right, I'm willing to take the hit. Why? Because I know this has been the long-term plan all along from Brad Holmes. He's been addressing the money situation, and whether you're addressing fans, I'm not sure what your angle's going at.
My point is this, Adam. This is from a guy too that I could have lived with if they took Malik Willis and he busted out because the discount to market and everything. I can deal with the money. It's not the money.
Then what is it?
I want everyone to wrap their head around the fact
but it can't
that
just
this
be 1 year though.
This
is a 3-year evaluation.
I understand that, but this
Fans
isn't.
don't.
Aidan's here. The Michigan guy's home. He's staying home. No one gives a shit about that anymore.
Nice. I can't lie. It's great.
But that's over.
We're done with that
After
now.
tomorrow,
that was the
that's
pre-hype.
over.
Yes, absolutely.
That's all over.
And you can evaluate Aidan Hutchinson in 3 years.
Just like when you draft an Ohio State player.
Yep.
That doesn't matter anymore.
Yes.
None of it matters.
It costs them $6 million to cut him next year.
Nothing.
You get him for a year.
That's
you need more than 2 pass rushers, right? So
yes,
in the big picture with the cap expanding, you don't want to light $6 million on fire, but it's certainly not something that tells you we shouldn't take an edge player because we have. I mean, if the Lions came out and said we didn't take a pass rusher because we have Romeo Okwara and Charles Harris, I would lose my mind over it.
That's fair. No, that's fair. But again, I'm not even talking about that. I'm not talking about the bodies. I just want everyone to wrap their head around the fact this is the NFL. Yeah. And it's go time now. Yeah. You're here now.
My God.
Now go get 10 sacks.
Oh my God, guys.
What's up, man?
Congratulations to us. The Lions didn't fuck it up. They didn't take Malik Willis. They didn't take a. They didn't take a second.
Young man.
Hear me out. They didn't take a secondary player. Every single one of you who thought the Detroit Lions were going to take a second. The Kyle Hamilton. Where's Easy? Easy.
I'm with you.
Where's Easy? Where's Easy? Hey, Kyle Hamilton supporters. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. Oh yeah. Yes.
That's what it comes down to sometimes.
Yes. You deserve it. I hope he falls out of the first round. His mother's a whore. I don't care.
You guys want an example, too, of the draft process and the toll that it can take on you. Detroit Made in our YouTube chat thread says, Jordan Davis would not have been better for us at number 2.
Whoever wanted Jordan Davis at number 2 is a whore, too.
But, Adam, these are the tricks your mind plays on you, as you go through this draft process.
You start to doubt yourself.
You start to, like, is Jordan Davis? Like, could it work? Like, man, I don't know.
The pick's in for New York.
I get labeled a Michigan hater and an Aidan Hutchinson hater, and I'm not. I wanted Thibodeaux. Hutchinson I would take. I know what I'm getting. You're going to get a try-hard guy. I just want 4 years from now to it to be a no-doubter that we pick up a $14 million fifth-year option. That's all I want.
And I would even go further and say 4 years from now I'd like to be paying him $20+ million.
Yes, exactly.
Please.
Yeah, I think that's out of his stratosphere. I think that's above his ceiling, but we'll see. Hey, as Drake says, we going to see.
Well, let's get the Jets pick in. When the Jets announce the pick, we're going to head over to Maddie.
Yes.
Here we go. The New York Jets. I'm going to call it now. Kayvon Thibodeaux or Sauce Gardner. I could be totally wrong. God knows if you know.
I don't know who it is, but I think it's Sauce.
Sauce Gardner. Detroit native, by the way. Can we give him a round of applause?
People forget that.
Congratulations.
Just down the road from
went
here.
to King, right?
Yeah, went to King.
Played at King. Hell of a player. Congratulations to Sauce Gardner. Unbelievable.
So you have 2 edge players, 2 corners.
I love it. Good for Robert Saleh. Good for the New York Jets.
Yeah.
They got to address wide receiver or offensive tackle now at 10 if I'm the New York Jets.
They have 4 of the top 38 picks, so
they're gonna get some stuff.
And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier today, Scott, when I asked you, if I'm the Jets, and everyone's talking about the trades and even to a lesser degree the Lions, I want the bodies, man.
Yeah.
I want the bodies. I'm not into giving away draft capital or trading draft capital. I want the bodies.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super interesting how they fill this up.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this plays out. So many people reacting here. Congratulations again, Sauce Gardner. Back to Aidan.
We can always talk about expectations, what we wanted to accomplish at the end of the day. At the end of the day, the Detroit Lions got their hands on a premier possible, a future edge rusher. And that is something they have needed for 6-8 years now. This is something they've always had to address. I'm glad they've addressed it. And moving forward, you can feel good about this. Can Dan Campbell coach? Can he be a Hall of Fame head coach at top 5?
We're in the process.
Find out.
We're in the process of
finding out. I don't want to talk about that. Tonight, it's a celebration. Congratulations to every Detroit Lions fans. All of you, every Detroit Lion fan out there, congratulations. This is a smart pick.
And to the Michigan fans too,
congratulations.
Hell of a season.
And to the Michigan State fans that are salty, fuck you. And to the Bob Quinn, Matt Patricia supporters, and to them themselves, suck it. Because they would have taken Kyle Hamilton tonight. They would have taken Jordan Davis tonight. And they didn't.
Hold
because
on.
Brad Holmes is the king.
What about this one here? Mitch M. says Adam sounds like Chris Berman when he's yelling.
I have lost my voice.
There's something to that.
I'm coked up. I really don't even know what I'm supposed to be saying right now.
You've been up for 3 days.
You're doing a great job. Keep going.
Yeah, look, I don't know what to say right now. I'm pretty fucked up. I'm pretty fucked up.
You seem like you're very happy about Hutchinson.
I am so happy because this was the guy going again.
Let me get your guys' take on this. Scott, I'll start with you. Larry Barton, our YouTube chat thread. Aidan Hutchinson's now the face of the Detroit Lions.
Who cares? Who cares? Football, he can be the face in 3 years.
Is that true, Scott?
Till he proves it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it until he proves it.
I don't know if he's the. I mean, Penei Sewell, I think, is one of them. He could be.
Yeah. Is he the face of the defense?
He is. He was really pushed by the media. I mean, he really, really was.
Again, the most pass rushes this year coming out of college.
Yeah.
14 and a half sacks, I believe. This is a kid I believe will transition into the NFL just fine. Could he reach 18, 20 sacks? Maybe not. But if he's getting me 8 to 12 every single year, that's a pick well spent, in my opinion.
And there are other things he's giving you, too. I mean, he's a very good run defender. He's a very smart player.
And I was going to ask, break it down for real. Defending the run. Aidan Hutchinson against the run.
So you have your front seven. Everybody's responsible for a gap.
For something, right?
So it helps linebacker play when they know what the players in front of them are doing, and when they're disciplined enough to do their jobs. And Hutchinson's really good at that. He doesn't get washed out of gaps. So there's some consistency in the way he plays, even when he's not rushing the passer. That helps, right? So, you know, from a technical standpoint, he does a lot of things the right way. I mean, I think it's a really good pick. It's just it doesn't have the upside. But you know,
but there's a higher floor, and I'll be the first to say that there's a higher floor.
There is,
and that makes me feel a little better about it. It does. So you know, we'll see, and hopefully, you guys are right. Hopefully, he is up for $20 million a year at the end of it. Hopefully, that's
the best case scenario. Is a guy. He's a guy you want to extend because he's that good, and a guy that brings the culture along and brings the team along with him. And he seems like that kind of a guy. I'm still surprised. And there has to be a little bit of ownership on my end about some of the sourcing I had about Thibodeaux going at 2.
Yeah, but that was a media-wide thing, though. I mean, a lot of people with a lot of connections, a lot of connected people had that same info. So
that's fine. And we got Stingley, so we did have that. So you know, in the end, the Lions took one of the premium pass rushers in the class.
Thank you.
Who's also a very safe player. Is he? I mean,
can he explode for 22 and a half sacks? I don't need him to. Do I need him to win football games? No, I don't.
As an analyst and just kind of looking at players, I'd rather have Hutchinson than Travon Walker.
I am on board, and I've been consistent about that. And look, I'll look right here in this camera. All the Neal is a Michigan hater people. I said that from minute one. I will take Aidan Hutchinson over Travon Walker 11 times out of 10.
Yeah,
11 out of 10.
Yes.
I mean, again, you know, if somebody wants to accuse me of not being like that, I'll be like Adam and start dropping the fuck yous and all that kind of stuff. You know, that's the case.
I've been told I'm not allowed to swear by my children. Right?
Listen, tell your children to go to bed, all right?
I can tell my children some other things. If you were in my house, you'd know that joke. It's ridiculous.
All right, the pick is in for the Giants. Here we go. I'm putting my money on it now.
For the New York Giants pick,
Kayvon Thibodeaux.
I'm joined by Sam Prince.
Who's Sam Prince?
A lifelong Giants fan and Make-A-Wish kid.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is cool. I like when they do that.
Hell yeah, I love that. I love Make-A-Wish stuff.
gets my soul.
Yeah.
And look at
how excited he is too, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I hope they don't F up the pick and then he remembers he picked the worst player.
Gutsy move by him, yeah.
I love his energy. Holy hell. I love this kid. Absolutely. Good for you. They should have had me up there coked up announcing the Lions pick, to be honest with you.
Come on, Goodell, hurry up, dude. We want to know the pick.
Yeah, let Sam live.
Come on, give him his spotlight. You get paid $30 million a year.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Get off the
let
stage.
Sam live.
Come on, Sam. Come on, Sam. Show us the pick, baby. Here we go.
2022 NFL Draft. The New York Football Giants select
Kayvon Thibodeaux.
There it is.
Well done. Good for him, by the way.
Wow, dude.
Good for him, by the way.
We talked earlier on the show, and we had it completely reversed.
Yeah. We had it swapped.
Yeah. Well done. Well done. Congratulations to Kayvon Thibodeaux and the New York Giants. Sam, I hope you don't have to pick up for the Giants. Woo. We are going to go to break for 30 seconds, hell, a minute. When we get back, we got a new lineup.
Yep.
We got more cocaine. And we got people over there willing to talk. So we're going to go to break.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for tapping in.
We'll see you soon.
32 teams, 7 rounds, 224 young men who today are about to become players in the National Football League. A day where lives are changed, fates are decided, dynasties are born, and the clock is always ticking.
Draft day in Detroit. A time of hope, a time of wonder, and a time for Detroit Lions fans to act like it's the friggin' Super Bowl. Join Woodward Sports and hundreds of other diehard Lions fans for our NFL draft party and live stream from the Brass Rail Detroit. All your favorite and not so favorite Woodward Sports people will be there. Adam, Terry, Neal, D-Mac, Braylon, Ryan, the heavyweights, NFL scout Scott Bischoff, Maz, Stick, Jeff Maddie, Joey, and more. Come join us at the Brass Rail Thursday, April 28th from 7 p.m. until pick number 32. See you downtown for Draft Day with Woodward Sports. Brought to you by Syntron, Gypsy Vodka, and Planet Fitness.
It took exploring 50 different formulas and hosting countless taste tests, but we believe Gypsy Vodka is the smoothest vodka on the market. Don't believe us? Ask the owners.
We're Mike and Adam Kazanowski with High Five Spirits Distillery. We're in close to about 1,200 locations throughout Michigan. We wanted to create a brand that was geared more towards freedom, love, adventure, and at the end of the day, we really wanted to tell a story that inspired other people to take risk, follow their dreams, whatever that might be.
Live from the Brass Rail.
What up, early?
Well, it's draft day.
It's the Lions Super Bowl party, or as we like to call it, Draft Day, on Woodward Sports.
Sports live from the Brass Rail in Detroit. Love Detroit, baby! My boy Kari, man, how are you feeling right now? This guy was the most excited out of everybody here. You see what it is? We got our guy! We got Aidan Hutchinson, let's go! So are you excited? Hell yeah! I can't tell, are you excited? Hell yeah! Oh, like for real, Aidan is watching some fucking kneecaps! Hey, we are live from the Brass Rail right now, man. What more do you want to see in this draft? I know you're mad about that last one, Thibodeaux coming off the board.
Man, I'm sick they couldn't trade it up for Thibodeaux, but fuck it, go with another defensive player at 32. Then you can get a quarterback at 34. But other defense at 32. We need a stronger defense. Make them afraid to play in Detroit. Let's go, baby! Aidan Hutchinson!
And one more time, are you excited? Aidan Hutchinson, baby!
Hell yeah!
Hey, I need you to throw it back right now. The bottom line is officially taking over the NFL draft party, so throw it back to them.
What's up, bottom line? How you doing?
Thank you guys so much. We are here at the Brass Rail. Ryan Ermanni, Braylon Edwards, Tom Mazaway. I'm telling you, holy Toledo. Aidan Hutchinson to the Detroit Lions. Ooh. Your initial reaction is what, Braylon Edwards?
My initial reaction is they took a very good player. You look at what he did there. He was a leader. He talked about last year going back to win it all. He talked about beating Ohio State, talked about trying to get to the national championship, talked about trying to be first team All Big Ten. He did all those things. He also told Jim Harbaugh, he said, hey, look, you can get on me all year. Get on me in front of the team. I want you to know you can say anything to me so they know, like Tom Brady, if I can take it, they all can take it. So it's a very good pick for them. Now you got Aidan Hutchinson right next to Julian Okwara, right next to Charles Harris, who had 7.5 sacks, got paid this year. I think it's a very good move. The Lions don't have necessarily a leader, and that's exactly what Aidan Hutchinson is.
Maz?
I told you before, I love him, great guy. I think he would have been better off somewhere else. He's going to be an upgrade for whatever the hell we had. He is a leader. He is a Dan Campbell type guy. I don't know. I just wanted something else.
And I don't want to go back on the things I said. I want people to know. Listen here. Listen to me carefully. I did say that they need to draft Kayvon Thibodeaux. I thought Kayvon Thibodeaux would have been a better pick. I thought Kayvon Thibodeaux had more upside. I did say that, and I stand by that. But with that said, Aidan Hutchinson is a damn good football player.
Yep.
So you can't get away from that. Just because I like apples to oranges doesn't mean I don't like the guy. Aidan Hutchinson and his father. He comes from championship pedigree.
Hey, one of my teams got Kayvon.
Yeah, the G, man. How about this? 4 straight defensive players taken in the top
corners.
5.
Back-to-back cornerbacks.
And it makes sense. If you look into where this league is, this is the offensive league. It's been going that way for a very long time. Now it is definitely an offensive league. So you take your cornerback at 4, the New York Jets. Guess what they're trying to do? They're trying to emulate Darrelle Revis.
Revis Island.
It's a defensive draft because you got to get to those quarterbacks that are making all that money, and you got to stop those receivers that are making all that money too.
Guys, look at this Hutchinson selection, okay? I think we all have analyzed and overanalyzed this player, particularly because he is a local guy here. Maybe you wanted him because he went to Michigan, or maybe you didn't want him because the situation was you saw him every week. He did have essentially one good year, but every player that is taken so far, other than Sauce Gardner, has just had one good year.
Yeah.
Think about that for a minute. Travon Walker, one good year. Derek Stingley Jr., one good year. Kayvon Thibodeaux, one good year. Aidan Hutchinson, one good year. So this is not a situation that, Hutchinson is just some bum. And I know a lot of people are probably a little bit disappointed because of the so-called upside of this player. All I'm saying is this. If Brad Holmes feels he's not trying to pick shitty players out there, he's not trying to get fired.
I agree.
If he believes that Aidan Hutchinson is the best fit for this football team, the best player on his board, and they didn't let this clock run out here.
They 1 minute.
Ran to the podium when the Jacksonville Jaguars announced Travon Walker.
I'll start off by agreeing with you first. I agree with you. You know what? If that's your guy, Aidan Hutchinson was your guy. You said they ran to the podium. They damn sure did. They got to that podium in record time. I wish I would have had a 40 on Roger Goodell getting to that podium. So I agree with that. But to say that all these other guys only had 1 year, I disagree. Sauce Gardner, 3 years.
That's what I mentioned, did not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sauce Gardner. But even with that, Derek Stingley Jr., what did he do in that one good year? He also played.
Dominated.
Who did he dominate? Justin Jefferson, one of the best receivers in the league. Jamar Chase, one of the best receivers in the league. Won a national championship. Ed Ogeron, you know what happened with that program. So I won't say he didn't have a fall off, but he had an understandable fall off. With that being said, Aidan Hutchinson, he's under a microscope now. Aidan Hutchinson under a microscope. He goes number 2 overall. There's a lot of questions about him. Has he reached his ceiling? Has something that everybody said, whether it was Mel Kiper, Tom McShay, O'Hara, or even our own Dave Burkett. So has he reached his ceiling? Aidan Hutchinson is a good player, a very good player. But now it's up to him to prove the naysayers wrong and tell everybody, you know what, the hell with you, number 2. I should have been number 1.
Do you think this organization and we'll pause here for the pick for the Carolina Panthers. This is where quarterback, we'll see.
QB or O-line?
Kenny Pickett.
Ikwanu, the offensive tackle.
O-line.
You know what?
Who is he protecting?
Good for Malik
Sam
Willis
Darnold.
here. Think about this. I think a lot of people expected Carolina to go quarterback here. Malik Willis falls. This is one spot where if you want your quarterback, and we heard earlier, we got some intel earlier that the Detroit Lions really like Sam Howell. Where and how far does Malik Willis fall at this point? What about these quarterbacks, Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis? So the first offensive lineman is off the board, and the quarterback slide, we anticipated a quarterback here. Here we go.
I saw what you did right there with the quarterback slide, talking about Kenny Pickett, who they thought was going to go to Carolina. That's who Carolina has been high on lately. You know what this tells us, Ryan Ermanni? It tells us that they got Ikem Ekwonu out of North Carolina State, the number one left tackle in the draft. You know why they got him? Because they got to protect the quarterback. You know who that quarterback is going to be? Baker Mayfield.
Potentially.
Oh, nice call.
Baker Mayfield.
Nice call.
Baker Mayfield will be that quarterback. Matt Rule doesn't have any more time. This is year 3. If I'm correct, or 4. This is year 3. He has to win now. He can't wait for a rookie quarterback that he can bring along. He's got to win right now.
You hit it. Congrats.
See, and that's why I said that, I think Malik Willis is happy right now. We had on earlier today Lee Steinberg on our show that you could hear 2 to 4 every day here on Woodward Sports Network. One of the things that Lee Steinberg said, and we talk about this all the time, it's not what pick you are, what number is to the left of your name. It's what situation you're going to. If you're Malik Willis, why in the world would you think it's beneficial to go to a Carolina Panthers team that will fire their coach maybe mid-season?
Or even before that, you're right.
So he also said it's a meat and potatoes type of draft.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're seeing so far.
No doubt. So
I agree. I was just going to say, I agree with you 100%. Yeah. You look at a guy like Malik Willis, listen, it's not about what number you go. It's about going to a system that fits you. It's about going to a situation that you can learn and grow and have time to grow in. Right now, he's in a situation, shout out to Darrelle Revis of the New York Jets over there. It's about having time to develop if you're not ready. Malik Willis right now, like you said, is in a very good position.
Yep, no doubt about it. So the Giants are on the clock once again. There are several.
Charles Cross. That's what you hear. Cross. That's the pick.
Charles Cross, the offensive tackle.
Yeah,
so they need an offensive tackle. They need an edge rusher. I mean, if you are in this draft, you
they got an edge rusher.
They got an edge rusher.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. With their 2 picks, edge rusher, offensive tackle. Here we go with the New York Giants pick.
Come on, G-men. Charles Cross.
I think we got faked out. I think we got faked out. So far, let me ask you before we get up there, because it looks like we got faked out a little bit. What do you think of the draft so far? Tom Mazaway.
I'm loving it. It's moving really quick. What do they give it? Each team 7 minutes now?
It does look like 7.
Feels like it.
Back in my day, it was 15 minutes a pick.
It was 15 when
but
I
nobody wants to be up till midnight on Thursday night.
I'm digging it, man. All the big names are coming off the board. Yeah. I'm anxious to see how it goes right now, and I want to know who that first quarterback is. By Carolina not taking a quarterback, and you saying Baker going there, I'm telling you, the Lions need to take a quarterback in this draft. I'm sticking with my guns.
Ryan, let me come to you and ask you a question. If you're a guy like Kyle Hamilton, it was projected that you could be the 2nd overall pick for a very long time. Now we're at pick 6 we're at pick 7.
Yep.
We're at pick 7. What is a guy like Kyle Hamilton thinking right now? Because everybody coming up quarterback and offensive line.
Again, I think you're just looking at what situation fits you, and you want to go to an organization at this point. Hell, maybe you want to fall to 20 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. You're just trying to get to an organization that is stable with an owner, a general manager, a head coach, somebody to offer you some stability to where you can buy a house, buy a home, know that you're going to be there for a while, know that your coach is going to be there for a while. I think that's the number one thing for a lot of these guys.
The one thing I will say is, yes, that's definitely the number one thing for a lot of guys, but when you're talking about defensive players can play on any team. It doesn't matter how bad a team is, doesn't matter how good a team is. Defensive players, they want to go early, get paid, because they're going to be impact players. Like Chase Young, because they're going to be impact players right away, no matter how bad the team is. So if I'm a guy like Kyle Hamilton right now, I'm kind of like twiddling my thumbs, because I'm like, oh man, everybody coming up now. You got Atlanta at 8, you got Seattle at 9, quarterback heavy, what they need. Could be a situation of nervous. I guarantee you, Kyle Hamilton 9 to Seattle.
Here's Roger Goodell.
I'll take that bet.
Evan Neal, offensive tackle.
Not Charles Cross.
So there you go. And again, the position is correct, and at that point, it's up to the general manager of the organization to decide
pick the right guy,
the player who grades out as the highest player.
You got the Buffalo Bills connection there. Daboll as the head coach and Schoen as the GM.
Yep.
They bring that tough Buffalo mentality down the Turnpike to New York. Let's see how it goes with the G-men.
You know, we talk, Braylon, we talk so much about Derek Stingley Jr. and practicing every day against Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. What about freaking a guy like Evan Neal, who just got taken by the New York Giants? He's going up against Will Harris every day in practice. I mean,
Good choice.
I mean, think about that for a moment. I mean, that's every single day you're working against a player like that.
Yeah, Will Anderson Jr. is a guy that plays on the left side, doesn't necessarily go against Evan Neal all the time. But what you're seeing in terms of Evan Neal getting drafted right now, Aidan Hutchinson was a number 1 left tackle rated on most people's board. He was a number 1 lineman rated. Outside of that, it's a crapshoot. You know why Evan Neal is the second offensive lineman off the board? What school did he go to? He went to Alabama. And when you think about Alabama, you think about Nick Saban, you think about the 7 rings, kiss the rings, you think about greatness, things like that. You talked about intangibles on Wednesday, Ryan. These are intangibles. He got drafted right now. Big guy, Alabama University.
So Atlanta on the clock now at number 8. Is this a situation where we see the first wide receiver go off the board?
Well, last year they take the unicorn. They take their tight end.
Kyle Pitts.
Out of Florida.
I don't know, man. This team, they need a lot. They need to rebuild.
You ready for it?
Marcus Mariota behind center.
You ready for it?
Go ahead.
At number 8, the Atlanta Falcons take off the board Garrett Wilson, wide receiver out of Ohio State. Garrett Wilson will go right now.
Okay.
And think about that. Look, I mean, they thought they had their guy in Calvin Ridley, who has had a number of issues off the field. If that's, however delicate you want to put it, he's made no secret about his mental health. We don't know if he's going to come back this year.
That was the $1,500
Oh, that's
gambling.
right.
But
he started off with the mental health. That's why he missed the season.
Right.
Just because you gambled, you did something dumb, doesn't mean you're wrong on the mental health level. You see the thing with Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons, there are a lot of questions because of how he is on the camera, in front of everybody, how he's acting. That's why they're questioning the mental health. You're not questioning the mental health of Calvin Ridley. In fact, by him placing that bet in his name while he was supposed to be up, you actually understand it a little more because that wasn't necessarily the smartest thing to do.
You know, this is we talk about this is one of the most unpredictable drafts that we've seen in a long time. It's pretty much going according to script, sans the quarterback going, at all. I mean, the two defensive guys, the defensive backs I'm talking about in terms of Sauce Gardner and Stingley go, Hutchinson, Walker, and Thibodeaux go, and then the two offensive tackles go. Is there a player that's on the board right now that you felt was a slam dunk to go in the top 7 picks in this draft? I mean, maybe Garrett Wilson, but I mean
they're all gone.
That's a stretch.
I think it's perfect the way it's all falling down right now.
I would have to agree with my good friend Tom Hathaway. I don't think there are any slam dunks, but the slam dunks-ish, they're already off the board. That was Aidan Hutchinson. That was Kayvon Thibodeaux. That was Aidan Hutchinson. He was another one. Derek Stingley made his way up there.
Sauce Gardner.
They came out and said that Sauce Gardner was the #1 player in the draft.
And Derek Stingley.
And Derek Stingley Jr. out of LSU. We've talked about him. So Derek Stingley might be the wild card because it came kind of late-ish. But so far, everything has happened according to plan in terms of who's on the big board via anyone.
By the way, our YouTube fans, wonderful. 969 strong and gaining steam. Let's get those like buttons going, too, if we can do that.
Falcons
absolutely right.
Mark my words, Garrett Wilson, ladies and gentlemen.
The pick is in for the Falcons.
Oh, they traded.
No, this is prior to the trade.
Okay. That was the Colts trade. Matt Ryan to the Colts. I think he's going to do terrific there.
I do too, man. He's a guy that's still trying.
Look at that. Last in the NFC. Last in the NFL in receiving yards by wide receivers.
Right.
You got it. You got it right here.
They didn't have any wide receivers. It will be Garrett Wilson. A guy like Matt Ryan, you look at what he did last year. Matt Ryan has been balling year after year after year. He's looking for a landing spot because of what happened in the Super Bowl 28-3. Hasn't been able to live that down. Now he's on a team with one of the best defenses in the NFL. And you got the best two-way running back in the NFL, Jonathan Taylor. Matt Ryan will be okay this year in Indianapolis.
I mean, you look at that AFC. I mean, any number of teams can represent that conference in the Super Bowl, Maz. I mean, it's just stacked over there.
The AFC is amazing. And the NFC, like we said, it's wide open.
No doubt.
I mean, the Rams to repeat, it's going to be tough.
Tampa Bay is question marks.
But then that division, they should rule that division.
Cakewalk to the division championship.
Easy. NFC East as well is going to be tough.
After this pick, I want to talk about the Detroit Lions in terms of what the NFC is now.
Here we go, Roger Goodell.
Drake London, wide receiver from the USC Trojans, and again, called wide receiver there, you know? I mean,
when we said that on Friday.
Sticking you.
We said that on Friday, sticking out. He asked me about that, and I said, actually, it was Scott Bischoff on Wednesday. What did I ask Scott Bischoff about Atlanta? I said, Atlanta's a situation. Drake London's a tall receiver. He's a red zone receiver, better than Julio Jones in the red zone. I said this could be a particular situation, and here it is.
Well, you hit wide receiver. Yeah, that's for sure.
We knew that
and again, that's, you know, you're hitting on all of these positions. The player is interchangeable because at that point, like I said, you're going down the draft board. We are already at number 9 now. The Seahawks are on the clock. Do they go quarterback? But this is a position that you say Kyle Hamilton could recreate that defense and you know, the Legion, not the
Legion of Boom.
Yeah, the Legion of Boom.
Legion of Boom. You got to think about what that did. It wasn't Russell Wilson that won the first Super Bowl. It wasn't Russell Wilson that got him to the second Bowl. It was the Legion of Boom and that defense and Marshawn Lynch. You look at what's his name? Cam. Oh my God, I can't think of. It'll come to me. But you had Earl Thomas.
Cam Chancellor?
You had Cam Chancellor out of Virginia Tech. You had Earl Thomas out of Texas. They were the catalyst. And then you had Richard Sherman. Now you add Quandre Diggs, who you paid, and now you get Kyle Hamilton.
Over 1,000 viewers on YouTube, and we certainly appreciate all of you guys.
You guys are amazing, man. We really
it is incredible. Thank you guys so much. We're having some fun. We're here at the Brass Rail and will be throughout the night here.
We got some friends here. DJ Tom's in the house.
We got our entire group.
He was excited about when the Sixers were. The Sixers, Raptors will beat them.
DJ Tom,
I know, but I'm sorry, man. The Raptors are cooked.
Guys, as we round out the top 10 here, and I know we're a ways away from the Detroit Lions picking at 32.
Maybe.
But as players continue here to come off the board, you know there's going to be a runner wide receivers. You know Jameson Williams is going to go. Garrett Wilson is going to grow. Chris Olave is going to go. Like all of these players are going to go. So there's probably another 5 wide receivers that will go. Will 2 quarterbacks go in Pickett and Willis? Yeah. So there's 7 picks right now. And what about Jordan Davis? I mean, if you're the Detroit Lions, are you good enough? Are you close enough now to where you take 32, 34, package those up to get back earlier in the first round? Or as an organization, are you just still so far away in the rebuild that you know you could draft two more starters and get 3 of the best 34 players in this draft?
To answer your question, stop talking. I want people to stop talking about the rebuild for the Detroit Lions, and this is why. We keep talking about what conference is no longer that good.
NFC.
They're not a powerhouse, and it's wide open. You yourself don't even believe Green Bay's going to win.
I think Green Bay's a 7-win football team this year.
A little bit more.
So
7 and 10.
Okay, so with that, I'll go more than that, but not much, 10. But with that being said, why wait? Why at the Detroit Lions? Why would you wait? If you think about last year, Minnesota game, you could have beat them twice. Baltimore, that's now 3 wins. You could have beat Chicago twice. That's 5 wins. Why wait? Why try to load up for a future structure?
Dude.
Load up now in the NFC. Get your guys now and go for it now. NFC, with the exception of a couple teams, the Rams, the 49ers, it's only a couple teams out there. And obviously the Packers, you have to give them that respect. There's only a couple teams out there. Go for it now.
There's a couple of things. I am surprised a little bit that we have not seen any trades yet, right? Because, I mean, there's like 6 teams in this draft that have 2 picks.
But there's nothing
in the first round.
What are they trading for?
I know. That's the problem.
There's no one out there that slipped right now.
Right.
There's 5 really good linemen in the first round, including Tyler Linderbaum, 6. There's really good D ends. Hell, you still have Jermaine Johnson still on the board. You still got good D ends. Wide receivers, there's a ton of wide receivers, and there's a plethora of quarterbacks that people don't think are good. So if you're anybody, why would you move up in this draft? You're wasting draft capital moving up in this particular draft, and that's another reason why I think the Steelers, they're waiting for Malik at 20 because he ain't going to nobody else.
How about the Seahawks on the clock now? The pick is not in. They got about 3.5 minutes to go. You know that team. You played over there. You know how he thinks, how the head coach thinks. Pete Carroll.
So
now they're in a rebuild.
Yeah.
They got rid of Russell Wilson. They got a bunch of draft capital.
Okay.
You got Drew Lock as your quarterback. You got Tavares. Who's
Geno Smith?
Geno Smith. I was going to say Tavares Jackson.
Geno Smith and Drew from
Drew Lock.
Yeah, Drew Lock.
Drew Lock.
Geno Smith and Drew Lock.
I mean, do you take a quarterback here, or do you wait? You think they're going to suck enough to pick in the top 3 next year?
I was in Seattle for a year, and when I was there, I watched Pete Carroll very closely. When there were touchdowns scored, some decent excitement. When there were interceptions, when there were sacks, when there were big hits, it got his juices going. He's a defensive guy. He loves defensive players. Watch Kyle Hamilton be that guy, because he's missing that legionable secondary. No longer has that. They kept Quandre Diggs, former Detroit Lion. You add Kyle Hamilton in that, it's a good look.
I'll tell you.
How about Jermaine Johnson?
Well,
he hasn't been
he's the player, and the pick is in for Seattle.
The Jets really want him, by the way.
Well, the Jets want him, or we heard rumors that the Jets wanted Garrett Wilson at 4. They could potentially get him at 10.
Good point. Good point.
Think about that.
They were going to trade it to go get Deebo Samuel.
Absolutely.
Who knows? The pick is in for Seattle, but you still got about a minute.
This is an incredible situation. This draft is so fun. I loved when the draft was on Saturday afternoon and all day on Saturday, from noon to midnight on Saturday, noon to 6 on Sunday.
You know my stories.
I skipped school.
I skipped school on a Tuesday because that's when the NFL draft was starting.
2,000 years
on a freaking Tuesday with Chris Berman and those guys just sitting there, and Howard Balzer and the new guy, Mel Kiper. That was fun for me, man.
He's no longer the new guy now,
I know he's not. And he's home because he did not get the COVID
vaccine. How about this, too? I mean, can you imagine? And remember when on the show we did who is your 3 picks at 2, 32, and 34?
Yeah.
How about my situation is still alive.
You had Hutch?
I had Hutch. I had Dax Hill. And I think Nakobe Dean.
Okay. Oh, we got a trade. No, we don't have a trade.
That's how we got the pick. They got me too. But you're right, though.
They are recapping the trade
for Russell Wilson.
Yes. So Seattle gets this 9th overall selection.
You know who else is missing the draft today? Adam Schefter.
Why?
Because his son's graduating college.
Get out of here.
He's on punishment.
Yep, he's in graduating Michigan.
Hey, you only do that once. You only do that once. We are at the brass rail.
Oh, yeah, come on down.
Absolutely. I mean, we're just getting started here.
We got the whole bar area. There's a bunch of Woodward Sports people.
This is incredible.
You got Joey up there. Looks like he's going to talk to my man Alex from Legacy Partners here in a couple of minutes. Legacy Partners Insurance, remember that.
What can Maz do for you?
That's right, Team Maz. Give me a holler.
I love it, man. There are so many good players in this draft, though. Lee Steinberg said that today, called it a meat and potatoes draft.
Yep.
Nobody with flash, nobody that's really going to wow you right off the bat that you're clamoring to get, but you know your team is going to get better tonight. And again, a name, Sam Howell. Look out for Sam Howell to Detroit.
Here we go, Bray.
Seattle's pick. Charles Cross to Seattle.
I'm off, man.
Offensive tackle. That's
Mississippi State.
That's really the first. That's really the first team that we didn't match the position to the franchise. Now the players, like I said, are interchangeable, but the position itself, we did not make this one.
That was going to be supposedly the New York Giants' top guy, and they go to Evan Neal, of course, out of Alabama. So we'll see what's going to be up next. So the Jets up next again?
Jets are up next.
They're going to get their wide receiver here.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, so many mocks. And again, you look at these friggin' mock drafts, it is fun to talk about. And for the most part, the positions matched to the franchise, have been hit pretty good.
Let me ask you guys this. The Lions got their defensive end, right?
Yeah.
What if this George Karlaftis falls down? Do you take another end?
Well, look, if Jermaine Johnson falls to 14-15, would you?
But do you have to trade up?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about if he falls all the way to the bottom of the round.
At that point, you're taking to the best player available, Maz. I mean, you're really just looking at this situation, and you're ranking your players. Who's the best player on the board, and that's who you take at that point.
Jets on the clock, 6 minutes and change to go. Are you going to take the receiver here, Bray?
I mean, I think it's a good move. You got your DB already, but the only thing is, you got Charles Cross is off the board, Evan Neal is off the board, and so is Ike Mekwanu. So you don't have your lineman there anymore in case Mekhi Becton is not the deal. So you take your wide receiver. You know, they had Garrett Wilson projected to the Jets for the last 2 months.
Yeah.
So they're on the
board.
board.
They also had Drake London, but he got taken.
But Drake London's off the board, and Garrett Wilson's still on the board.
Yep.
So a good move from them. You get your DB in Sauce Gardner. Now you get a guy for him to go against to make better. You're talking about creating greatness, man. I played with Darrell Revis. Also, we had Antonio Cromartie at the same time. You can't talk about the invaluable experience of going against those guys every day, going against Cromartie, going against Revis. Revis getting a chance to go against me. You draft Garrett Wilson, you put him against Sauce Gardner every day. Bang heads. Who's the best team in Ohio? It's Cincinnati or Ohio State. Have some fun with it. Garrett Wilson's your guy.
Or
Chris Olave.
Yeah, or do you wait and don't take the receiver and you take your end in Jermaine Johnson, because that is the guy that I've heard throughout all the New York newspapers I read.
If I'm you, I take the end because this is a heavy wide receiver draft.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If I'm being honest, it's a heavy wide receiver draft.
They need defense.
You can get a wide receiver down the road.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how many receivers down the road that pan out in the NFL. So with that being said, if it was me on the board, you get your DN guy right now. You get Jermaine Johnson. You saw what he did at Georgia. You saw what he did at Florida State last year. He's a guy that is consistent.
Look at Spencer back here, the heavyweight. Spence, who do you want here? Who do you want here?
Who do you want?
Who do you want for the Jets at 10? Jermaine Johnson. We'll see.
Spencer still has not recovered from Malik Willis not being picked at number 2. And most of us thought Kayvon Thibodeaux was going at 2. Did we not?
But again, they go edge rusher there, right?
The pick is in for the Jets.
The pick is in for the New York Football Jets.
They better get better, man. Jeez.
The trade they showed on the screen was for Jamal Adams, the trade
from the
for
Seahawks.
Jamal Adams that got New York this pick here for Seattle. They go Zach Wilson last year.
Hey, just think about this. Wilson to Wilson.
All right.
How does that sound?
And it is New York.
How does that sound?
I like it.
It's a good marketing tool.
Hey.
Wilson to Wilson. How does that sound?
This is very exciting.
We're having a great time here. Everybody's in a great mood. Come on down to the brass rail.
They don't realize we still Woodward tomorrow too.
Woodward and Adams right across the street from Comerica Park. Come down and see us. By the way, Tigers got creamed today. They are 6-12. They are the second worst team in the league right now, and they got to play the Dodgers.
But can we talk about how fast that happens? If you look at the Yankees game, you saw that blooper.
Yep.
You saw the pitcher. You saw Tucker Barr. Blooper. That's a loss. Then you see what happened. Was it yesterday?
Yep.
The worst loss we've seen. Maybe
Tuesday. What day is today?
Maybe the worst loss we've seen. They had the game won. It was in the bottom of the ninth, and then they give it up. They drop it in the outfield, and then they get 2 runs. They lose that game. That's 2 losses. You talk about morale. That's a morale thing. Just imagine if they win that game and they know the next time they play them, they got Scooble on the mound.
Here's your team, Bray, the New York Football Jets.
This is our team.
That's it, baby.
That's it.
That's it, man. You took us to the AFC Championship.
Roger Goodell coming up on stage. Here's the pick at number 10.
Come on, Gang Green.
Garrett, I keep saying Garrett Wilson.
There you go.
Yes.
I called that. What I tell you, man.
Nice.
Wilson to Wilson.
Wilson to Wilson will be the thing of dreams.
So the Jets wanted Wilson at 4. He falls to 10. They get him. The Jets have had a great draft.
How do you feel about the pick? You're a Jets guy. How do you feel about the pick?
Love Garrett Wilson. Absolute number 1 receiver coming into this draft class. Can do everything on the field.
How do you like the sound of this? Wilson to Wilson.
I don't want to get canceled.
There you go. Hey, we're gonna wrap it up here. We're gonna let another crew come in, guys. Stay tuned right here. Maz, final thought from you.
I'm happy.
Bray?
I'm good. I think this has been an amazing draft so far. I think it's pretty much been exactly as we thought, everybody else thought. Ryan, I'm good.
Let me slip one more thing in.
Yeah.
Please get a quarterback, Lions.
Don't be surprised if that quarterback is Sam Howell.
Okay.
In the first round. Just going to put that out there. All right, gang, we're going to take a break. Come right back. Brass Rail will have another crew coming up next.
Edwards, Ermanni, and Maz, the bottom line.
And DJ.
32 teams, 7 rounds, 224 young men who today are about to become players in the National Football League. A day where lives are changed, fates are decided, dynasties are born, and the clock is always ticking.
Draft day in Detroit. A time of hope, a time of wonder, and a time for Detroit Lions fans to act like it's the friggin' Super Bowl. Join Woodward Sports and hundreds of other diehard Lions fans for our NFL draft party and live stream from the Brass Rail Detroit. All your favorite and not so favorite Woodward Sports people will be there. Adam, Terry, Neal, D-Mac, Braylon, Ryan, the heavyweights, NFL scout Scott Bischoff, Maz, Stick, Jeff Maddie, Joey, and more. Come join us at the Brass Rail Thursday, April 28th from 7 p.m. until pick number 32. See you downtown for Draft Day with Woodward Sports. Brought to you by Cintron, Gypsy Vodka, and Planet Fitness.
Is the official energy drink of the Red Wings, proud partners of the Detroit Pistons, and exclusively served at Little Caesars Arena. If you're looking for premium ingredients, long-lasting energy, balanced hydration, essential vitamins, and great taste, Cintron is your top choice.
Will they trade up? Will they trade down?
The NFL Draft is officially open.
We're live at the Brass Rail in Detroit from Draft Day 2022. Go Lions!
And we are live from the NFL Draft Party at the Brass Rail. It is Joey from Woodward Sports. And what's your name?
Alexis. Delaney.
And how do you ladies feel so far about this draft?
I feel great.
Yeah, so what are you feeling so far about that number 2 pick, Aidan Hutchinson?
We don't know who that is at all.
Aidan Hutchinson.
We feel great about it. We feel everyone was very excited. Solid. Yeah. We're excited too.
So if you had to take a guess, how many touchdowns he's going to throw this year, how many would you guess?
20?
Okay, 20. 20 thrown touchdowns for Aidan Hutchinson this season. All right, how about the pizzas? The pizza at least good here at the Brass Rail today?
So good. The cheese sticks were so good.
You see how she just lit up. We start talking about pizza, all of a sudden she just lights up. All right, ladies. Hey, Jeff, come in here real quick. We got to call in Jeff from Woodward Sports. How are you feeling so far? Aidan Hutchinson as our first pick at number 2.
I'm so glad, man. I mean, we hear all the rumors, and Brett Holmes, this is why you trust him. He doesn't overthink it. You draft the cocaine, you take the edge rusher. Although I picked Kayvon, I'm just as happy. I really am.
How are you feeling after all that cocaine?
No comment.
I'm joking, by the way, when I say that word. It's a joke on the Morning Woodward Show. But we are live right now from the Brass Rail. You got some pizza in your system?
Oh, yeah. I'm Italian, Joe. You know me.
Yeah. You got a lot of pizza in the system. We are back right now with the host. Oh, we switched up the squad. All right, here we go. Take it from here, boys.
Yes, we are live at the Brass Rail. Alex, thank you for doing all the production. He's over there doing like the job of an octopus with 18 arms. So there's been a trade. Yeah. We sat down here, Scott Bischoff, and I was just saying that, well, Washington's going to have their pick of any quarterback that they want because that's where I thought they were going to go. They traded it to the Saints. Saints got 3 minutes left on the clock. Russell Brown to my left, Scott Bischoff to my right, both NFL experts. So I'm going to defer to you guys. Who do you think the Saints are going with?
I mean, look, I could see a quarterback here. We could see Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, something like that. Makes a lot of sense. But also, I'm gonna spice it up a little bit. Let's get a little juice on this. How about Kyle Hamilton? They lost Marcus Williams this offseason. I mean, You wouldn't trade up for a safety typically, but most mock drafts have Minnesota going Kyle Hamilton. I mean,
yeah, that makes sense. I think Trevor Penning also fits really well for the New Orleans Saints making the move they made about a month ago to add another first-round pick. You knew it was part one of a two-part move.
Yeah.
They lost Terron Armstead in free agency, so to me it's Trevor Penning, but we'll see. We'll see what shakes out. The Kyle Hamilton stuff is interesting. I do feel like this is about where he may go in this range.
Do you feel that the Lions are in play to trade up? Because you said to me when we sat down, this is the time trades are about to start happening. Do you think the Lions are in that mix?
I hope so, but I don't think so. Does that make any sense? Russ, what do you think?
What, the Lions moving up? Yeah. I mean,
using 32 and 34 to get to around 14. That's where they could get
or
to.
Like 17 area.
Yeah, I said that back behind you guys here earlier. I said 32, 34, move up, get Malik at 14. I mean, Baltimore moves back, goes and get maybe 2 defenders at 32, 34.
Yeah. I've heard Dallas is trying to get to 14 for a linebacker. Pittsburgh sounds like they're tied to Devin Lloyd at 20. We'll see.
I'll tell you this. I'll be going off on 20, but if I win $930, I might be making out with you tonight. I mean, that would be...
I can tell you that's not going to happen.
Well, I know I bet it. I put $30 on it. It pays $930.
For Devin Lloyd?
Just a linebacker. Any linebacker.
Beautiful.
That's a nice bet. Better than Adam's dumbass bet.
$1,000.
Adam lost money tonight.
Yeah.
He's going to blame you, but really, he's got to blame himself.
I know he is, and I feel really bad about it.
No. Don't ever feel bad. You didn't have a gun to his head saying bet that money. You said, okay, so the pick is in for the Saints. We're going to see who they draft coming up here in just about 30 seconds. Alex, can you hit that sounder? Oh, there it is.
Oh, the sound.
Oh, it's so nice.
Best sound.
It's so nice. I think Saints got to go quarterback here, in my opinion.
Trevor Penning or Kyle Hamilton?
Nope.
Off the board, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. It's interesting.
This is why I hate doing this with Scott, because I'm like, I think this. He's just like, you're an idiot. I already know.
I don't. No. This one's out there, but
Dean?
I'm not saying that. I was told I shouldn't do it.
Oh, okay.
Nakobe Dean?
No. It's a wide receiver. I'm going to do it. It's Olave.
Olave.
I like it.
Trading up for a wide receiver is a smart move.
Yeah, that's a fun offense.
I had Olave going 11th overall, but not to the Saints.
Yeah. There you go. Wow.
Does that count for anything?
I have no idea.
I think that counts on my score. It should count.
It should count.
I want to finish top 15
It's a really
again.
nice fit with McLaurin, right? Like the Ohio State group there.
And Antonio Gibson coming out of the backfield.
Yep. Super polished route runner. Everything that you want from a receiver. Just not big, right? But super polished.
Fluid, very fluid.
Very nuanced as a player.
Yeah,
Good player, really good player.
But he's that type of guy that is going to come in and he's going to catch 80 passes a year, 1,000 yards, 6 or 7 touchdowns, and just be consistent year in and year out.
Yes.
And going to a place like New Orleans is great for Olave.
I mean, any wide receiver going to New Orleans.
Yes. Even if it is Dennis Allen.
At some point, who's going to be throwing him the ball? It will not be
Jameis this year, right?
So catch this. So if Kenny Pickett is still there at 19, if they keep 19 in this trade, I don't know. But if they keep Kenny Pickett at 19, or take Kenny Pickett at 19, I've often said Kenny Pickett reminds me of Derek Carr. Well, when Dennis Allen was the head coach of the Raiders in 2014, their second-round pick was Derek Carr.
Yeah.
So sure, they went 0-4, they lost, and he got fired ultimately. But if they go with Kenny Pickett with Chris Olave, that's a pretty good start to juice up your offense.
It is. It makes. I mean, the Pickett thing is interesting. I know. I mean, the hand size thing it's a thing. Obviously, playing in a dome it helps.
Yeah, SportsCenter broke that down the other day, just about how the torque comes from your legs and your core, and really the last thing is obviously to guide the ball, and his hand only covers, because they only occupy 37% of the ball where they throw it from.
Yeah,
it's only a 12% difference compared to what it's majorly looking at.
It's a huge difference.
Wait, we traded up. Corey Woods with breaking news. Scott Bischoff. What's going on? The Lions have traded up. The Lions have traded up. My goodness.
The Lions, that's what we're hearing from Corey Woods. He is live at Allen Park right now. Well, the Saints announced the damn Saints pick, so we can move on from this.
So they jumped up with Minnesota at 12.
The Lions did?
And that 12 is the next pick. If the Lions made a trade, they came to 12.
No way with Minnesota in the division.
This has to be a big trade.
It's got to be Malik.
So who are the Saints picking? My goodness, this has taken a turn.
All right,
so
unbutton your pants, people.
Corey Touchman said we're on the clock.
We are on the clock? No, okay.
So
Olave
Chris
to the
Olave
Saints.
is official.
The Lions sent 32, 34, and 66 to make this move.
Malik 32, Willis. 34,
Malik
and
Willis,
66.
baby.
They're getting 46. So the Lions have picked 46 coming back.
They're getting 12.
They're getting 12 and 46.
Malik
it has
Willis,
to be
baby.
Malik.
It's gotta be Malik.
Oh my God. If it's Malik Willis,
dude, we sat down.
Forget the cocaine. I'm drinking the gypsy.
We sat down, said this is trade territory, and boom, boom, here we go.
I have been hollering Malik Willis. How long? Literally, me and you had a conversation. What?
January.
3 months? Yeah, January.
Yeah,
the Lions have traded up to the number 12 pick. It is now official. We are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen.
I just want to say.
Oh my God.
I just want to say, whenever I do anything for Woodward Sports and I'm live and in person, crazy stuff like this happens every day.
I absolutely love it. And here we
every
go.
Time.
Here
it's
we
gotta
go.
Be Malik.
Oh man.
Malik, baby.
Malik. Are you ready for this?
Okay, so let me ask you guys this.
Oh no. Oh, we're getting. Is that what you're getting to?
No, I don't know.
Corey Woods just updated us from inside Allen Park.
This is bold.
It's not Malik Willis. I'm just gonna say that right now. I mean, should we break it? Like, who cares? Yeah. This is the Wild Wild West.
Is it? It's not
I
Jameson.
love it. Williams.
I love it.
Jameson Williams.
I love
Jameson Williams. It's Jameson Williams.
What?
Not Malik. Jameson Williams is what we're hearing from Allen Park. Corey Woods is live there right now reporting for the Detroit Lions and Woodward Sports. So everybody thought the Lions just traded up.
He is in this entire class. I know there's Drake London fans out there and all that stuff, but Jameson Williams is the most electric receiver in this class. I know he tore his ACL. These days, that's not that big of a thing, but we're talking a vertical threat for days.
Oh my God.
I mean, like, ridiculous speed.
I don't know what to say.
It's incredible. It's bold. We wanted them to take risks.
And this is Brad Holmes going to get his guy, right? This is going. We haven't seen this in a long. When's the last time the Lions mortgaged that many draft picks to move up to go get their guy?
It feels like it's been forever. I'm sure there's at some point something we're not thinking about, but this is bold. I do not think he's ready to play right away. I think there could be some pup list with him, but we're not I keep saying we. The Lions are not drafting Jameson Williams to pair with Jared Goff. They are not.
Do they trade a future asset in this draft for next year's draft to get back into the first and get Malik Willis?
Maybe.
Is that a thing?
We have 2 third-round picks as well, right?
Yes.
And we got back 46.
And we got back, so you could trade 3 to get back up into like 35 area,
yeah.
right in that area. Oh my God. The Lions are on the clock. The pick is in. It is officially in. Crackman is live at the draft.
There's the sound.
I love that sound.
Aidan Hutchinson and Jameson Williams.
That's how you build a team. What is DJ Chark thinking right now?
But
there's no room there.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But I mean, you now have Chark, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jameson Williams.
And Quintez Cephas.
Khalif Raymond probably would make the team, and outside of that, probably nobody else. But do you need anybody else?
Are they moving away from Hawkinson? Maybe.
No.
I
wouldn't think
just
so, but
re-signed him for the 5th-year option. They're not moving away from him.
But that doesn't mean
forever.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
I'm happy with Jamison, but I'll be honest, I was getting pretty excited about Malik.
I was. I was almost lifting this table up without my hands.
I was about to climb up there and jump off, Buffalo Bill style.
Oh man,
that's very impressive what you were doing. That is so Jamison would have been. I know ifs and buts or whatever. Jamison, to me, would have been wide receiver 1 had he not tore his ACL, and it would have been an easy thing to say. And in today's day and age, the ACL is not nearly what it was. It's just, you're not going to have him maybe for, let's say he doesn't play for 4 or 6 weeks. But what you're getting is one of college football's most electric vertical threat.
That's not a bad deal. To go up there and get Jamison, that's not a bad deal.
You're going to get a good player at 46.
Explosive.
Here we go, guys.
Burst.
Here we go. We're going to see if Corey Woods had the breaking news and Scott Bischoff. Russell Brown, my name is Stick. The number 12 pick in the NFL draft is in. Listen to this place.
With the 12th pick in the 2022 NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select Jamison Williams.
Now, where is Adam? Because this is literally drafting cocaine.
This is what gets you fired up, right?
I am
I'd be fired up
beyond
about this than the number 2 pick.
Yes. Now, I wanted it to be Willis.
Yes.
For other reasons, but there is no other offensive player, no receiver who does the things he does.
And here's the other thing. A lot of people going into this draft have Jamison Williams as their top receiver. They got the top edge rusher. They got the top receiver potentially in this draft. And they still have a day 2 pick.
Yeah.
They still have all their capital next year. And, let's be honest. Is this team going to win next year? No. But they're building. They are building for 2023.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of do you like?
And you're watching the film on him now.
It's
just watch this guy. I mean, look at this double move. Just burns his defender. Texas A&M, not the best competition, but still nothing to slight. And then he can beat you on the one-on-one on the goal line. That's something we haven't had really since Kayvon Johnson left.
The thing with him is when he runs his routes, it's so awesome to watch him. He'll run, and then there's a gear where he's just like, all right, see ya. Right, and it's consistent. The other thing he does really well is he runs routes like stops or comebacks, and he's so fast that he forces a defender to take an extra step back, right? By altering his stride, and then he breaks back to the ball, and it's just such an easy. It's an easy play.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that on film with him where he makes it look so smooth and easy.
As a party bus just pulls up to the brass rail, my goodness, there's about to be 40 people coming off this bitch. But everybody in the chat right now watching on YouTube, let us know, how excited are you for this pick? Yeah. Do you think this bold move is going to pay off, or do you think this is going to bite the Lions? I mean, this is what Brad Holmes does, right? He takes these picks, he turns them into multiple values, and he moves chess pieces. Yeah. This is what they've done all year.
And honestly, when you talk about Jamison Williams, you've got a high-effort type of guy. Special teams as a gunner, running down there. Had he not torn his ACL, Scott's 100% right. He probably would have been a top 5 pick. He probably would have went to 4 to the Jets. I mean, if I'm going to be honest.
No, for sure. I mean, he's that good.
He is that good. So, we might not have him in week 4, 5, or 6, but you watch him go up on the stage, he's walking pretty fine right now. He might be okay. So
he might. I guess I'm just saying, expect there to be a little delay before he's 100%. But as far as talent goes,
do you think they moved up in front of the Eagles because they maybe knew that the Eagles needed a wide receiver after they fumbled it with Rager?
Green Bay Packers are looking to move up for receiver. Kansas City Chiefs have 2 first-round picks, potentially doing the same thing.
Aaron Rodgers is pissed right now.
There's really, how many receivers are there left?
That's it.
It's Burks. That's it.
Treylon Burks is awesome.
But the consensus top 4 were...
They're gone.
They're gone. Olave, Williams, Wilson.
So did the Lions snipe the Packers? The Packers tried to...
They sniped the Chiefs, the Packers, everybody. They sniped them all. This is on a very little
love the player.
Yeah.
Love the player.
It's a great pick.
Why would Minnesota do this?
So they can get torched twice a year.
I mean, honestly, Minnesota isn't in a position to be trading away the number 12 overall pick, are they?
But how much value is in the 12 overall pick? And if you were thinking it was going to be Kyle Hamilton, that kind of tells you there's not a lot of love for Kyle Hamilton. And I do think we nailed that early in the process where, we saw some things where it just didn't look right.
Yeah, and there's other we've always mentioned at 32-34 for Detroit, a safety. Lewis Seen, Jaquan Brisker, Jalen Petrie.
Yep.
They might value those guys just as much and take either one of them at 32-34.
I just tried to adjust my hat.
Hey, Leach, Nick Leach.
I'm not wearing one.
You want mine?
Nope.
So we were doing a cash giveaway if somebody guessed the first 3 picks for the Lions. Did anybody have Jameson Williams? Anybody? 0% chance of that. But we love playing these. Like, who could have predicted this, honestly? The Philadelphia Eagles, their pick is in, number 13, I believe this is. As soon as they announce that, we'll let you know, or do you already know, Scott?
I don't.
Are you allowed to disclose your sources?
Or I can tell you a few of them. The source who gave me the Thibodeaux stuff is Thibodeaux's agent.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be honest here, though, for the Eagles, I see Kyle Hamilton or Jordan Davis. I have Jordan Davis to them at 18.
They need a wide receiver, though.
But they've done a lot of work on defensive tackles in this draft. They really liked either Georgia kid, Devontae Wyatt, or Jordan Davis. And Davis makes a lot of sense because Fletcher Cox is on a 1-year deal. So Eagles fans, I would buckle up. I think Jordan Davis here. Sounds crazy to move up for a D tackle, but
this went from being an average, exciting draft to this is mind-blowing what I just witnessed. The Lions getting 2 picks in the top 12. If we would have known that coming into this draft, how would the narrative have changed about what they should have been doing?
It would have changed completely, right?
Right.
I don't think any of us were talking about the top 4, even 5 guys at the receiver group at 32-34. Maybe we mentioned Jahan Dotson lightly, but a lot of it was Christian Watson, George Pickens, those types of guys.
Now think long-term about the Detroit Lions offense with the offensive line and the ability to throw the ball to Swift out of the backfield and how productive he is there. And now you've added, in one offseason, you've added DJ Chark, you've added Jameson Williams, you have Amon-Ra, you have Hawkinson, you have that offensive line that's going to protect.
Swift, you have Williams.
When new quarterback comes in, that offense is ready to roll.
Yep.
And that's the point we're building.
Yeah, and think about this. Whatever the next quarterback is, even if it is Jared Goff, that offensive line, you got a proven offensive line, the biggest strength of the team. I think it's exciting. Jameson Williams can do everything he needs to do to get open down the field. You just need somebody to get the ball to him. And I'm going to be honest. I don't think they're done moving. I think that they can move back up and maybe take a Malik Willis. How about at 18? They get up to 18 and take Malik.
Well, you do have 2 firsts.
3 in the top 20 this year. That'd be insane. I got to say this real quick while everybody's watching right now on YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe because tomorrow all of our shows are going to be on absolute fire. Like the Morning Wood from 8 to 10. Make sure you're watching them. Big D Energy from 11 to 1. And, of course, the Bottom Line from 2 to 4. Braylon's going to go nuts for his Michigan boy that got drafted. So make sure you're subscribing because tomorrow's shows on Woodward Sports are going to be phenomenal. They've said Eagles pick is in for about 15 minutes now. When the hell are we going to get to this pick?
So we kind of knew the Texans were moving out a little bit, right?
Yep, and they're going to go back, and the Texans might get Kyle Hamilton at 15.
They could
get Kyle Hamilton. They might get Trevor Penning. They've been looking at tackles. There's a lot that they can do in that position of the draft. So, wow. Just wow. Incredible. My question to you, what would it take for, I know I'm sounding like a crazy person, but if the Detroit was to get back.
Step 2, baby.
Yeah, that's right. If Detroit's going to get back up in this first round, what would it take to get to 18? What do you think it would take?
Probably both first-round picks next year.
Both?
Yeah, because they're discounted. You almost count them as like second-round picks.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if I'm willing to sacrifice that, man.
What about, I was thinking like 1 and like 46.
I was thinking both of our thirds and a 1 maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Next year.
Hey, you can try it.
Yeah, might as well. The Eagles pick, as soon as that gets in, actually we got these guys pestering us.
So we are here with Spencer and Maz. Hey, we're here with Spencer and Maz. We thought the Lions had it. They traded up. We thought Malik Willis was happening. Here we go. Live reaction.
Jamison Williams, they traded up for a broken down wide receiver with an ACL problem. Braylon does love him, though. They just wanted to get ahead of Philly because Philly wanted him. I don't like it.
We thought it was it.
I thought it was it. We had him in the palm of our hands. Jamison Williams not a bad pick, but Malik's the future. We had Malik. We had him, and now he's gone. And I just don't know.
I want Malik.
All right, so where is Malik going now? Where do you really think? Steelers?
Probably Pittsburgh. He's going to fall in there.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. He's going to be an all-star. He's going to be an all-pro. Give him 3 years, he'll be in the Pro Bowl.
All right, we're heading back. We're heading back.
Eagles pick. Fly, Eagle, fly.
Yeah, we don't want to miss that.
All right. Well, you can tell. I mean, I thought it was Malik Willis. I thought if we were going to mortgage that much, we would do it for a franchise quarterback.
The top button was undone. I mean, we were ready to.
Yeah. I was ready to go. I mean, incredible.
And we talked about it on the show earlier today on Big
Jordan
Davis.
Big E. Jordan Davis to the Eagles.
The idea of walking away using picks 32 and 34 with Willis and I, at that point we were talking Thibodeaux, was like, that's a no-brainer.
I thought about trading that for Debo, like when the Debo Samuel trade. Like I was comfortable trading 32 and 34 for that.
They're clearly out on the Debo deal.
Yeah,
but you know what?
That's not happening for the Detroit Lions.
That's a good point. I never even thought of that. I bet you that's something that they offered and probably got turned down, and they were like, you know what? We're going to go with the next best thing.
Right? They did get offered. They did offer that deal.
Yeah, I bet
they offered 32 and 34.
To me, that's as much as they could have offered without hurting themselves, right? And now they use those picks to trade up to get hopefully the next Debo.
Yeah.
You know, he's not quite the ball carrier Debo was.
No, but I'm trying to be reasonable in what a comp for Jamison Williams is.
There's Jordan Davis kicking the shit out of Michigan.
Russ, what do you think a good comp is for Jamison Williams' game?
A good comp for Jamison? I mean, you got to instantly go to Tyreek Hill, right? Like, the explosiveness, the burst after the catch.
He's taller, though. He's a lot taller.
He's bigger. Yeah.
I mean, like, it's almost like you would want to say, like, it's it's Tyreek Hill meeting Deshaun Jackson in his prime.
Yeah.
Essentially, like, that vertical threat.
Marvin Harrison?
Okay,
yeah. If you could get Marvin Harrison out of that,
I'll take a Hall of Famer.
Not a big guy, but a dude who just is so fast and fluid in his movements.
What about CeeDee Lamb? That comparable?
No, CeeDee's more of a boundary type, where he's really great adjusting his body and contorting his body to make catches. CeeDee Lamb's really good. It's just Jamison is
about 6'2". Jamison's about 6'2". They both very fast, very fluid players.
Yep.
Like
just
body
one
type
is
similar.
a track star.
Okay.
And if you want a scenario where you have a guy who's really going to occupy big parts of the field, like large spaces, this is your guy.
Yeah.
So the Lions in one offseason have gotten very, very fast in their wide receiver room.
And the best thing is he can play inside and he can play outside. It doesn't matter where you play him.
So Amon-Ra becomes interchangeable.
What does this say about their belief in Jared Goff?
Well, this isn't a
lot, I think.
I think so, too. I mean, this is trending with what they've been saying. Like, in a vacuum by itself, I don't think it speaks much. But them saying that they trust him and that they want to give him the weapons moving forward, plus what they did over the last 4 games with him.
Yes, I think all that stuff's great. Now, if it was Olave coming here, I would say the Lions are buying wide receivers for Jared Goff's skill set.
Okay.
Jamison Williams doesn't fit what Goff does.
Okay.
Meaning, Jamison Williams wants to take the top off the defense all the time.
Yeah.
And he can. And you need a quarterback who can deliver the ball. Now, this is where the Malik Willis thing comes in, is because his deep ball accuracy is really good.
It is.
And if you're in a scenario where you do add him, they're not gonna. But that's
Don't
the fit.
crush my dreams.
That's the
still
fit.
could happen.
You need somebody who can challenge defenses vertically to use his game.
Because anything
and that's
can
not
happen.
Goff.
Anything can happen, because I did not think we were going to get Jamison Williams.
That's wild.
Hell no.
There is not a single mock draft in the country.
The Ravens pick is in now. Number 14 is in.
I mean, okay, so Kyle Hamilton is there. It's got to be Kyle Hamilton.
I would bet
my balls it's Kyle Hamilton.
That's a perfect Raven.
I mean, that is like everything perfect for them, just landing in their lap, and they're just like, boom, give me a good football player.
Yeah,
and you got one. And you know what? He's going to be great. He's going to be a 12-year pro, future Hall of Famer.
He's going to play at a high level for them. It's just what exactly are they going to do with them?
It's a good thing they got a good defensive coordinator.
Yeah. They do.
He'll figure it out.
I love the Ravens. Like, if I had a secondary team in the NFL, it would be the Ravens.
Yeah.
I just love physical, nasty, beat the hell out of you football.
They just added another one.
Yeah. And the fact that Houston moves back, gets draft capital, and is still going to probably be able to land Trevor Penning is incredible to me.
Yeah, Houston is up next. Unless the Lions trade up again. Woo, let's go, baby!
We were popping that bottle if they move back up.
Let's go full draft day. First round picks for the next 3 years. Fuck it. I don't want any. Like the LA Rams never draft. This is the last year the Lions draft till 2024. Let's go.
Let's go.
Why not?
I mean, 2024, it's going to be down here. Imagine, like, this has been fun, right?
Yes.
Like, it's been a packed crowd. Nobody's left. There's no seats available. But think of 2024 when we have this thing going on and the actual draft is happening.
It's going to be a spectacle.
Right down the block there.
I'll definitely be Ubering that day.
Yeah, I will be stumbling downtown.
Yeah, I will be Ubering for sure.
Just thinking about what they've done. Yes, they've added 2 players. They gave up 3 players they gave up 3 picks for 2 picks. The premium there is Jameson Williams. He is.
Is he worth it?
Yes, because finding game-changing players at 32 and 34 and 66 is very difficult.
Yes.
Right. Jameson Williams is a game-altering player. He is. He was injured coming into this process. So, the Lions added a very safe, high-floor defensive end who fits them really well and have just swung for the fences at maybe one of the most important positions in football to add to their room, which has now become very different than it was a year ago.
Here we go, the 14th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft.
Got to be Hamilton.
Yeah, Kyle Hamilton. It makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Ravens are going to Raven.
Draft good football players.
And it wouldn't surprise if we see more trades.
Yeah, I mean,
Dallas is trying to trade. They're trying to come up for a Nakobe Dean type player.
Okay. And the Lions are trying to come up for a Malik Willis type player.
I'll tell you what, Washington is interesting sitting there at 16. Them moving back away from the receiver, that tells me they really valued like Drake London. And then the fact that they moved out of there, their board changed. And I don't know what they're going to do next.
Here's a look at Kyle Hamilton playing. Obviously can close on the ball, tackle a defender behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, he was a physical force for that Notre Dame defense. Look at that. My goodness. Love to see that.
To some people, he's the best player in the draft. I mean, and respectively so. I mean, he's number 5 on my board, but number 1 for a lot of people because of stuff like that. He's a guy that is so versatile. Do you think of
the pick is already in for the Texans. Sorry to cut you off.
You're good. But I mean, with Hamilton, he's versatile enough, like Isaiah Simmons, right? Like a lot of people had him as a top-tier guy a few years back.
Yeah, he kind of fell off though.
He did.
He really did.
Has Jermaine Johnson been picked yet?
No.
Oh, Texans, yep.
Maybe.
Honestly, I'll be honest. If he's there at Washington, that would be a good spot for him.
Yeah.
To get a good player. Just move on from Montez Sweat.
Yeah. Isn't that his ceiling, right? Like, I mean,
Very
maybe a more physical version.
Very, very comparable players when you think about it.
Yeah.
Wow. The fact that we've just seen Jameson Williams, Jordan Davis, Kyle Hamilton, 1, 2, 3, right here while we go on, that's incredible to me. I mean,
and everybody was saying this wasn't a strong draft.
I mean, this is the part of the draft where it gets really deep and really good for about 50 picks in that range.
Yeah. Now we're getting into the meat and potatoes.
Yeah.
This is the prime rib, and now we're going to the meat and potatoes.
Well, I'm excited. Honestly, like when we sat down, this wasn't planned. We adjust some of the lineup for this because everybody was like, oh, the Lions aren't picking till 32. I don't really want to go on from pick 10 to whatever. So we hopped on, and we get the sauce, baby. We get the heat.
We got it all.
We got the cocaine, as Adam would put it.
And at this point, you could probably shut her down.
Yeah,
right? Like
you don't think they're going to trade up?
I don't know how they would do that without giving up 2023 first-round picks.
NFL comp Isaiah Simmons for Kyle Hamilton. Thank you very much.
There you go. It's almost like you guys do this for a living or something.
Just a little bit. Just like 360-something days out of the year. I take one day off to go golfing.
What day's that?
Sunday.
Sunday, that's it. That's it. I thought you meant one day a year, not every Sunday, man. Like that's not one day.
Yeah.
That's 52 days.
Hey, every little bit counts. If I'm playing bogey golf, it's a good summer, so we'll see.
But were you guys shocked that they passed on Thibodeaux?
I was.
Thibodeaux.
Yeah.
I thought that was the guy.
So, I mean, the source I had is Thibodeau's agent. And he told me, he apparently sold me a story. And I got to figure out what that was. But we got Walker. We missed on Thibodeaux, but we did get Stingley out of that. So I feel like we're okay there. It's in the end, the Hutchinson-Thibodeaux thing will be a thing for the rest of their careers. They're going to be compared.
Right. All right, the pick is in for the Texans at number 15.
The 2022 NFL Draft. The Houston Texans select
Kenyon Green. Guard, Texas A&M. So not a sexy pick.
Nope.
But
honestly, that's early.
The Texans need help absolutely everywhere.
They do. That's a more polished player than Trevor Penning.
Yeah.
That is a guy that is ready to go today. He played left tackle this past year, 35 career starts in his career, left tackle, left guard. That is a quality pick. And even if they put him, maybe they put him at right tackle. Titus Howard, upgrade there. I think that's a good pick. It's different. It's off the wall, but it's a good pick.
Well, I mean, you know what you're getting with him. You're going to get a guy who's going to start today.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the thing. He's got great length.
Sorry, Stick.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm trying to get Joey's attention. You guys continue the conversation.
Yeah, but he's got great length. He's aggressive. He actually plays with really good patience. He's one of those guys that, similar in a way to like Charles Cross, he lets things come to him. He doesn't overset.
And then lights out.
Yeah. He demolishes. I mean, the fact that he's the first interior offensive lineman off the board, honestly, everything that's happening is going in favor of what we talked about in the summer. Kenyon Green is a top 20 type player.
Yeah. Zion Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys, but we bought into the Senior Bowl hype of Zion, Trevor Penning, and rightfully so.
But the Commanders pick is in.
So the Penning stuff to me is confusing because, I mean, I know he looked okay at the Senior Bowl and there were moments, but there were also moments where it's like, dude, you just threw this dude into your quarterback's knees. What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, and you know what's crazy? He's probably going to fall to the Saints, and they're going to take him.
Yeah, and you said something a few weeks ago that was brilliant. You compared him to Garrett Bowles.
It's Garrett Bowles 2.0.
It's like, lots of holding calls, lots of penalties early.
Yeah. I mean,
but still, there's only a few tackles at this point that, I mean, like Tyler Smith from Tulsa, is he going to sneak his way into the back end of this?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, maybe to like the Packers.
Yeah,
maybe.
Well, sorry to cut you off. You're on the next docket. Me and you are out of here. We got Adam supposed to be back. I don't know if Adam's here or he died from an overdose somewhere.
Let's hope
we'll find Adam. And then Jeff is hopping on next. We are live from the Brass Rail, the 2022 NFL Draft. Will the Lions trade up again tonight?
Please.
We're here all the way to pick 32. And yes, please, Lions trade up. We'll be right back. Give us 1 minute so we can switch things around. We'll be right back. Thank you to everybody watching on YouTube.
32 teams, 7 rounds, 224 young men who today are about to become players in the National Football League, a day where lives are changed, fates are decided, dynasties are born, and the clock is always ticking.
Draft day in Detroit. A time of hope, a time of wonder, and a time for Detroit Lions fans to act like it's the friggin' Super Bowl. Join Woodward Sports and hundreds of other diehard Lions fans for our NFL draft party and live stream from the Brass Rail Detroit. All your favorite and not so favorite Woodward Sports people will be there. Adam, Terry, Neal, D-Mac, Braylon, Ryan, the heavyweights, NFL scout Scott Bischoff, Maz, Stick, Jeff Maddie, Joey, and more. Come join us at the Brass Rail Thursday, April 28th from 7 p.m. until pick number 32. See you downtown for Draft Day with Woodward Sports. Brought to you by Cintron, Gypsy Vodka, and Planet Fitness.
Hi, my diamonds. It's Crystal with an X. You want to get hot and perfect like me? Here's my super easy routine. Drink at least a gallon of water before you wake up. Attach a weight to everything in your house. Hello? Sell your car and just sprint everywhere. Scream when you exhale.
Don't follow Crystal with an X. Do your own thing at Planet Fitness with tons of equipment and free fitness training in our clean and spacious clubs. Join now for just $10 a month and cancel anytime.
Live from the Brass Rail.
What up, early?
Well, it's draft day.
It's the Lions Super Bowl party, or as we like to call it, Draft Day, on Woodward Sports.
And we are live from Brass Rail, the NFL Draft. Spence from the heavyweights feeling good.
Man, I'm feeling good, but I would feel better if we pick Malik Willis. You know, it is what it is.
Get out of here, brother. Listen, brother. Jamison Williams, the best wide receiver in this here draft, brother. The best wide receiver, brother. And let me tell you something about Aidan Hutchinson.
What?
He's a nice white boy.
He's a nice white boy.
He's a nice white boy.
Jamison Williams, the best receiver on one leg. We're going to have a Pro Bowl quarterback in 3 years, brother. Malik Willis is going to make the Pro Bowl in 3 years. We're going to be sitting with Jared Goff with our penis in our hand.
Whoa, I did not say that, brother. But let me tell you something. Whatever quarterback we get next year, I'll tell you what, Jamison Williams will be a very great asset and piece to him in this offense going forward.
If Jared Goff can throw him the ball, brother. If Jared Goff can throw the ball downfield, brother.
Hey. We only have 1 year of Jared Goff chucking that big skin. Next year,
quarterback.
We're getting one, brother. We're getting one, brother. We're getting one, brother. Back to you.
Wow.
What was that?
What an introduction. Wow.
What was that?
Can you believe that?
I can, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Considering the two individuals, I can believe that.
Yeah, no. Absolutely. It was great. It was great. Hey, we're back, by the way. Neal Ruhl back with you, Jeff Iafredi, Russell Brown as well. It is the 2022 Woodward Sports NFL Draft Party. We're live at the Brass Rail downtown. This place is out of control. There's trades going everywhere.
Whenever I'm here at Woodward Sports and I'm live, crazy stuff happens. Cocaine is here. Everything hits the fan. We got A.J. Brown traded to the Eagles.
Yep.
We got Marquise Brown traded to the Cardinals. The Ravens are back on the clock at 23.
I gave up.
Jahan Dotson right now?
I've given up trying to keep track of it. I'll sort it all out tomorrow. We've lost control. Remember, everything was like progressing so nicely. Yeah. Like everything was kind of by the book.
Yeah.
Everybody was cool with it and everything like that. But hey, what's been the reaction? You're following the YouTube chat. I should probably fire that up. My apologies that I haven't yet. What's been the reaction so far to what's gone on with what the Lions are doing? Because I'm just jumping in now midstream.
Yeah, well, at least on social media, I know people are the Malik Willis lovers, at least, are questioning that Jameis Williamson pick. But I love it. Brett Holmes obviously felt some type of way, went up and got his guy. And I feel like, in a way, if you didn't trade up and get him, he was going to be gone anyway. So I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, in 100 different mocks, you would have never guessed Jamison Williams, and then you go out and you just go get your guy.
Yeah.
He's sticking in the book. He's getting his guys, and that's showing belief in Jared Goff. That's what the three of us Scott, myself, that's what we were talking about before you guys hopped in. We were saying, like, he's believing in Jared Goff, and that's what this is about, building around him.
And you may have heard this before when I've done my show when I do Big D Energy. My one knock on this regime is they feel, to me anyway, I feel like they feel some kind of way about Jared Goff.
Yes. Yeah.
And a move like today doesn't help that sentiment. It doesn't help that feeling.
that's how I feel about it right now. And here's the deal too, and Spot Track, my Bible for what I do, is down right now, as you might imagine, and I should know the particulars of this by heart.
Sorry, I just got another pick correct. I'm sorry.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Something slight for Russ. Zion Johnson to the Chargers.
I'm a connected guy. I'm like the mafia.
No, I understand that. I know, but I got to worry about you. You know, when you start getting
cocaine by him.
I'm not going to whack you out. Don't worry about it.
When you start getting guards right, you know, like I'm concerned about that.
Look, I saw Zion Johnson up close and personal at the Senior Bowl. This guy works his tail off playing center. I think he could play right tackle for them. Eagles trade the pick. Oh, it's to the Titans. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. I thought it was back to the Lions because I want Malik Willis really bad. But no, Zion Johnson, great pick here.
Yeah, so I mean,
what's up?
No, that's me.
No, that's Russ. That's the genius right there.
Russell's fan base is out here right now. You know,
the cocaine, Russell. You don't want him to see that.
Hey, you guys want to know why? Because I'm built different.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I'm built different.
And can I bring up a point, too? I feel like with all the edge rushers going as high as they did and the amount of offensive linemen, this tells you where the league, the sense where it's going. Like, these guys are getting more valued, and the amount of guards and tackles being taken in this top 20, I would have never thought there wouldn't be a quarterback. At least one.
Yeah, but here's the thing, too. I think the Tyreek Hill thing really changed the game as far as this whole receiver situation has gone. Just from the perspective of, you got dudes making $30 million a year now. That's the new quarterback.
Right.
As far as the numbers, like that's the new quarterback number. So I figured it was going to go down like this when one got taken. Then boom, the run was going to start, and that's where the ran. I was a big Treylon Burks guy.
Yeah.
That's where I was, because again, I'm not about moving draft capital. When you're from a talent perspective, when you lack, like the Detroit Lions do, that's not my opinion. That's what their record says, that they lack from the talent perspective. I know they had injuries and all that stuff, but for me, I'm not in the business of surrendering draft capital to move up. And look, the ACLs aren't what they used to be. That's Braylon Edwards, trademark Braylon Edwards. ACLs, no one cares about that anymore. And I get that, and I understand that, and to a degree, I do agree with that. It's just for me, I'm not in the business of losing draft capital. Because this is a franchise, and this, people that are watching, that have been watching all night long, they know this, but just to bring you guys up to speed with where I am, in 2 years, this franchise has $90-ish million in cap space.
It's true.
Right.
So I want as many dudes on rookie deals as I can, because I will fix my deficiencies. I will do the Ted DiBiase. Everybody has a price.
Absolutely.
And I'll go out and fix it.
Good little drop right there, Ted DiBiase.
Oh yeah,
nice
dude.
job.
That's how I operate, brother. That's how I operate. We got lines for days, like Adham Beydoun, but they're different kind of lines. But with all that being said, I'm about keeping my draft capital. Yeah. So that's just, for me, the ACL doesn't matter. Is Jameson Williams, and I'm talking to Scott Bischoff, you guys know, Jameson Williams is probably pre-ACL the number one receiver in this draft.
Right, that's the big one.
And isn't this what we say we want, though? The Lions, are you going to be bold?
Well, and that's the thing. Like I said on the, and you guys, I'm just going to get you guys up to speed on what I was saying. Like, we got potentially the best player in the draft in Aidan Hutchinson at number 2. And he's number 1 on my board. We get Jameson Williams, who's a top 15 player for me, but he probably would have been a top 5 player without the ACL. So we potentially got the consensus top edge rusher and top receiver. And I know it sounds like we gave up a lot, but we really didn't give up.
No, when you flip that third to a second, that is a game changer.
You get the second back.
Right, and the fact that they got 46 in return is huge for what's to come tomorrow, more than likely.
Right.
Unless, again, please, for the love of God, get back in this draft and get Malik Willis. I would love it.
Yeah.
But I'm with you in a sense that go out and get as many players as you can on rookie deals for that $90 million, because we know that this team is not going to win and compete as much as we would want them to next year.
Yeah, I mean, and it's one of those things, too, where, Jeff, you're not going to be in this situation next year where you're picking 3. The offensive line is too good. Mm-hmm. There were too many injuries. And through all this, through as bad as the injury situation was, they were a top 10 running team. With whoever they put
whoever was back there.
Yeah, whoever was the running back. They're not going to be this bad again. You are going to be picking 12th, 15th, 10th, right in that range, because you are going to win 7 or 8 football games.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why the whole conversation, when people bring up, we can wait till next year to get a quarterback. No, you can't, because who's trading out of that pick to give the Lions that selection?
And this was something I said, and Russ, I'm curious to get your opinion on this, because I contend that last year, if you do last year's draft and then you do this year's draft directly at the conclusion of last year's draft, Spencer Rattler's going number 1.
Him or Kayvon. Him or Kayvon, 100%.
You know what I'm saying?
And then that's why I was on board with Kayvon Thibodeaux tonight, because one, I had good intel that he was going to be the pick, but also it was like, if you would have started the draft last year exactly where we left off at 2021, and we would have said, hey, we're getting Kayvon Thibodeaux next year, everybody would have been like, absolutely.
Right.
Probably the same deal with Spencer Rattler. So, yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler would have been number 1 or number 2, the pick, if they did the draft in. And now he's not even at Oklahoma anymore. Like, he's transferred. He's an afterthought. That's how the things change. And for me,
going to remain.
Yeah, no, and that's where, for me, like the Bryce Young crowd, he's 5'11".
Yeah.
Right. The C.J. Stroud crowd.
Yeah.
You know, we'll trade up against C.J. Stroud. I'll never take an Ohio State quarterback. Right. Never, ever. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever. No, I will never take an Ohio State quarterback.
You got one in your own division, you don't even know what will work out right now. So,
well, show me one that's ever worked. And look, maybe that's obtuse by me. Maybe that's ridiculous, but that's where it is.
Yeah, you're a big resume guy. You're a big resume guy.
1,000,000%.
That's fair. Now, I will say the pick is in for the Titans. They made the trade with A.J. Brown. Is this a Treylon Burks spot? I mean, when you think about, like, pro comparison type stuff, Treylon Burks, A.J. Brown, I think that's pretty realistic. I also could see Jermaine Johnson. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but we're getting some more news here.
So A.J. Brown has agreed to an extension. 4 years,
Eagles.
$100 million, $57 million guaranteed.
What is the total on not the contract, but what did they completely give up for that? I mean, did they just give up 18 to get A.J. Brown? Because that's a win. That's a win.
I just jumped in midstream, you know.
Yeah,
that's a win. I mean, it was announced when you guys were sitting down pretty much. I mean, I don't know. So, I don't know. Like, as we trend back towards the draft, this is going to be very interesting. The Titans at 18.
I think Burks makes sense.
Burks makes sense. Jermaine Johnson makes a lot of sense. I mean, Bud Dupree was injured this past year. If they get rid of him after this year, they clear up $20 million.
Here we go.
And the pick is in.
At 26, I have him taking Desmond Ridder. So, for what it's worth.
I'm a big Treylon Burks guy.
With the 18th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft.
This has been so fun, so interesting.
And people have talked before this draft. It's going to be one of the craziest drafts ever, and we're seeing it live. Treylon Burks.
There it was.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So there it is. They did replace the receiver, and in my mind, this was my guy. Like, Treylon Burks was my guy. Like, at 32, you know, obviously he wasn't going to make it.
Are you a Titans fan now? Or?
No, I'm not. No, I don't care. No.
Just had to check.
No, Treylon Burks was my guy for the Lions. Like, you know, but obviously he wasn't going to make it because he just got taken 20th. I just got to pick off some of these comments here in the YouTube chat thread. Like, Patrick Gillespie says, Neal, I thought you were a big Brad Holmes guy. You trust in Holmes? No, I do.
Yeah.
Like, I do. And if the medicals are clear, which obviously they are, or else they wouldn't have made this investment.
Right.
No, I don't. Did I sit down here and start trashing things? Because I'm taking a lot of heat right now. Did I?
No, you didn't. You didn't really trash it, but you just. I think what they're getting caught up in is that you said you don't like giving up future assets.
Right.
And I would agree with that. I don't want to give up. I don't like the thought of giving up 32 and 34 because I was excited about the players that they might get there. But at the same time, like, you got a guy that's going to make an impact for you, whether it's halfway through this season or in 2023.
And he's built up that equity with me, where whatever he does, okay, I'll ride with because you plucked 3 starters out of the last draft with a possible gold jacket guy.
Yep. Right.
And as I always say, guys, and yes, I'll say it again, along with the receiver whose entire contract during his whole rookie deal with the Lions is less money than Kenny Golladay will make in September next year. Just remember that.
And I'll tell you this, when you think about Jameson Williams back in high school, when he's healthy, 100-meter dash, he ran a sub 10.6. It was like a 10.58. That's flying. That's like faster than...
Well, you saw it. I mean, even in the SEC championship game, I remember I was broadcasting from Oakland. We were coming back from a road trip. I forget where we were coming from. And we were watching the game on the bus. And our assistant coach, as he was flying down the field, I mean, just running away from everybody. And he made the remark. He said, when you conquer the elite, what does that make you?
Right.
You know, the Georgia defense, who, look at draft day today, he decimated them and set them on fire and just left them in the ruins.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the speed is mercurial.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. It's elite. So, yeah, I trust in them that they did this move. They value him. And you know what else, too? It's bold.
It is.
It is bold. And I like it because this is a team that for so long has played reserved. They've always kind of just, and if they got bold, it was in the second round when they took Kayvon Johnson,
right,
which I never agreed with. They went and took Tease Tabor, which burnt me as an evaluator. But at the end of the day, like, you take a swing at a guy that could be an elite prospect now, but an elite playmaker in the NFL.
And that tells you where the NFL's going as well. I mean, the wide receiver position is what?
Speed.
Yeah.
Speed.
Well,
there you
and
go.
He's a $6 million a year guy now.
There you go. And look how much they're getting paid now. Look at what A.J. Brown just got.
A.J. Brown just got $100 million, $57 million guaranteed at 25 per.
Is that what he got?
Yes.
4 years, $100 million, 57 guaranteed.
And you got two guys on your team making what, Neal? Amon-Ra St. Brown and now Jamison Williams.
Less than Kenny Galladay will make
Debo
in
is
September.
pissed right now. Debo is so mad.
Big mad.
Big mad, dude. He is big mad right now.
It is the NFL Draft Show. We are live at the Brass Rail in downtown Detroit. Neal Ruhl here with you, Russell Brown, Jeff Iafrate as well. We're chopping it up, man. We're chopping it up. And yeah, you're right, man. He is big mad.
He's big mad, but the Saints are up. Is this the first quarterback off the board? Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett are there. Trevor.
One of them's going the next two picks, right?
Well, before the draft started, me and Scott got a little info that it could be a linebacker, Devin Lloyd potentially, or Quay Walker for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So that would make a lot of sense because they're not happy with Devin Bush and kind of his progression as a pro. Shout out to Michigan there. But
wait a minute, don't you speak ill of a Michigan player on here because you'll get roasted on that chat. Trust me.
Woodward Sports, get used to it. I'm a Spartans fan. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
Braylon and Ryan already left, so we're okay.
No, when I met Braylon Edwards, I said, I should probably stop talking trash about Michigan, and he just started laughing and shook his head. But no, I mean, there could be a quarterback here. Again, Pittsburgh, maybe it is Malik Willis. I have Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis back-to-back here, so I would be excited for the sake of my mock draft. I want to finish top 15 in the country again. But we'll see if that happens. I don't know where I'm trending. I don't think it's going great.
That makes sense. Back-to-back quarterbacks, especially for the New Orleans Saints.
But they do want to tackle, and Trevor Penning
Armstead
is there. Trevor Penning is there. Yeah. He is Garrett Bowles 2.0 to me, and Garrett Bowles went 20th to Denver a few years ago. Trevor Penning here. This would be a perfect landing spot and perfect range for a left tackle that needs some polishing. Yeah,
and look, I believe with the Saints, where I'm going with Malik Willis is you can right the Taysom Hill wrong. Because let's cut the shit. The Taysom Hill,
tight end.
The Taysom Hill contract is laughable.
Terrible. Yeah, he's an agent.
Terrible. It's laughable.
He got two extensions. He got two extensions before Debo got one. Talk about big mad.
No, absolutely.
Ted DiBiase must be Taysom Hill's agent. Yeah. Everybody's got a price, baby.
No, absolutely.
And it is. It's for me, the Taysom Hill thing was really laughable with what they did. So, I mean, you can make that more palatable if you get the quarterback on the rookie contract here.
And you think the biggest, difference here is with New Orleans. You think they could take a Malik Willis and still sit him, or is it going to be like Pittsburgh where they can afford to sit him and Kenny goes 19 now to be able to play right away?
They can afford to sit Malik Willis. I mean, Dennis Allen is somebody that's he's not on a short leash, but he's not on a long leash.
Right.
Like, it's his first year. Like, they had no money for him. Trevor Penning.
Okay, so there is
Replaced Armstead.
Which I had him at 16, but here we are at 19. So, and honestly, I'm surprised it's not Kenny Pickett. I'll be honest. And I said this earlier on the broadcast. I'll tell you guys. When Dennis Allen was in Oakland at the time, and now Las Vegas, back through 2012 through 2014, his last year was 2014. He coached 4 games. They went 0-4. But that draft in 2014, they took Derek Carr in the second round. When I watch Kenny Pickett, I see Derek Carr 2.0. And I thought maybe there at 19, maybe he kind of gets some shades of Derek Carr and he takes them. And he kind of creates a competition with Jameis, Taysom, and obviously Kenny Pickett. But that's not the case. Trevor Penning, this is a good pick.
I do love me some Jameis. I talked about that during the season. I was big on him in fantasy football leagues, obviously, until he got hurt. I just love the Jameis Winston experience.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it all week long. I love when he talks to the media. I love it all. I love that he throws for 500 yards and 3 touchdowns and 5 interceptions.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster.
Oh, I love it. And
a
I'm
roller
here
coaster.
for it, man. Like, I want to be entertained.
Right.
And Jameis Winston entertains me. But, again, we're doing it here tonight. Appreciate all you sticking with us. I mean, viewership's been incredible. You guys, social media interaction, everything you guys are doing. Thank you guys for getting your draft coverage here with us today. I got a tweet from somebody that said the power went out in their neighborhood.
Oh, no.
And but they got the phones and they were streaming. Streaming the Woodward Sports on the phones and the iPad. So they were getting it in there.
Well, you know what? I would have came up to the brass rail if it was me. I would have joined Woodward Sports up here at the brass rail, and I would have had some fun, had a couple of beverages, and went off and just went crazy. So I just want to say this. I have $30 on a linebacker going to the Steelers here at 20. If it hits, it pays $9.30. And if
damn.
And if that hits, I'm going up there and I'm jumping off that table, Buffalo Bill style.
Are you really?
Baby. Oh, yeah.
And if they don't go quarterback, how far do these guys fall is the question for me. Like, you have New England and Green Bay
because
next.
then you can move back up and you can get Malik Willis. And I want it.
And totally redeem yourself.
Great. I'll quote that movie all day. That's a great quote.
Absolutely. And you'll get.
Did you pay the gas bill?
I don't think that Spencer Raxter could handle that. Like, I honestly don't think he could handle that.
It might work.
Who knows what he would
might be the one throwing me off.
Yeah. the whole cheat to it. I forget who it was in the YouTube chat thread, so my apologies for forgetting who the name was. Somebody said, as long as we don't get Baker Mayfield tonight, I'm happy with whatever they do.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'll be honest, though, the way that they've kind of done this, Braylon's been talking about it for like a week and a while.
See, Braylon's my guy. Like, I love Braylon. I love Rob. But that whole Baker Mayfield shit was uncalled for. Yeah. It was uncouth. It was unnecessary. It was not genuine. Wait, let me ask you this, because you're juiced in. Like, you're connected. For real. His trade value's what? 5th round pick maximum?
No, I would say a 3rd, maybe a 4th.
Who is giving up a 3rd for a Baker Mayfield who's a free agent after next year? Who's giving that?
Plenty of teams.
No.
Yes, because here's the deal. So in this draft,
make it make sense.
So
I'll have a drink.
So you got a team like Kansas City, for example. They've got 12 picks in this draft, right? It's a very well agreed upon. Once you get through basically the middle of the 3rd round, 4th round range, the talent level just drops off.
Oh, I agree with that.
And so with that, like, you could, if you have enough draft capital in the 5th and 6th round, you might be able to afford giving up a 3rd or a 4th rounder to get Baker Mayfield. If you're a team like Seattle makes perfect sense. They got pick 40, 41. They got a couple of picks there in the 3rd and 4th round. They could afford to get rid of one of those picks to get a Baker Mayfield. So that's why I say that.
All right, if you're feeling juicy, okay, that's fair. That's fair, and I can't crush you on that.
But would Detroit do it? I don't think so. Now, I will say I've been on a lot of radio spots in the last several weeks, and they've mentioned Baker Mayfield's going to go to Detroit, and I'm like, I disagree with that. I can't wrap my head around what they would give up. But then again, I didn't expect Jameson Williams tonight. So
let me ask you guys this. All right, and I was talking about it earlier. This Jared Goff, they feel him, don't they?
That's their guy.
So he's going to sign an extension soon. Right?
You're on the spot, Russ.
Right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Well, what's the play, right? It's either or, right?
But I will say this. You mentioned $90 million in cap space after next year's draft, which is true. I'm not going to say he gives you a hometown discount, but if he gives you a relatively cheaper deal, because he's not going to get a Stafford contract. Right. He knows what his value is. If he gets a cheaper deal, and it still keeps that $90 million in play, and he's just managing the games, because let's be honest, the identity of this team is to run the ball 30, 40 times a game. You only need him to throw it 25.
So maybe. Why are you using draft capital to get a deep threat receiver off an ACL injury? Because I'm not questioning it, because it's Brad Holmes. Easy, everybody.
Yeah. But you have a guy on a 1-year deal in DJ Chark who's been injury prone for 2 years. If he doesn't prove himself, you just bring in Jameson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who is a better separator than DJ Chark will ever be.
I just feel like it's a valid question.
And
right?
I think you'll have a lot more clarity this year with Jared Goff than opposed to last year.
Now, I will say, if Brad Holmes was sitting in the war room with a baseball bat like Bob Quinn, I would be on your side. But I don't think he was.
Okay, that's
fair.
So,
I mean, I could be wrong there, though. Please be a linebacker, for the love of God.
Come on, give Russell a break.
Give me
here,
a
man.
break.
Come on.
Is it the hometown kid?
Because I think I'm signing off after this. I'll stay on all night, but please be a linebacker. Of course, they're going to have somebody announce it. It's going to take even longer.
Well, they got Franco. That's Franco Harris.
All
up
this
there,
for a linebacker, Russ.
He's going to drop the card like he should have dropped that ball back in the 70s.
All right, Keon Clark, our YouTube chat thread. They are not extending Goff. Be prepared. Right?
They might.
That's not out of left field.
It's not. They might not.
That's a 50-50 thing, isn't it?
Because we don't know what's going to happen next year. Like, you mentioned, Spencer Rattler. He was supposed to be top quarterback this year. We think Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud are going to be the top quarterbacks next year, but we have no idea. It might be Peyton Thorne, for all we know, out of Michigan State.
Right.
Go Spartans. But, we don't know.
And I think tomorrow's a big day, too, as well, because who knows? A lot of quarterbacks in that second round. That could fall. It'll clear a lot of things up for us.
They've been linked to Sam Howell, and Sam Howell...
Oh, God.
But here's the deal. Sam Howell has one of the biggest arms in the draft. There's no question about it. He can throw the deep ball.
Right. Here we go.
Please be a linebacker. Shut up, Franco. Just announce a pick.
Yep. They got the hometown kid out of Pitt.
Where's Scott?
Going to the
Where's
Steelers.
Scott?
First QB off the board.
There it is. Kenny Pickett, first quarterback off the board.
What do you think, Ross?
So there we are.
Is he moving a linebacker? Oh, man, $930 right out of my hands. Anyways, I like that pick. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. In a sense, it makes a lot of sense. I would have gone Malik Willis because of where that team is structured. Like, you have Mitchell Trubisky for a whole season.
Right.
You can have that bridge quarterback, and I guess Kenny could be that guy, but I don't see it. I think he's going to come in and play right away.
All right, well, with that, let's take a break. We'll send it over to Maddie. Maddie, what up, though?
My bad. She gave me that eye contact from over here. Thanks, bro. Yep, I'm gonna run point. I got you guys. Let's go. Let's go, fellas. Wherever you want. Sure.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Die-hard Lions fans for our NFL draft party and live stream from the Brass Rail Detroit. All your favorite and not so favorite Woodward Sports people will be there. Adam, Terry, Neal, D-Mac, Braylon, Ryan, the heavyweights, NFL scout Scott Bischoff, Maz, Stick, Jeff Maddie, Joey, and more. Come join us at the Brass Rail Thursday, April 28th from 7 p.m. until pick number 32. See you downtown for Draft Day with Woodward Sports. Brought to you by Centron, Gypsy Vodka, and Planet Fitness.
It took exploring 50 different formulas and hosting countless taste tests, but we believe Gypsy Vodka is the smoothest vodka on the market. Don't believe us? Ask the owners.
We're Mike and Adam Kazanowski with High Five Spirits Distillery. We're in close to about 1,200 locations throughout Michigan. We wanted to create a brand that was geared more towards freedom, love, adventure, and at the end of the day, we really wanted to tell a story that inspired other people to take risks, follow their dreams, whatever that might be.
Live from the Brass Rail.
What up, Burley?
Well, it's draft day.
It's the Lions Super Bowl party, or as we like to call it, Draft Day, on Woodward Sports.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. It's Maddie, live here at the Brass Rail. I've got Brian with me. Brian, it's been a pretty exciting draft, if you will, so far. What's been your favorite part of it?
I think the Lions made a very gutsy decision, trading back in the first round
And taking Jameson Williams, I mean, you want to put Jared Goff in the best position to succeed. And I think the Lions did that by taking Jameson Williams out of Alabama.
I absolutely agree. It was kind of a surprise to everybody. I don't think anybody really expected us to trade up for that. What was your initial reaction?
Honestly, I really thought they took Malik Willis there. But, you know, thinking about all the weapons that the Lions can have, I think Jameson Williams coming off ACL, I mean, he should do well. He should do fine. He should be.
Absolutely. So do you have any predictions for what we're going to do at 46?
Right now, I would say linebacker. You know, it's a guy at, I think, Purdue or Wisconsin, one of those speedy linebackers at 46 would be good for the Lions. And we need some linebacker help for sure.
Absolutely, I agree. And clearly, you are a Michigan fan. So how do you feel about Aidan Hutchinson coming home?
Hey, it was
staying home.
I mean, you see how quick that pick came in. You know, when they took Travon Walker, that's still a question mark for me. But when that pick came in, I already knew what it was.
Absolutely. I felt the same way. Is there any other picks in this draft that have surprised you thus far?
I really thought Pittsburgh, with the system that they run, I really thought that Malik Willis would be off the market. But they went to another direction and took Pickett at that pick.
Yeah, absolutely. That for sure concerned me as well. I thought that we would maybe get Malik Willis with our pick. And when we didn't, will he be available at 32, do you think?
Probably not. Probably not. They probably still would have to trade back in the first round. Maybe later, maybe 25, 26 or something. And then when you do that, you don't have to give up as much. I think giving up our 32 or 32 and 34 was a little too much for me, for Jameson coming off of ACL, but I'm on board. I believe in Brad Holmes. I believe in the Lions. Go Blue. We got Aidan. I'm happy.
Awesome. Well, guys, you heard it here. We're excited about these picks. Back to you.
Yeah, you know, that's my guy over there. He had it right.
He did.
Pick is in.
Oh. I'm thinking it's a linebacker.
The next pick the Lions take at 46, I guarantee it's Leo Chenal. Leo Chenal to the Lions at 46, book it. Other than that, with Kenny Pickett being the first quarterback, or not Kenny Pickett. Yeah, Kenny Pickett being the first quarterback off the board. When is the last time we've seen the first quarterback come off the board this late?
Yeah, and that speaks to a lot. I mean, even before the draft, people talking about how bad this quarterback class was, and now you're seeing it displaying. Listen, the quarterback is the most important position. You got to get right on a football team. But Malik Willis, I'm curious to see where he falls to.
Trent McDuffie off the board.
There you go. Get a corner.
Corner
for sure.
Washington.
First rounder for sure. Well, listen, in that AFC West, you're going to need guys to cover.
You're going to need guys to cover. You got insane teams out there. They have the pass rush already, but they need the cornerbacks to come back to it. And that's with the Lions, though. Let's go back to the Lions. Tell me about that Jameson Williams pick. How do you feel about that Jameson Williams pick? Easy. What is it?
I got to be honest with you guys. Jeff, you and I actually had the conversation before. Right now, Drake London was the number one receiver out of this draft.
Yes.
Hands down. That was like the right choice. But healthy Jameson Williams would have hands down been the number one wide receiver.
Healthy Jameson Williams, he was going crazy. He was at Alabama. He was getting it from Bryce Young. We saw what he did down the field. And that's a great pick to have. That's a great weapon to have. But you got Jared Goff throwing him the ball. How effective can Jared Goff throwing him the ball be?
So real quick, that's why I do what I say is like, both for the future and right now, Jameson Williams actually was a great pick because Jared Goff isn't the type of quarterback that's going to throw somebody open.
Yeah.
Jared Goff, these guys that are speedy and fast. I mean, you saw it with Josh Reynolds, right? The guys that are fast enough, and obviously Khalif Raymond himself too.
Right.
Guys that are fast enough to get open because Jared Goff, let's be real about it, he's not going to throw guys open.
Yes.
At this level of the game, you need to be able to throw guys open. Goff can't do it consistently enough, so you need guys like a Jameson Williams was particularly fast enough to be open for Goff to make the throw.
And I like it for a multitude of reasons. You brought up one of them being before the season, who was the consensus number one at each position? Kayvon being number one, obviously, at the edge rusher. Yeah. Then you had Jameson at wide receiver. So he came in. Now you got really the best player on the board, Aidan Hutchinson, at number two. And then you land, arguably, before the injury, the best wide receiver at Alabama. So what I will say is this. I mean, if you watch Jamison Williams, even in the SEC Championship or the national title game, he burnt Lewis Cine.
He put on.
Lewis Cine, and what does Lewis Cine run, like a 4.39?
Yeah,
I mean, this guy has
Georgia
speed.
Defense.
He's that guy.
And that's what you have now. You have Jamison Williams. You have DJ Chark on the outside. Those guys are burners. They're going to be going deep. You got that deep part of the field cut up. And so now you can have Amon-Ra. You can have Hawkinson. You can have Swift cutting across that middle. Hitting those deep ends. And that'll be open.
Yeah.
Now that you have legit down the field threats. And so I wanted Malik. Everybody knows I wanted Malik. I still want Malik, and I said it again. If we still get Malik Willis, I will co-host the morning show with Adham Beydoun naked. I will be there naked at the desk, me and Adam, morning show.
All right, views just went down. But
viewers just went down. They want to see it.
My question for you guys is, now we're getting towards the end of the first round. Malik is still on the board.
Yes.
That fifth-year option. Very important. You see a team, I mean, look at the teams at the back of the draft. None of these guys are taking a quarterback. You have Green Bay, Baltimore, and Dallas.
Especially with a guy that you know is going to have to sit a year. You know Malik isn't ready to go in there, take charge, be that guy. Malik Willis, in 2 years, will be ready to tear up the league. In a year after this year, he'll be ready to be a starter. That's why I wanted him so bad. I wanted him to be the guy to sit after Jared Goff, to learn how to hit that intermediate game, to learn how to hit those underneath throws. And then he comes in and he's ready to go. Now, whoever get Malik Willis is going to be a solidified quarterback position. You're going to get him against, someone like a Jimmy Garoppolo, like someone that is ready to go. Someone that is ready to have this 1 year and then the next person takes over. And that's what Malik Willis is ready for. That's why I wanted him, because we're in that position.
Right. And that's what I'm curious about. I mean, you got the second-round pick in the trade. Quarterbacks are still on the board easy.
Yes.
What do you think? You think a team's trading up to try and get Malik, or you think he might fall into that second? Oh, picks up.
Picks in.
If somebody's there, right, the Packers are picking, they're taking a receiver. A lot of receivers win.
A lot of wide receivers win.
If Green Bay doesn't go offense here, how pissed would Aaron Rodgers be?
Wow. Quay Walker, linebacker out of Georgia.
That's Green Bay taking another first-round defensive player.
Yeah, and
let me tell you this too. Quay Walker, as much as I may have maybe fell in love with him at times.
Yes.
Part of a great defensive unit altogether, and that's kind of hard to evaluate individually when you have a unit like that, especially the linebacker position.
Absolutely, they already lost one half of the Smith brothers.
Yes.
So now they're getting another outside linebacker to fill in that position. So
how do you feel about that? We're talking about that defensive unit. We said that everybody knows that was arguably the best defensive unit in the history of college football. That Georgia defense was disgusting.
Yes.
We saw Jordan Davis go way higher than anybody predicted.
Jordan Davis, Devontae Wyatt, and the #1 overall pick, and Travon Walker on the same defensive line. Those linebackers, and including Lewis Cine, they're hard to judge, bro. They are, because you have those three guys in the defensive line causing absolute chaos.
Absolute chaos. You can't single cover any of those guys. If you single cover one of those guys, they're blowing it up in the backfield.
Absolutely.
So you're double covering them, and then that leaves an open hole for Dean, for Lloyd to get in there to make the play at the line of scrimmage or in the backfield. And that is something I think these Georgia guys are going to have to adapt to. They're going to have to adapt to Pro Bowl offensive players. They're going to have to adapt to these guys in the NFL on the offensive line are not Michigan players.
And the defensive line guys may be straight. It's just I don't know how to judge the linebackers because the defensive line was so great.
And that's why I want to get to next. So Quay Walker, the first linebacker off the board, Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd, two guys that we felt would be way higher selected than Quay Walker. We talk about how hard it is to evaluate that Georgia defense. What does this mean for Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean?
This means that everybody saw what we saw. They saw that unit. They saw that unit was built from the trenches. They know that those guys in the front seven, other than the linebackers, demanded those double teams. So these linebackers, although they put up great numbers, they put up great combine numbers, they're not as perfect as everyone said they were. They're not as game-breaking as everyone said they were because they had these all-league guys demanding double teams. And when you have that in front of you, if they get brought to a team like that, that's fine. If they get brought to a Raiders or a Chargers where they have these two ends, they have these guys that are going to demand double teams, they'll find the open holes and they'll hit those holes. But without that, we need to see. We haven't seen that from them yet. When
Absolutely.
they get stacked up against competition that is equal to the ones they're going against, we haven't seen how they go one-on-one.
And I don't think they'll be on the board much longer here. We have the Buffalo Bills selecting at 23. We have Dallas at 24, and obviously Baltimore. Imagine if Baltimore walks through with Kyle Hamilton in a Devin Lloyd. I'm saying, like, at the end of the first.
Yes.
That's
Easy loves him some Kyle Hamilton.
Listen, everybody loves him some Kyle Hamilton. You two cannot sit here and tell me you think Kyle Hamilton's not going to be a great pro.
He'll be fine. I just think at 2 was my issue. Not selecting Kyle Hamilton.
And I'm with that, but the way this draft was, I didn't give a shit. I don't know if I can swear.
Yeah, swear.
All right.
You can't go crazy.
I didn't give a
Tell him I can feel easy.
I didn't give a poop. Really, who was that too? Outside of, like, maybe we went offensive tackle, or maybe we went Sauce Gardner, maybe would have been like a little sketched out.
Yeah.
Like, this draft, we truly had no clue coming in. And like you said, Jeff, dude, like, there wasn't a quarterback taken off the board until 20.
Yes. And
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
scary.
Yeah.
So there was nothing to, like, miss out on in this draft. Everyone was just kind of solid starters.
But we've
I'm not
talked
telling you
about
they're bad.
this with
you know what I'm
Malik
saying?
Willis. Malik Willis is still on the board. We saw him. This is what I said
And
on
he
the
still
bottom
is
line.
now.
This is what I said when you were on the bottom line, and we talked about it, and everybody's scared about his efficiency, his accuracy. He runs too early. First of all, Josh Allen coming out of college.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, he can't throw the accurate pass. He doesn't have the accuracy. Look what he turned into.
Right.
I'm not saying Malik is Josh Allen.
Yeah.
But it is the same discrepancies that we saw from Josh Allen. And him
Let me tell you
running
something
too
real
early.
quick. Percentage-wise, completion percentage, Malik Willis 64%. Josh Allen 56. This is their college stats.
Yes.
Passing yards per game, 225 for Malik Willis, 164 for Josh Allen. Like,
Yes.
yeah, I'm with you 100%.
And
Malik just needs to marinate a little bit.
And
He just
Malik
needs to sit some-
was good.
We all knew
Those
that.
teams were coming at him. He had a Liberty offensive line in front of him. A Liberty
and receivers.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone who said he was garbage never watched the actual game.
And if you get
There's
drafted
no way they actually watched the
to-
game and consumed every fucking. I'm sorry for saying the F word, but every part of the
And
offense.
let me play devil's advocate a bit. So I think a lot with Malik Willis has to do with where he falls too.
Yes.
You know, and what situation he lands
we
into.
still might not get him, to be honest with you.
Right.
Like 46 is kind of deep.
No, we're not going to get him to 46. He's not going to fall down.
That's probably why I was advocating so much for Malik in Pittsburgh, because I feel like that situation, he can sit behind Mitchell. Yes, right. So we'll see. I mean, we're getting towards the end of the first round, and teams can still trade up.
Bills took Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson?
Can I say one thing real quick?
That was the Jets.
Garrett Wilson.
Cheers to that.
Wilson. Let me say one more thing too to credit Brad Holmes. What did we see in this offseason in terms of free agency? What position jumped up in terms of value? Is the wide receiver position.
Yes.
And Brad Holmes went and got him questionably the best wide receiver in this
Christian
draft.
Kirk getting paid a stupid amount of money.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown just got a bag.
A.J. Brown just got $25 million
Yes.
a year. I like A.J. Brown,
Yeah.
but still, that's $25 million a year.
And Jameson's skill set can translate from a guy like Jared Goff to a guy like Matthew Stafford. You know what I'm saying? Like he's an overall great wide receiver.
Everybody that watches BDE know how hard I've been going.
What does BDE
Malik
stand for
Willis.
again?
Big D Energy,
What's
baby.
D stand for?
Big Dick Energy, baby.
absolutely.
We're coming out. If we get a Bryce Young, if we get a CJ Stroud, I will never mention Malik Willis again. But I don't think all the people that are saying, oh, we don't need Malik Willis. We got Jared Goff. We'll draft a quarterback next year. Jared Goff's going to be better. If Jared Goff is better, and all of you, I think we're going to be a 5 to 6 win football team next year. If all of you think we're going to get 7
we got
to
a
8,
trade. We have a trade.
So the Bills get the 23rd overall pick in exchange for the 25th.
Ravens moving up.
That's a great
Is
trade
it for
the
a
Ravens.
linebacker? Fellas.
That's a great trade for the Ravens.
Trade for the Ravens.
Ravens
oh my
got
God.
25. They moved back 2 picks and got a 4th rounder.
They got Kyle Hamilton.
And they got Kyle Hamilton.
I'm telling you,
there's still
they're
2
They're
linebackers
grabbing
up
Devin
there.
Lloyd.
The Bills, if the Bills get Devin Lloyd, they will have the best defense in the NFL next year, period.
Absolutely.
They already had one of the best defenses in the NFL last year. And if you add a guy like Devin Lloyd that can do everything, that can be that guy in the middle that shuts it all down, who do they got?
Let's see.
Roger Goodell is a reptilian.
Taking his sweet ass time
I hate
as
Roger
per usual.
Boo!
To be honest,
boo this man.
honestly, it might not be Devin Lloyd. Hold on, who do you say?
Kyer Elam,
Kyer
quarterback
Elam.
out of Florida.
Whoa! How did Tease Tabor work out?
Yeah.
Never give me a quarterback out of Florida for the rest of my life.
And real quick, to go back on your Jameson Williamson point, and we were talking about this with Neal as well.
Yes.
I think what Brad Holmes, the biggest thing I love about him is he gets it. He gets at least the financial side of things. You've talked about it. DJ Chark, you sent him to a 1-year contract, nothing committal.
Yes.
You draft arguably the best wide receiver with a 5th-year option.
Yes.
With what is wide receiver right now? They're the second highest paid position.
They're the
in football.
second highest
Literally
paid
the second highest paid.
He gets
wide
it.
receiver
Yes, he
and
gets
edge
it.
rusher. They are right there after quarterback, and that's what I will never forget. Brad Holmes. I will never question Brad Holmes.
Never forget you.
If these guys work out, it's because of Brad Holmes. If these guys don't work out, it's because of Brad Holmes. So this is on him. A couple people in this bar have told me that was the most important pick in Brad Holmes' tenure so far. Obviously, it's a short sample size. This is his second draft.
Yeah.
But you trade those assets and you go up to get this guy that's coming off of a serious injury who many people thought was the best wide receiver in the draft.
And to be honest, it's really only a 1 pick difference, the trade that Brad Holmes made to get a guy like Jameson Williams.
Right.
And if you look at that one, there's a 3rd-round pick that we gave up extra, but also only 12 picks away from where we were in that 2nd round as well. You look at the draft value, I guess player positional value.
Draft capital, baby.
Right.
Of the wide receiver position. Like, it was just a great move. The only thing, the most important pick for him, to me, get the fuck the Bears, eh?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who is that guy?
Speaking of opposing teams' fan bases, you see Buffalo Bills, their fan base react to this pick.
Yeah.
They looked like they ate some bad food, fellas.
Yes, they did.
They did not like.
That's what happens when
because they're saying what we just said. Who the fuck is that guy?
Yes. Why did we not draft a Devin Lloyd? Why did we not draft a Nakobe Dean?
Yeah.
Why? And it's tough.
Today's NFL is different though. Like, I do love Devin Lloyd in the traditional sense of the NFL, but how pass happy he is now, he doesn't run like that.
And
as much as Nakobe Dean may be fast, he didn't run at any type of pro day. He didn't run at any type of combine to let you know what his speed was. And his measurements came a little low as well as in the injury.
I've heard meniscus on Kobe Dean.
He's going to fall, dude.
If wide receivers are getting paid the 2nd/3rd most amount of any player, cornerbacks are up next.
Yes.
You know, you need these guys. You got Devontae Adams, you got Tyreek Hill, you got Christian Kirk, who shouldn't even be in that same conversation. But these elite wide receivers, these Justin Jeffersons, these guys in the league, you need someone opposite
Jameson
of
Williams
them.
is a Justin Jefferson guy.
He's a dog.
Man.
He is.
He's a dog. My question is, I love it that Brad Holmes was able to trade up. My question is, why doesn't a team like the Green Bay Packers with 2 first-round picks attempt to trade up to get a wide receiver?
The Green Bay Packers have never done that in their tenure.
Disrespect.
It's Jordy Nelson, it's Devontae Adams, it's defensive players.
Yeah.
And I don't understand. They need to get with the times. They need to get with what the Lions are doing. You're not going to get one of these top-tier wide receivers anymore. Amon-Ra was a godsend.
In fairness to the Packers, though, they're doing better.
And what did you say?
To say they need to get with the Lions a little bit, like, oh, hey, what do you mean get with the Lions? We need to get with them.
If we had Aaron Rodgers, we wouldn't envision 10
I think
years.
80% of their success is accredited
to be fair, there was a run the wide receivers cleaned up. They could have grabbed Christian Watson.
Yes.
That would be
Christian Watson.
And if they didn't think, if they thought it was too early, trade back.
Trade back.
Right.
Another pick's in.
Let me say this too real quick about the quarterback position for the Detroit Lions. I've been crying for them to address this position.
Cowboys might go Christian Watson.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. We know Jerry Jones. We know how he feels about wide receivers.
He likes those guys. We know they just lost Amari Cooper.
Yep.
I love CeeDee Lamb. I love their offense.
Shout out to payback.com too. My man who watches this 5, he says. So
I'm not a big Dak guy. I like Dak, but I'm not. I didn't want to see them give Dak that much money.
Crazy to give him that much money.
Insane amount of money.
That was wild.
I like Dak. I think he's top 10.
3rd round pick, 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
We still at 46. I know you don't love the idea of it, but like a guy like Sam Howell, we saw our guy, the capital investor at Woodward Sports, texted our group chat and said, Lions like Sam Howell. Looking at the way the quarterbacks fall in this draft, he might be there at 46.
See, with Sam Howell,
I don't give a crap. I just want Jared Goff out of there.
With Sam Howell,
people wanted Baker Mayfield. Sam Howell's a Baker Mayfield on a rookie contract.
You take 2 years ago.
I'm okay with it.
At
46,
the Lions had the freedom to do what Cleveland did to get Deshaun Watson.
Right.
If Sam Howell doesn't work out, I don't really want Sam Howell, but you see what Sam Howell did last year. You see what Sam Howell does when he has elite offensive weapons around him.
And then you cut Jared Goff. You have the $30 million. Go have fun in free agency. Brad Holmes, you watch the way we talked about it on the Woodward Heavyweights. Shout out if you're new watching the stream right now. Welcome to Woodward Sports. Make sure to subscribe and like button here. But making sure you check out the Woodward Heavyweights. You see us three on there frequently. This is my guy Jeff. We got Spinny, DJ Spinny on the other side.
Oh, it's going down. It's going down at Brass Rail tonight. I mean, I want to ask you guys this real quick about the Cowboys. I feel like in a way, as much as Jerry Jones loves wide receivers, when are they going to address this offensive line?
They need to.
But I guess, but wait, with how the draft has fell, the amount of offensive linemen that have gone, I feel like you got to go wide receiver. I mean, who's left on the board?
Yeah, there is no elite offensive lineman for them to take right now. There is still a Christian Watson out there. There is still
line
elite,
is terrible,
but you got to think they might go Devin Lloyd right here.
Yeah.
They need someone to fill that hole. Micah Parsons is an edge rusher. Michael Parsons is a quarterback assassin. And you need someone to fill that linebacker role that you lost when you pushed Micah Parsons into that defensive rookie of the year
Van Der
edge
Esch.
rusher.
Right. They have Van Der Esch in the middle.
But how healthy can he be?
He's been iffy with the neck injuries.
They're not taking Devin Lloyd. Right now, they're going with the wide receiver. They traded Amari Cooper. Right?
It's got to. I feel like in my heart it's got to be Christian Watson, but we'll see.
Christian Watson or Devin Lloyd?
Watson, yeah.
And this is what does Jerry Jones like? What does he do?
Offense.
This is the guy that grabs offense.
Yes. Every time.
He knows. Offense wins.
Tyler, offensive.
Yeah.
I didn't know they liked Tyler Smith that much.
He's out of Tulsa.
My man, Jeff.
Nobody knows.
I didn't know Tyler Smith.
Jeff Firefrady called it offensive lineman. Make sure you guys follow him on Twitter.
This is scary because these guys are falling. What do they know that we don't know?
I'm going to be honest with the chat. I don't know who the hell Tyler Smith is from Tulsa, but I will tell you this: they addressed the need. So give them credit. They
drafted position. They didn't go best player. If they would have went best player, they would have went Lloyd. They would have went Watson. They would have went one of these guys that is up there that shouldn't be there at the moment. But they took the guy that could fill in their hole. And this is Mel Kiper screaming about how he loves this guy. He looks pretty grimy. He looks pretty grimy on the highlights, and that's what you need out of an offensive lineman. You need the grind. You need the grit. You need the screw you, I'm going to punch you in the face and put you in the ground. And that's what the Cowboys did that built their success up until last year.
And real quick, too, we just saw the Bills move up back into their first round for like a 4th-round pick. We can see the same thing done, and we can probably grab Malik Willis if we truly did want him.
If Malik Willis,
if we really did want him,
Jermaine Johnson. Jermaine Johnson. Can we talk about Jermaine Johnson?
George Karlaftis still on the board.
George Karlaftis.
These are guys. These are guys that I said it. Other people, Scott Bischoff said it. Russell Brown said it.
Yeah.
They're not that far away from a Thibodeaux and a Hutchinson.
I thought Jermaine Johnson and Aidan Hutchinson were the most #1 ready to go right now guys in this draft.
Jermaine Johnson, I think, had the highest percentage of pass rush win rate. So he's a beast.
I am mind blown. And that just speaks to this is the craziest draft we've seen in years. I've never seen a draft where it's like, all right, here are our top 5. 3 of those top 5 guys aren't gone until 15. One of those top 5 guys still isn't gone. What is that?
And some of it
we
too.
We had one quarterback gone in 25 picks. When is the last time that's happened?
Michael Shirosky in the chat says, we arguably got 2 top 5 picks in this first round.
We did.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying about Jameson Williams.
Michael. You're right, Michael.
It may hurt that we gave up an extra pick, but when you realize what Jameson Williams is, I'm telling you guys, healthy Jameson Williams is the #1 receiver in this draft.
And you know what
we got him.
You know what I like about it?
And only one draft pick exchange.
Screw what everybody else is.
Screw the Eagles again.
They think Brad Holmes is we're going to take a wide receiver in the 4th. We're going to take a Cooper Kupp. We're going to take Amon-Ra. These guys are going to work out. He said, fuck that. I'm trading up. I'm getting arguably the best wide receiver on the board right now. Dick on the table. And that's what I love, man. Matt Patricia, Bob Quinn.
Dick on the table? What was that one more time?
Hold on.
Those guys, Quinn Tricia would have never made that pick. They would have made the safe pick. They would have gone after a guy that they know is going to come in there. They wouldn't have gone after the guy who's coming off a severe injury, but was arguably the best receiver in the draft.
They probably would have stayed put at 32.
They wouldn't have traded nothing.
No doubt about it. I see Pistons talk in the chat. I got to call them out. Jeff, you look so high. Well, Anthony. Shout out to Russ for getting me these Miller Lights.
Shout
the
out
boys
to
got
Russ.
them.
Shout out to Russ.
I'm not
Shout
high,
out.
but we have been drinking, and it has been a great night so far, man. 2 top 5
Honestly,
players, top 10 players, arguably.
Got our friends. Spinny, by the way, we got the Woodward Heavyweights podcast. Make sure you shout out. Make sure you guys subscribe after this. Our best friends are mingling with each other right now.
Oh, yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
Darius and Jesse. That's kind of wild.
Cut, G.
Oh, no, don't do it.
You did him with the like your cut.
Oh, he turned around and gave you the look. Hey, and everyone listening right now, too,
What's
man.
going on?
If you're not subscribed to Woodward Sports.
Does he want Malik too?
No, he didn't want Malik.
Okay, all right.
Where do you think Malik falls, actually, real quick?
This is like the Malik pregame show.
I have no idea
Mind
at
blown.
this point. If we, like I said, if we get Malik still, I will be naked co-hosting the morning show. I will sit in between Terry and Adam, butt naked. And I can't believe that he's fallen this far. Like I said earlier, I tried to say it, but you cut me off easy. The second.
What'd you eat for lunch today?
The second disparity of Malik was he runs too fast. Yeah. He was running too fast because he had a Liberty offensive line in front of him.
Right.
You draft him to a team like the Lions that has arguably 4 Pro Bowl offensive linemen. He's going to sit back there. He's going to make those 70-yard throws that Jared Goff can't make. And the most important position in all of sport is the quarterback.
100%.
And we had it. We were there. He's still not gone, which is mind-blowing.
And that's the brilliance of a guy like Brad Holmes.
And
he's still there.
If Brad Holmes gets Malik Willis still with Jameson Williams and Aidan Hutchinson, I'll buy a Brad Holmes jersey.
They'll build a statue outside of Ford.
I'll build a statue for him in front of my house.
And I want to real quickly say thank you to everybody who has been joining us right now. We are over 1,000 viewers, live viewers on our live stream. We're here at Brass Rail covering the NFL Draft. Thank you. It's been a journey, guys. I mean, this shows you right here how much people love the NFL Draft.
Yes.
I mean, really, it's the most exciting time of the year.
NFL is king. Everybody says it. This is the Lions Super Bowl.
It is.
And I don't like that because I want us to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I want us to win a playoff game in 2 years.
Oh, my God.
I want us to be the team that competes for the division. And we can't do that without a quarterback. We need a quarterback. Jared Goff is not that guy. He's not going to win a playoff game. He's not going to win a Super Bowl. He's not going to win a division.
Hold on, real quick. As much as I bash Jared Goff, he did turn things on the second half of the season.
He did in 3 games. It was 3 games.
He did play an entire season with Jeff at wide receiver.
Hey,
and he's now walking into 2022 with Amon-Ra St. Brown, who looked very promising, DJ Shark, who showed promising moments, and Jameson Williams.
All right, this is it.
This is it.
This is it. If Jared Goff doesn't produce, he's gone.
Hey, Bo in the chat has a message for Spencer. He says, somebody tell Spence Goff is retiring a Lion.
Bo?
Don't make him get...
As much as I love you,
Spencer almost just walked off
As much as I love you, Bo, you just won a special... 1 second, hold on.
Jared Goff is going to be a backup quarterback for his career after he leaves the Lions next year. He's going to get cut. We're not going to have that $30 million salary on our books, and he's going to be a backup. He's going to get paid $5 million a year because that's what he is. Jared Goff is not the answer. Jared Goff truthers out there, come see me.
Yeah,
come see me.
Don't get their heavyweights riled up, especially with cocaine around. Do not get them. Jesus Christ, these props.
See me, baby.
What is going?
What? I thought Jared Goff truthers were a joke. I thought Jared Goff believers were a joke. The one thing I don't like about this draft is that they said they have confidence in Jared Goff for at least this season. At least this season.
And to be fair, though, for at least this season, we saw what almost the entire NFL thinks of the quarterbacks in this draft.
Yes.
And it's not very high.
No, it's not very
The first quarterback, the most important position in the league, didn't come off the board until 20.
And Kenny Pickett has baby hands. He has hamburger helper hands.
Nine Drink says Jeff needs some loaded tater tots in an Uber. Well, I will say this: I need some Pedialyte, but that's a different conversation.
How are you, 12? I gotta prep a show. I gotta prep BDU when I get back from this, and then I gotta wake up at 8 in the morning and get into the studios.
What pick is that?
This is who we got up next. We got the Ravens.
Let's get Scott on the heavyweights tomorrow.
Another guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another center. Tyler Lindenbaum out of Iowa. Now,
Great pick.
This is someone we know. We've seen Iowa. We know that they produce these corn-fed, cornbread big boys.
Oh, yeah.
And this is arguably offensive line youth. Am I going to say that?
What'd you say?
I want to say that. These offensive line, these big guys from Iowa seem to always produce. Obviously, we know Iowa is tight ends too. It's tight end U. It's got all the boys out of there. It's got Kittle. It's got Fant. It's got Hawk. But that's what they are. They produce these big body guys. And that is why, first of all, I'm extremely happy we didn't fall into the trap of, I saw people saying, oh, Lions should go offensive line. They should bolster up the strongest part of their team. Get the fuck out of here.
Whoa. Hey,
all right.
You're swearing. My beer's getting low.
With all that being said, thank you guys for tuning in right now. We're live from the Brass Rail covering the NFL Draft first round. We will be back right after the break.
Kicks out from Malik
the heavyweights, then Jeff Iafrate.
32 teams, 7 rounds, 224 young men who today are about to become players in the National Football League. A day where lives are changed, fates are decided, dynasties are born, and the clock is always ticking.
Draft day in Detroit. A time of hope, a time of wonder, and a time for Detroit Lions fans to act like it's the friggin' Super Bowl. Join Woodward Sports and hundreds of other diehard Lions fans for our NFL Draft Party and live stream from the Brass Rail Detroit. All your favorite and not so favorite Woodward Sports people will be there. Adam, Terry, Neal, D-Mac, Braylon, Ryan, the heavyweights, NFL scout Scott Bischoff, Maz, Stick, Jeff Maddie, Joey, and more. Come join us at the Brass Rail Thursday, April 28th from 7 p.m. until pick number 32. See you downtown for Draft Day with Woodward Sports. Brought to you by Cintron, Gypsy Vodka, and Planet Fitness.
It took exploring 50 different formulas and hosting countless taste tests, but we believe Gypsy Vodka is the smoothest vodka on the market. Don't believe us? Ask the owners.
We're Mike and Adam Kazanowski with High Five Spirits Distillery. We're in close to about 1,200 locations throughout Michigan. We wanted to create a brand that was geared more towards freedom, love, adventure, and at the end of the day, we really wanted to tell a story that inspired other people to take risk, follow their dreams, whatever that might be.
Will they trade up? Will they trade down?
The NFL Draft is officially open.
We're live at the Brass Rail in Detroit from Draft Day 2022. Go Lions.
What's going on, guys? It's Maddie live here from the Brass Rail. I have Russell and Sean with me, two Woodward Sports legends. Russell, I want to start with you. Yes, legends. Anyways, Malik Willis, still on the board. The Lions traded up. Did we make a mistake?
No, I don't think we made a mistake, but I'm just curious, are we going to trade back up and get him again, or is he going to fall right to our lap at 46? We'll see. I don't know.
Do you think there's a possibility that we still trade back up?
I've been saying it all night, and I hope so. The Jets just did it. I hope we do it again because it'd be amazing. I want it. Content. Hashtag content. Let's go, baby.
All right. Well, Sean, so we haven't heard from you all night.
Yeah.
What has been your most surprising thing in the draft?
I was really convinced that we were taking Kayvon Thibodeaux at the number 2 overall pick. The fact that Aidan Hutchinson is staying home, he's a Detroit Lion. We didn't screw it up. We drafted the cocaine. I'm just surprised to see the Detroit Lions just making decisions that I like. I'm not used to liking what they're doing in a draft and seeing a culture being built. This is great.
Absolutely. Do you have any predictions for what they're going to do with the 46th pick?
I mean, it's hard to not see them at least look at the quarterbacks that are available, realize that only one's been taken off the board so far, and not try to at least look at what's available. I mean, the Detroit Lions, Jared Goff, we got to see what he's about, but we also have to plan for our future as well. So I'm really hoping that we can go after and get a quarterback. Malik Willis, please God, fall to 46. But I am shocked that Malik Willis is still on the board.
Absolutely. I'm absolutely shocked as well, but I want to know, Russell, with this 46th pick, nobody would have traded this, I don't think. Did you have any expectations for anybody in any mock draft ever to make this trade?
No, I said it on air over there. I was like, there is no way 100 mock drafts, there's not a single mock draft that has Jameson Williams to the Detroit Lions. The fact that he's here, It's awesome, but I'm hoping they got a little bit more juice and we get Malik Willis. I'm praying to God because how could you not be excited about Aidan Hutchinson?
All right, well, Jermaine Johnson just got selected with the number 26 pick, so I'm going to toss it back to you guys.
He was a top 10.
What do you think?
All right, we are back, baby. I'm with my boy Easy, with my boy Stick. I'm Nick Leach.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
We are here at the 2022 NFL Draft. Easy, I know you've been on for quite a bit. Stick, I know you've been off and on throughout the whole night. I got to get something off my chest. I know Jermaine Johnson just went off the board to the New York Jets.
Surprisingly late, too, by the way.
Very.
Yeah.
A lot of people were trying to make the case for him at number 2 for the Detroit Lions.
I saw it in a mock.
And on Vegas, I think he was a 3rd or 4th favorite, and odds-wise, to go to the Detroit Lions at 2.
Yeah, I mean, that is wild to absolutely think about. I got to get my thoughts out about the Jamison Williams trade at number 12.
What is it? What's up?
I am very excited.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, boys.
You guys think this table is being held up by like legs? No, it is being held up by something else underneath.
It's called an erection.
Yes.
Whoa, dude. Play it a little one.
If it lasts longer than 4 hours, call a doctor. But that's what's happening right now.
No, you call more ladies.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
I mean, I've never seen an NFL draft like this. The amount of trades that have gone down. We've seen Marquise Brown get traded away from Baltimore. We've seen A.J. Brown get traded away from Tennessee. I mean, what a night for not only the NFL draft, but anybody that's a fan of this sport.
Yeah, and the Detroit Lions specifically. I mean, we were talking to Scott Bischoff about this earlier, our NFL draft expert. When's the last time you ever remember the Lions trading up to get their guy and to, like, just swing for the fences like this? Like, we've taken our guy, and it's been the wrong decision, but I don't ever remember us, like, trading up like this.
Not in round one.
Right,
for sure,
right.
Yeah.
We've never traded a first-round pick and a second-round pick to trade up. Like, that's what you want every year. You're always saying, oh, the Lions are going to trade up. Oh, we can trade up. We can trade up. We never do it, and this year we did it, and I'm excited because this kid has the potential, has the ceiling.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for when you trade up for somebody like this, a game changer.
Well, and to me, this was a guy that could have been easily a top 5 draft pick. He was
100%.
on pace to be, I believe, a top 5 draft pick in this NFL draft. And, you know, we all watched the injury in the national championship. It was gruesome. It was ugly.
But he was tearing it up before that.
He was.
Thank you. Against what defense? Question be the greatest defense in college football.
The greatest, yeah.
Exactly. And the defense that a lot of people wanted the Lions to take a few guys off. You wanted Jordan Davis. You got Devontae Wyatt still sitting there on the defensive line for Georgia. Still hasn't been taken yet. So for me, like, I absolutely love this. I said it on the Going to Work podcast that I record every Sunday night. I said, you know what? Screw the 32nd and the 34th pick. Trade those things away and get back up and get a top receiver.
I wanted them to do it for Debo.
I honestly thought they were going to do it
cheaper though than Debo, because Debo you're paying 25 at the least.
Now you got 5 years. 5 years rookie contract.
Yes, at the 12 overall pick, which I believe is somewhere around like $5 million.
Are you guys concerned about his ACL injury at all?
Hell no.
No.
Adrian Peterson tore his ACL, came back and won the MVP.
And Braylon, I talked about this with Braylon last week when I was filling in when Ryan Ermanni was on vacation. Like, the ACL process and what that is in the NFL now is so far advanced, even from when Braylon was playing. It's ridiculous how fast these guys are coming back. I mean, even you look at like a Cam Akers last year, tore his ACL in the season, then came back for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Playoffs? Talk about playoffs?
Man.
No, I mean, it's what Braylon kind of told us too. He goes, those injuries aren't what they used to be. I mean, like, you look 20 years ago, those injuries were career-ending.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would even look, 15 years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago now, those were, you're out for a year. You're getting to a point where those are only 6-month injuries.
And real quick, too, like, to the point of the quarterback position, Jared Goff, we kind of crapped on him last year. He did have a bad year for the majority of the year. A couple of games he missed because of injury. But if we're being honest about the situation, he really didn't have weapons to work with. Now he has weapons to work with, and we know we're going to get out of this guy. And even if it is a good year, his trade value goes up.
And if we're being honest, Jared Goff over the last 4 games was 3-1, and when Dan Campbell took over the play calling and the line was healthy, he was a different quarterback.
You mean when Ben Johnson had a heavy influence on the offensive play coordinator?
Johnson.
Oh, wait, easy.
Yes, sir.
Who's the offensive play coordinator for the Lions this year?
Big old Ben Johnson.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, I mean, you look at this fucking offense now. You got DeAndre Swift, TJ Hawkinson,
Check.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Check.
I mean, we're going to look to see if Jameson Williams is going to be available.
DJ Chark.
But DJ Chark.
Check.
I mean, you got Josh Reynolds, who actually became a deep, as much people don't want to talk about
But
it.
even more important than that, even more important than that, you have Penei Sewell, you have Ragnow, like those. That's
Taylor Decker.
As much as the fun pieces are, having that core line that could potentially be a top 5 line in the NFL makes it all click. Because it doesn't matter if you have anybody, if you can't protect the quarterback. You saw Patrick Mahomes get his ass tore up in the Super Bowl when they couldn't protect him.
Yeah.
And that's Patrick Mahomes. He turns to nothing. You know, Tyreek Hill was nothing.
Goff.
Right. Yeah, there you go. And I wish Jared Goff would turn into Tyreek Hill.
Man, don't we all?
Or Pat Mahomes.
All right, so here's a question for you guys. So apparently, I haven't seen it yet. I'm texting. I'm in a big group chat with my boys. Shout out to the Lou Sassel Dynasty Club.
Shout out.
They posed the question in the group. They said, Lamar Jackson isn't happy with Hollywood Brown being gone. Lions package, couple first-round picks. Go get Lamar Jackson.
Oof. I love Lamar Jackson, but you got to totally revamp how you think of offense.
Yes.
Like he can
Everything
work.
changes.
He can work in one specific way.
Yeah.
He's not.
Are you calling him a running back stick?
I am not calling him a running back.
Sounds like
I'm calling him a running back. I don't know that he can utilize those wide receivers the way that they can be utilized. And I'm not saying Jared Goff can do it, but I'm saying we do have a whole draft next year.
But I tell you this much.
And GM and Brad Holmes to make it.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it would be a lot of damn fun.
So would Malik Willis.
All right, so we got a little bit of a trade update. We're on to the 27th pick. It looks like the Jaguars have traded up to take the Buccaneers pick at 27. Jaguars trade and get 33, 106, and 180 now. So we get a live look in right now
Who
at
the hell are the Jaguars going to take?
I don't know. They're live looking at Daxton Hill right now, the cornerback out of Michigan. Actually, a guy that I'm a pretty big fan of.
They got to
right
take a lineman
or a receiver.
Yeah.
Well, receivers kind of got. There was a run on wide receivers this year, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, they went. Who's this? Who are they showing on the screen right now? Devin Lloyd.
Utah linebacker.
So I was watching the NFL channel before for today. You got to throw on the NFL channel, see what's going on. And there's quite a few people actually had this guy falling out of the first round.
Well, he did not test well. He did not test well. He was presumed to be the #1 linebacker off the board. However, he didn't test well. We had a guy like Nakobe Dean who was there. He could have easily took the #1 linebacker spot, refused to test. Whether it was due to injury, whether it was due to getting another one, but he didn't. And we ended up with Quay Walker, an outside linebacker, being the first linebacker taken off the board this year's draft. Yeah, what do you guys think of that? Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean not even sniffed at this year so far.
That's crazy. Kyle Hamilton falling as far as he fell was a shock to me, and then he lines up in the best place he could possibly wind up.
Yeah.
The effing Ravens.
How crazy, too.
Have they had a good safety in the past?
The Ravens.
Some Ed Reed guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he turned out okay.
So he was all right.
All right, here we go.
He was all right.
Roger Goodell announcing the Jacksonville Jaguars selection.
God, I'd love to have that guy's job.
No kidding, right? Devin Lloyd. There we go. We were just talking about him. There he goes.
Just talking about the
off the board.
position.
Utah. All right, Green
Bay on the clock now.
So what wide receivers are left?
It doesnn't matter. They're not going to draft them.
Let's see. Let's just look. Because Sky Moore.
Yeah, Sky Moore, George Pickens. I mean, that's the only two that you're going to take at that position.
Christian Watson.
I like Mechie.
Yeah, but he hasn't been that highly rated. So a lot of people are laughing at, Green Bay, that with their first pick, they took Quay Walker, the linebacker out of Georgia. Obviously, like we've talked about, with the linebacker position, Georgia had a very, very good defense this year.
Hey, gotta celebrate with some Gypsy
shout
right
out
now.
Gypsy vodka
and some Citron. And shout out to SMA. They dropped off some bags. Planet Fitness had some towels that we were throwing out here. Like, this was a fun party tonight.
It was.
And at first, it was just, me and you were talking about it, like, this wasn't really exciting to have the number 2 pick, and like, nope. It wasn't, I don't know. It was just like, all right, we have the number 2 pick. They pick Aidan Hutchinson.
It's like 10 minutes.
Okay.
It was a quickie.
It felt good for a little bit, but then it was like, all right, that's it.
Yeah.
All right. And then all of a sudden they're at 12, and you're like, holy shit, the Lions they're doing it today. Yeah, like, you ready for round 2, baby?
Yeah.
Well, and I think everybody, to be honest, I think the Rams got everybody in the mindset of, F them picks.
Yeah.
Like, nobody cares. Like, they have proven that it does not matter. They haven't had a first-round draft pick since they took Jared Goff.
Yes, and keep in mind, too, like, F them picks, absolutely. But
and they're not going to have one for another 2-3 years.
And they are, but even if you're saying F those picks in the Detroit Lions mentality, we still only gave up 1 extra pick to move up to where we did to get a possible top 5 candidate.
Yeah, and that's why I love Brad Holmes and what he's done. I honestly, be completely honest, I'll let everyone know that's watching this, I didn't love the Aidan Hutchinson pick. I was a big Kayvon Thibodeaux guy.
He was not the cocaine to me.
Everybody was chanting Kayvon.
Yeah.
Remember last year we were chanting Sewell, and then we got him.
Yeah.
That felt great. Everybody was chanting Kayvon Hutchinson.
Did not feel great.
Well, I think a lot that had to do with it is that you had him wearing the white buffs, right? You had him talking about Brad Holmes being his uncle. So a lot of guys already felt connected, like, damn, this is already our guy. We're going to bring him in. Like, he started jumping up. Like, you heard a lot of good reports around the Lions organization for him. And then all of a sudden, nothing against Aidan Hutchinson. I love the fact that they did take a defensive end. That was the position I've always talked about. People who are talking about Kyle Hamilton. I said, doesn't matter if you could draft, you could have Champ Bailey back there, you could have John Lynch back there, you could have Kyle Hamilton back there. If you can't put pressure on the quarterback, it doesn't matter. So at least we get the opportunity to see that with Aidan Hutchinson. I hope he proves me wrong and proves to be better than Kayvon Thibodeaux, because let's be honest, Kayvon Thibodeaux's not on his team.
Yeah.
That's why you have to be comfortable with
Brad
every
Holmes,
pick.
I love you. I love you, Brad Holmes.
Can I ask you guys this? Which pick are you more excited to have? Jamison Williams.
Offense is pretty, baby.
Jamison
Offense
Williams.
is pretty.
Yeah. The ceiling on this guy is absolutely insane. Honestly, if he wouldn't have gotten hurt, he wouldn't have been available.
He put in the number 1 receiver off the board. If he had not gotten hurt.
Did you guys expect?
Put you this way, injured.
But shout out to Braylon for nailing the Drake London being the first wide receiver off the board.
And Drake the rapper.
6'5" golden take.
He nailed it.
Yeah, he did. Shout out to Drake. Branding, and he also got his money back, too.
Yeah, he did a lot of money back.
Big dub for him.
Shout out.
The pick is in.
The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
So what receivers were on the board? We have Sky Moore,
and George Pickens.
Jalen Tolbert.
I really hope they don't take George Pickens.
Christian Watson's
or
the one that
Watson.
scares me.
Yeah.
Watson's the one that scares me.
I don't think so. I mean,
Look at that boardroom. What a bunch of stiffs.
They really do. I'm not gonna lie.
Stiff as hell.
Yeah, like all
not very diverse.
I just want
missionary. All missionary kind of guys.
I just want the Green Bay Packers. Nothing wrong with missionary.
I mean,
but you got
mankind here. But
my thing about this is, I just want the Green Bay Packers to go another year without drafting a first
receiver
in the first round.
What if they take a quarterback?
Oh my God! I would order
Malik
another
Willis?
drink. Honestly, I would order another drink of celebration.
They cut us off, so we can't do that.
Yeah, that's why they're over there with the Gypsy model.
Yeah, they're out of.
That's hilarious.
Shout out Gypsy Vodka. We love Gypsy Vodka.
Yes.
Right, Alex
Mayer? All them boys.
I mean, the announcement to get the pick in has been a little bit absurd. That's my only complaint about the draft tonight is we get the notification the pick is in, and all of a sudden we're waiting 10, 15 minutes. I don't know what the hell's going on here.
Right.
So, back to my thought. If you have to pick your guy now, who's your guy? Jamison Williams, Aidan Hutchinson. Who's the guy if you had to buy a jersey, I guess you could say, which one are you buying?
Probably Williams, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
To me, I mean, like, look, man, Aidan, everything that he is like, I told this to my guy Russell Brown. He's Dan Campbell's fishing buddy. He's got the same mentality. He's got the kneecap bite mentality, right? But like
the motor.
Yes, and I know people like that I've played with, right? But they were never great. They were never good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just and like he'll be a solid starter in the NFL. However, Jamison Williams has the potential to be something sexy, bro.
Sex. Oh, man. And pairing, like, I love the pairing with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, you know.
Amon-Ra underneath.
And Chark on an earn it contract.
We went from a position where the wide receiver position last year was very, very thin. Then you signed Josh Reynolds on waivers. You get DJ Chark. And now you got Jamison Williams. Now you got a wide receiver core that's pretty deep.
Josh Reynolds went from our number 2 wide receiver to 4 tonight.
Ah, God, what if the Packers take Malik Willis?
There's no
shot.
shot.
Oh, my God.
They won't take Malik Willis. If it's Christian Watson, that's what I'm nervous about.
That's what we think. I mean, they love that tall wide receiver. They need a wide receiver.
Yeah, but they know better than to draft a wide receiver in the first round.
Or Brees. I mean,
real quick, too, to the wide receiver point.
They could take a running back here.
They could take George Karlaftis. He's still on the board.
You know what? I do like George Karlaftis a lot. I don't know that he fits their defense, though.
Yeah.
They're more like a 3-4 type of thing.
They can't go defense.
I don't want them to. If they take Nakobe Dean, don't take Nakobe Dean, though.
He's not. Nakobe Dean's
How much do you hate the Packers?
Why is Wentworth, though? Here's the question.
Where are you at with that, by the way? Bears? I hate the Bears.
I hate the Packers more.
No, Packers
more than the Bears?
We've beaten the Bears more in my lifetime. Yeah, but that's not the Bears' fault. That's the officials.
What it is for me. Oh, man, the big chum in.
I don't know why
He's talking too much about life.
Why is Whitworth announcing the Packers pick, though?
He's
probably because the Rams don't have a first-round draft pick.
The Packers love their Watts. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm joking.
I don't know. He's giving a damn Oscar speech, though. Nobody wants to hear this.
He really is, though. Come on, dude.
We don't even care.
Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I'm not gonna put down another bald man though. All right, I'm gonna let him do his thing.
The bad part is we don't even know what the speech is about, so this could be very meaningful. We're shitting over.
That's very true.
Yeah,
we're also a couple deep though, so we're excused.
Shout out
Gypsy Vodka again, but
and shout out to the Brass Rail for hosting us tonight, man. They've done a great job. The pizza here is delicious. The liquor here, the beer here, obviously the Cintron here. This beautiful man right here.
So I was actually going through, I was sitting on the, I was doing a lot of the tweeting for the Woodward Sports account, and I was going through, there was a lot of guys out there that, famous guys, I guess you could say, from ESPN or
Orlowski.
I didn't see one from Orlowski, but
announced the damn pick.
Yeah,
there was a few guys out there that Colin Cowherd said really like how the Lions team is shaping up.
All right, I'm a Colin Cowherd fan.
I do like Cowherd.
That's my guy.
Green Bay Packers select defensive tackle
to Georgia. I love it so much.
I do too.
I love it so much.
I'm just thinking what Aaron Rodgers is doing right now in his house.
He is turning. He's wishing he retired right now. He is wishing he retired right now.
Boys in the Hood, Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah, just punching kids.
Yeah, punching air.
Yeah,
that's Aaron Rodgers right now. Although I do like Devontae White a lot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's cool. Whatever.
But you just traded away your best wide receiver, and the problem is to not get anything.
Yeah.
Anything. I mean, this is going to help, but how often have rookie defensive linemen taken this late in the draft really changed the game?
Yeah.
There are wide receivers.
There's that TJ Watt guy that he's okay.
But Devontae Wyatt plays inside. TJ Watt's outside guy. He's going to get to the quarterback. Wyatt can get to the quarterback from the inside, but he's majority played inside. He's a defensive tackle. Although I do like him a lot. I am not going to lie.
I just love it's not offense. I love that.
I do love that.
It's like they're trying to troll their own quarterback, and you have to absolutely just appreciate that as a Lions fan. Now, granted, both those guys they took tonight can absolutely sack Jared Goff probably 15 times a game.
Yes. But we have a good offensive line.
That's why I think it's hilarious.
F them.
I just thought of something awful, guys.
What was it?
Oh, shit.
A fat old lady?
No, not that. I kind of dig that. Minnesota got the 32 pick, right?
Yes, I was going to say that. The only part that sucks about that trade, we trade within a division.
Yeah, but that's where they let us trade up to get it.
I got that, but Malik Willis may be there at 32.
Stop, Steve.
Why? If they're not sold on their current quarterback, which we know they're not 100% all in, why wouldn't they draft a successor?
All right,
and we may have just traded away Malik Willis.
Malik Willis isn't going to be that good.
That's what you say. I will say this, though, in defense of that, and I'm just saying this to help my own feelings a little bit here. They did take a quarterback last year in the second round. I don't remember his name. He's an NFL light skin, but they did address the quarterback position last year. They did.
Who?
The Vikings.
The Vikings?
They did get a backup. I can't think of his name at the moment.
Tampa Bay sitting there at 33. I think that's where Malik Willis is going.
What? Really? Tampa? I mean,
Tom
Brian
Brady.
Leftwich?
Brian Leftwich, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Tampa's got to start insulating what they have.
Yeah.
You are right about that.
I would
That's
not
a
be.
good point.
I mean, how would you like to sit Malik Willis behind the best QB of all time?
I mean, I'd love to sit Malik Willis behind Jared Goff, but, we didn't get him.
Yeah. But he is still on the board. He is still on the board. Originally projected number one, or not number one, but I guess people are saying, he's a second-round pick. Well, he still could be a second-round pick to the Detroit Lions at 46, and if he did, I'd have to change my underwear. I'm just saying.
There's no way he's going to be there at 46. I just don't see it happening.
But at the same point, in the same breath, we didn't think he was going to be here at what, 27, 28? Where are we at now?
All right, let's take a look. Let's see it. All right, so
I'm talking about how pissed Aaron Rodgers is right now.
Yes, F. Aaron Rodgers. Shout out to the chat for informing us while we were live and inebriated. Kellen Mond was the quarterback that they addressed in the second round last year.
So we got Patriots on the clock right now, Kansas City, Bengals, Vikings, who you said you think could do something. I think it's going to be Tampa Bay at 33. Then you get Minnesota again at 34. So you're right. That might be the best opportunity for him there if they're not in love with Kirk Cousins.
God,
that would have hurt.
That would be the ultimate
so bad.
kick in the dick, especially if he turns out to be awesome.
That would hurt.
I would not be surprised at with the Giants at 36. I know they said they're committed to Daniel Jones, but
I mean, how committed can you be to Daniel Jones? I like him fantasy-wise. He puts up numbers, but reality-wise, not so much.
Yeah, no. Yeah. And they're actually, they probably should take a swing at a quarterback. Let me ask you this. Another member of Woodward Sports, the capital investor, he's spoke something to our group chat about a guy named Sam Howell. We are at 46. It feels like Sam Howell might be there. What are you thinking? What are you guys thinking?
Sam Howell's the kid from North Carolina, right?
Yeah, the guy that proved all season long that he wasn't worthy of being
he was Baker Mayfield pretty much? Yeah.
So, to me, Sam Howell, his success came the year before when he had Javonte Williams at running back and Michael Carter.
Yes.
And obviously those two proved to be pretty efficient NFL running backs. And to me, if you got that in your backfield, you should be a successful quarterback.
Yeah.
And the minute they left, look what happened to him. So, I don't love that rumor, but, he hasn't been known to lie.
And to be fair, if we still, there's a lot of running backs still deep. Walker's still there. Haskins is still there. If you were talking about the state of Michigan.
Haskins.
Those are late round picks that could end up in Detroit. And there's your running backs to help Sam Howell with a great offensive line. You obviously has receivers now too. Just because it's a rookie contract and we would clear the cap of $30 million by possibly trading Goff and getting more assets. That third round pick we traded away today, we could probably get back and trading Goff.
Yeah.
Honestly. All right, let's go to the chat here real quick and see what some of our fans out there are saying. So we got Detroit Dabber said Carson Strong.
Strange. Well, you got something on your mind.
Carson. I read it too literal. Carson Strong to New England. Karlaftis to the Chiefs. That's what he thinks.
Wow, that's all right.
We got Tyler Chavez, Bengals on the clock, and two. All right, so that did not mean anything.
Karlaftis still there though too.
Sue Yu said, Willis going to the Vikings would wreck the Lions.
Oh, dude, wouldn't that be the worst? That would just be the worst.
It's a bad thought. We're not positive vibes only over here.
All right.
It's like, how are you? So Motown Money said, how are you not sold on a guy that was projected as number one pick for most of the season? Hutch is a dog. Motown, I'm not saying I'm not sold on him. I do think it's the right pick.
Patriots took some Strange.
Cole Strange.
Out of Chattanooga. A guard out of Chattanooga. There's no way we have highlights for him, do we, Alex? There's no way.
Shout out to Alex real quick, too.
Oh, my God.
Highlights for us, man.
I told Alex, irreplaceable tonight, the way he's run this.
Thank you, Alex.
Updating the ticker below, playing all the highlights back, updating who's on, because we've had some audibles in that situation as well. Without Alex Mayer...
First and last.
He hates when I say it with one syllable. Mayor.
Alex Mayer.
Alex
Mayer. Walk off set right now.
Mayer. Making it happen. Put your hands in the Mayer.
We had our guy Ryan's reaction saying, "I hate this draft." Ryan, I don't know what you're on tonight. This is one of the best drafts of all time.
Ryan was here tonight.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he
I didn't
was.
see him.
He didn't say what up there, but I caught him. I recognized him, but he just said he got home.
If you're ever out in public and you see Woodward Sports, come say hi.
I want a picture with you guys. I honestly do. You guys are the reason why we're here.
Don't be weird. Alex Mayer looking hot.
We're the weird ones. We're talking about cocaine. We make wiener jokes all the time. Come on. We're the weird ones.
We're the weird ones.
We got Will Fenema said, what about Desmond Ritter? He's probably going to be still sitting there at
I do
46.
like Ritter. I do like Ritter.
That was my guy at 34. If Pickett and Malik Willis were both gone, that was a guy I would not have been opposed if they took.
He is to me, Jared Goff with
the Chiefs are
a great 40 time. You know? And Jared Goff, when he was younger, would run the football.
Yep.
Chiefs on the clock.
Chiefs on the clock, 30th pick.
Roger Goodell taking his sweet ass time.
Karloftis, there you go.
Who said that in our chat? Someone said that in our chat.
They did. He's good. He's good.
Detroit Dabber.
Look at his girl.
Detroit Dabber.
Shout out. I noticed that too.
Yeah, no.
I think
that guy's already winning.
Yes.
He's already a winner.
Yes. I peeped that too. Woo. He's like a Travis Kelce on the opposite side of the ball. I like this kid a lot. And in comparisons, shout out to Luke G and his YouTube channel and all those guys. Shout out to all Detroit content creators, but
make sure you subscribe to us right now if you're watching.
Yes, if you guys aren't subscribed, if you're watching this because you're a Detroit Lions fan or fan of any type of Detroit sports, if you're not subscribed, you're making a mistake. I'm just telling you right now.
Because tomorrow's shows are going to be crazy.
We have a guy who talks about cocaine on the daily.
He might be in jail tonight. Yeah, well, I think he might be in jail.
He was supposed to be on, but we lost Adam. We don't know what the hell happened to him.
I saw someone in the chat said, Stick, we need you to go bail out Adam.
I mean, that's fine.
We got enough money.
Yeah, we're gonna flip these bricks real quick over here on 7 Mile.
Subscribe so we can contact you guys and make this money go. Knock a Malik down. All right, anyway.
What if Detroit Dabber's like a secret behind-the-scenes GM just in the YouTube chat?
It's Brad Holmes the entire time.
Yeah.
He's just taking dabs.
And I love you, Dabber. I love you even more. So we only got, what?
We got 2 picks left. Bengals already got their pick in.
3 picks left in this draft.
Only 1 quarterback.
That's crazy. And no running backs.
Here we go.
Not 1 running back.
Yeah, it's a different age. Cody Ingalls said Neal gonna cry about draft capital all show tomorrow.
I mean, no, this is what Neal speaks of. This is why, like, I'm sure Neal will be happy we turned 32 and 34 into 12.
How could you not?
And 46.
Well,
next year.
But we traded away 64 as well, so I didn't include the 46 and 64 to me are just, it is what it is. The core of it was 32, 34 for 12.
For me, it's a little bit biased against Jared Goff and the contracts. The highest paid quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl was Matthew Stafford, or Peyton Manning at $23 million, 13% of the cap space. To me, the most important position, the quarterback position, and there's still a lot of those guys, and they're going to be there at 46. I just feel that. way. Ritter, whether it's Howell, there's still going to be a guy that we can take a swing on.
What if they just like Jared Goff?
They do. I think that's why they went and got.
But did we not like Jared Goff at the end of the season?
I never liked Jared Goff. Let's be honest.
After you saw what Tim Boyle could do?
That is just erroneous.
Tim Boyle is like what, 2 levels down from Jared Goff for being real? I mean, is that
8
kind
levels?
of
Come on, man.
5?
Like everybody, like early in the season, everybody was screaming, "Get this guy out of here!" And then you put in the other guy. We're like, "Bring back Goff, please."
No, I honestly
wasn't that far off.
Yeah, I am 100% guilty of that. I was like, you know what? Let someone else get a chance. I was all on board, and I was like, dear God, get me Jared Goff back. Like you said, Stick 3-1 at the end of the season.
I don't know, man.
That's with the healthy offensive line and the new play calling in place.
That is fair, and I do have to give him that. And I mean, this
year
year
gonna have more weapons now.
It's a prove-it year for him for sure.
Lepins.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, man, I'm cool with taking a swing at a guy at 46 if he's there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. At the same time, though, like, are you truly in love with any of these quarterbacks in the draft? Like, are you truly in love with one of them?
No. Not even Malik.
So then why take a swing? Why take a swing at a QB when there's other players out there that can come in to make an impact?
Because to me, what Jared Goff offers, again, we had that 4-game sample at the end of the year, sure, but we had a lot bigger sample in the beginning of the year that was a lot uglier. And if we can get a guy at a rookie deal, and if you look at the history of the Super Bowl winning champions, their team-friendly contracts, Tom Brady, the most rings of any quarterback, any player of all time. What did he do notoriously for it? He took the best deal in terms of the team. If you get a guy in that rookie contract, especially in the second round, oh my goodness, the 5th-year option and a second-round pick, that's so clean. It just does so much more for your franchise. That $30 million worth of cap space it frees up, we could address either in a trade. I mean, look at the way the Rams were built. They signed these guys to, like, prove-it deals, like Lloyd, and they went and made trades for guys like Ramsey, guys like the edge rusher, Fowler, guys like – I mean, they just – we have that opportunity. We trade Jared Goff and open up that cap space is pretty much.
Yeah, the quarterback class next year is undoubtedly going to be way better than this year. So, I mean –
yeah, but you just don't know where you're going to pick. Like,
exactly.
Like, that's the thing. Like, yes, it'll be better, but are you guaranteed to get one of those guys? Hell no. Because look at last year. Look at the quarterback stash last year. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, but at the same time, too, what have we
Hopefully we're not 1, 2, 3 next year.
What have we seen the tendency with not only the LA Rams, but now we're seeing it with Brad Holmes? He's not afraid to give away draft capital. Like, if there's a quarterback next year, you give away a couple of first-round draft picks. You could give a couple of first-round draft picks away in 2024. Like, that's how I'm looking at this thing. Is like these guys are not afraid to just give away draft capital. And if there's a QB, like, look if you build this thing around. Like, you got your wide receiver now that everyone wanted. You've got added a piece on defense already today, which I believe you're going to go defense heavy the rest of this draft, which I think could be pretty special for the Lions. But you go next year, and the only thing you're really coming into the draft with is a dire need for a quarterback. What's a couple first-round picks?
I will say this, just for the point of winning the argument, you have something on your list. I'm joking. But there's still other teams that need quarterbacks that didn't address the quarterback position this year as well.
Who?
Next year. What do you mean who? The Seahawks?
Carolina.
I mean, there's so many teams that are going to need a quarterback next
well,
year.
Like we said, at the same time, too, we do have a draft to unfold. We still got Sam Howell out there. We still got Malik Willis. We still got a bunch of guys out there.
And that's what we drafted this year.
Right.
And that's one thing that I do get really excited for.
too.
Matt Corral's another one.
That's another sneaky guy.
That's another one.
That's a sneaky guy this year.
Yeah, that's a great point. And again, that's 3 guys that very well may be there at 46. I don't know about Malik. It's kind of
I think for sure you're going to have one of those guys that I didn't think would be there definitely be there at 46.
And again, like, they're worth taking the shot on. And maybe in terms of, like, looking at what the Detroit Lions did in the offseason, they did sign Blau. They did re-sign Boyle. Obviously, we have Goff. I doubt, if I'm thinking logically, I don't know if they will draft a quarterback because we do have 3 guys on the roster now, which kind of sucks. I want to get rid of Goff, but maybe they really do believe in Goff. Brad Holmes was there in L.A. with the Rams organization when they did trade up to draft him. I mean, we'll see. Time will tell.
All right. Looks like the Bengals.
Hey, our guy Crackman.
Crackman's been getting a lot of airtime tonight at the NFL draft. Imagine what he's going to get in 2024.
Oh, man.
They might just have him announce every single draft pick.
How exciting is that? 2024, it's going to be right down the road here because we're on Woodward and Adams right now.
It's actually crazy.
Blocks away from Ford Field.
$12 million they said they was going to bring to the city. $12 million.
No, more than that.
No, it was like $200 million.
Yeah, $200 million. So it's like $12 million.
$200. It's got the
Fords.
The Woodward
have that in their
the Woodward Sports Draft Party brought $2 million to the city tonight.
Yes.
I don't know what we're doing here.
All right.
We got to show Sheila some love.
Daxton Hill is who I'm thinking.
That'd be a good pick for them.
They have Bates.
Why not have Daxton Hill on the opposite side?
Receiver.
There it is.
Wow.
Attaboy. That's a good pick for them.
Wow.
I mean, they're a physical defense. Like, why did they lose last year? Cooper Kupp whooped that ass.
Yep.
Cooper Kupp, to be fair, whoops every ass.
Yeah, but you had Odell on the opposite side.
A white boy right there, I'll tell you there. Cooper Kupp.
Love that pick for them.
Wow.
All right, so this is where, like you said, Stick, this is where it gets interesting. Vikings are on the clock now. Could we see your boy Malik Willis go off the board?
Stop saying it. Stop saying it. I
want the conversation to be done and over with. I'm sick of Maz. I'm sick of Ryan. I'm sick of you guys.
Well, wait, you don't like him?
No, I'm not a Malik Willis truther.
All right, so rate your quarterbacks coming in this year.
I didn't have any. I mean, none of them were. I mean, Kenny Pickett maybe because he ended up a Heisman favorite, but no one was talking about Malik Willis all season long. And then all of a sudden, everyone watched a few extra film tapes.
He was talked about all season long. He definitely was. That's why that Ole Miss and Liberty game was so hyped up.
He was not.
Have a good night, man.
He was not talked about to be a top 5 draft pick.
What? I don't know about 5.
But yeah, people were talking about him to be the number 2 pick for the Detroit Lions, and look where he's at. He's already down at 32.
I know. The Vikings pick is already in. That'll be the last pick of the night. Uh-oh. What are you doing out there, Spencer?
What are you doing?
Send that to Alex real quick.
What was that?
Yeah, email it to Alex. Spencer outside, like, squatting people.
Oh, my.
Just people, because
this is what he does.
I mean, Annex is next door. It's going to be busy tonight here downtown.
So Aaron Rodgers appeared on the Pat McAfee show,
Okay.
and he said the one receiver that looked most NFL ready to me was Jameson Williams.
Thanks for the advice, AA Ron.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Listen, that was my biggest fear for the Packers in this year's draft as a division rival, was them landing Jameson Williams with a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers. That would have been terrifying. It kind of still blows my mind that they didn't take Christian Watson, although they do have another second-round pick where they could move up and maybe grab him. But
I like Christian Watson.
I like him a lot.
I had my buddy. I had a few buddies text me saying that we fleeced the Vikings in that pick.
Listen,
well,
I can't say
wait.
that.
Let's see who they pick.
We got to
with
see
our
how the draft
picks.
plays out.
Because that's the cool thing about this trade is we're going to find out immediately, like, what exactly we traded. You know?
Yeah.
This isn't a future first-round pick or something like that you forget about 3 years down the road.
Yeah.
This is immediate gratification on this. And the Vikings 32 pick is already in. So we'll find out who that is. And then that's the end of the first round, man.
To me, if they take like an offensive tackle or offensive guard or something like that, you already won the trade no matter what, because that was a position you did not need at that spot.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm with that. Are they taking that, though? We don't know. Kirk Cousins playing year to year on guaranteed contracts. Everyone in the chat saying Malik Willis. Stop it. I do not want. That would suck so bad. That would haunt. That's
be
the
a
one
kick in the
thing.
dick.
Yes. I love Jameson Williams.
It's the only thing that would ruin today.
Yes. Honest to God. Yes.
If they took Malik Willis right now.
Trading within divisions is never really a good idea. Unless you get a for sure guy.
Here. No, I don't want to throw the headset on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, get it on there.
Oh, man.
What's your name?
Christina.
Hi, Christina.
Hi.
Oh, Russ.
Oh, I can hear so much.
Yeah, it's much louder, isn't it?
No, I couldn't hear shit from you guys earlier.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, sorry, stop.
Yeah, what the
Okay, who
hell?
are
This
they
is a-
picking? Who the Vikings pick?
They're going to pick Malik Willis and kick us right in the
No,
dick.
they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're
gonna
not.
kick us right in the
You
dick.
think they're going to? They did pick pretty quick.
All right, hit the like button if
They
you
already
think it's
know who
Malik
they
Willis.
want.
Hit the like button if you don't think it's Malik Willis.
It would
pick
just
is already
be,
in.
It
I
would just
mean-
be the most Lions thing ever, man.
It would suck, man. That
To
would
give it away.
that would
to
hurt
give,
so
to give him away, right?
bad.
And the guy that we need.
No way. If it's not Malik, who else would it be?
I'm thinking Nick Leach at 32.
Leach? No way. No.
Yeah. Nick Leach?
No.
Dude, he's got a huge one
I mean,
on.
they could go Lewis Seen here. I could see Seen
Why
going
would?
here.
Why else would they trade with the Lions?
For Nick Leach.
No.
Why?
No
You don't
way.
like Nick Leach?
No, I don't like Leach. I don't like Leach for either one of them.
Well, he had a great 40 time. I mean, he hits a couple off the field issues, but Nick Leach is great.
Small hands, though.
Not for a trade.
Small
not
hands.
for a trade up
Yeah.
like this. No way.
Definitely got small hands.
Pickett. Kenny
Yeah.
Pickett, the number one quarterback off the board.
Yeah.
The only
Okay, so are
quarterback
we
off the
picking
board.
this understudy under Goff? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, we're not, because this is Minnesota picking.
I'm saying, but for the Lions, we trading up and all this.
I wish.
If it's Willis,
I wish we would have done that.
I'm gonna take a
If
shot.
Willis doesn't go in the first round, that's
you
kind
got
of.
it?
I'm saying if it's
Let's
Willis,
take a quick look at Spencer on the street real quick. This is what Spencer's doing right now outside the brass rail.
Just grabbing strange men.
You're squatting?
Just picking up Flannel Sam's cousin and
Squatting.
squatting
straight
grown men.
genitals on the
What are
shoulder
we,
there.
Look
Are
at
we
this
looking
guy.
at like 220?
I don't know. How heavy do you think that guy was, Spence?
That's
300? That guy was
No.
not 300 pounds.
That's not 300.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
6'4".
6'4". That doesn't mean
They
I'm
don't make
300
you 300
pounds.
pounds. Yeah.
But that's for sure.
All right, here's the last pick of the
Here it
NFL
goes.
All
draft.
right, let's see the Vikings dick us with.
Here it is. C.
Lewis
All
C.
right.
Okay.
Not Malik Willis.
Nice.
Not Malik Willis.
Malik
Nice.
didn't go in the first round.
Hey.
That's
Only
crazy.
one quarterback went in the first
At
round.
That's
least
actually
it was a
weird,
Nick
but there
Leach.
wasn't a good quarterbacks this year.
Not this year. No, you
No.
are correct.
I'm
See,
just.
you
I
were
should
over
give
there
respect.
getting interviewed earlier. Oh no, it wasn't you earlier.
I'm Russell's friend.
Okay.
I was saying, are you Russell's?
I'm
Friend.
Russell
what does
and my
friend
husband
mean?
coach together.
Oh,
They coach
okay.
my kid.
Okay.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Weird.
What's your name again?
Christina.
Christina. Well, welcome, Christina. Did you enjoy the draft party tonight?
I did, except Malik not going in the first round.
I know, but maybe
Kinda
we can
weird.
get him at
His girlfriend
46.
might not like it.
Maybe we can get
So
him at
weird.
46.
You think?
One
You
quarterback.
think he's gonna go? And Pickett didn't go?
Pickett went.
Pickett went? Okay, I didn't see
he was
that.
the first quarterback.
20
off the
at
board.
20 though.
But but I mean, usually you get how many quarterbacks in a draft, and now this year
Yeah,
was
the
what?
three
nothing?
went. The top 3 last year were quarterbacks. There were
Right.
5 in the first round last year. This year,
And
1.
then the Lions switch out.
So can we? Do you think Willis is not what we thought he was?
I don't know. We'll find out.
I mean, maybe he was like a.
I don't know, man.
To go a whole first round without him, like maybe he's just really not
Kinda
what we
weird.
thought he was.
Braylon's texting right now. I told you no to Malik Willis. I told y'all no QBs would get drafted, and if they did, that MFer slide. And that's who he's talking about, Pickett, the slide guy. We got to thank everybody for watching the entire NFL draft with us tonight here at the Brass Rail. Neal Ruhl, we got to thank you for just being alive and born. So thank you for that. Yeah, well, I appreciate.
Shout out to your parents for making love.
Shout out.
Love.
Yeah, I'm sure it was on draft night. That's how Neal Ruhl was conceived.
Yeah, draft. Parents like draft
Malik
capital.
Willis.
Let's make love.
Malik Willis, no matter what.
Yes, he's still there. He is still there.
But yeah, thank you guys for being a part of this. Thanks, Alex Mayer, for making sure we look smooth all day long. I mean, Maz was here. Justin's still here. Adam is here. Was here.
He's arrested
The
now.
bottom line was here. D-Mac was here. Everybody from Woodward Sports was here. Maz, how you feeling, Maz?
I'm feeling good. My 3 lousy teams did pretty well in the draft tonight.
Who did the
Jets,
best?
Giants, and Lions.
Who did the
3
best?
worst teams in the league.
Well, they all had multiple picks.
I think the Jets did the best of all of them.
Fair.
All right. Well,
No, that is the most erroneous thing that Maz has ever
Maz
said
is
in his
going
entire
to
life.
marinate on this, and tomorrow from 2 to 4,
ask
make
Trey
sure
for
you're
Baker
watching on
Mayfield.
YouTube because the
There's that.
bottom line is going to bring the heat with the response to the 2022 NFL Draft.
And we got all day tomorrow to talk about Malik Willis.
That's right. He's still there.
That's true.
He's still there, baby. He's still there. You guys have a great night. Thank you for watching. Make sure you subscribe, and we'll be back on tomorrow, 8 to 10. Adham Beydoun, Terry Foster. The Morning Wood Show is going to be insane. Yeah.
Draft the cocaine, baby. They did it tonight.
And drink the Cintron and the Gypsy and go to Planet Fitness and make sure if you have any substance abuse issues, you get with our people at SMA.
Or if you need a new mortgage, go to Better Rate Mortgage.
Yep, and Hall Financial. We got them all, baby.
Absolutely.
Thank you to all our sponsors. We appreciate you. Good night, Detroit. Thank you so much. We got more draft picks tomorrow.
Jameson
number 46.
Williams, baby. Let's go.